Staying Alive UK. Share your story.
Hi, Faris. How are you today?
Hi, Michael. I'm really good, thanks, and great to be on this podcast.
Thank you for coming on the podcast, and thank you for being so patient, because I know you booked our interview back in January this year, and we're now in June, listeners. We're now in June, which is great, and thank you for being so patient. I'm very interested to hear your story, very interested to hear about your business and the background about the name and everything. I won't say what it is yet until later. But let's start with like a really open question. And the open question is, tell us about your story and how did you get to where you are today?
That is a great question. It reminds me actually of a very similar question I ask people when I used to interview them for companies. We just say, tell me how you got here today. And not only do you learn so much, but you see how they tell the story. And I'm sure people you've had on your show have told their stories in countless ways. And do you know what? The joy of booking in January but not doing this till June, it means I've got 6 months more of stories to tell you.
Yeah, true.
That's true, right? So
yeah.
So brilliant. So look, my story is both very similar and very different to everyone else's. Everyone out there has a unique story. I think my story, if we go right back to the beginning, but I'll give a really précis. Grew up in South London. To my parents who are Palestinian immigrants to the UK. And so there was a strong Arabic culture, strong Palestinian culture. And I've got ties back to Palestine. We'll touch upon those in my story. And went to school in South London. Let's pick it up after school. I studied the sciences. I studied a bit of maths. After school, I decided I needed a bit of variety. And I went completely random and spent a year living in a village in Nepal. Where I did development work and taught English. And that was really, really a formative year for me at the age of 17 to have such a different culture. And I could tell you a lot of stories from that time. But then it was back to university. I did a maths and economics degree. And I guess partly inspired by the experience of having worked in Nepal, but also it was the dot-com burst. There weren't a lot of graduate jobs. So I came up with a radical idea of going and becoming a teacher in Latin America. And I moved to El Salvador, where I taught at the British School of El Salvador, maths and economics for several years, and then came back to the UK and continued teaching and became a bit disillusioned with it. It wasn't quite the same in a British school where all I was doing was taking knives off kids and dealing with a lot of difficulties. It was more kind of, there were more challenges then. And I began to think about pivoting my career and moving into the corporate world. And I could only do that through graduate schemes. So actually, I reinvented myself and joined a graduate scheme, which was to be for an energy company. So I ended up joining a big energy company here in the UK. In the meantime, I had time to kill because graduate schemes don't start. They only start once a year. So I took myself off to Palestine for a year, where I taught in a university and worked in a university in the West Bank. But then I was in the corporate world. I learned all about the energy, everything to do about how we create energy, electricity, gas, to how we sell it to people. And I learned everything about business in a space of 4 years because I was in the strategy team of this energy. And after 4 years there, I got approached to join consulting, which would take up the next 12 years of my life working for big consulting firms. Michael, the likes some of your listeners will have heard of EY, Carney, a few others. And I reached a point where I enjoyed the work, but was a little bit disillusioned where I was. And it gave me enough impetus to start my own company, which is around consulting. And that was 2.5 years ago, Michael.
Not that long ago, then.
Not that long ago. But
no, fascinating. Okay, so there's a lot that comes up into my head, and there's a few questions I've got for you. This thing you did at 17 in Nepal.
Yeah.
Where did that come from? What inspired you to go and do that at the age of 17? You weren't even an adult. officially.
I wasn't officially an adult. And what inspired me is I it was largely the biggest driving factor was a friend's sister who had done a similar scheme a few years before, and she had raved about it, and not just the experience, but what all she had got out of it, and it really got me thinking. Funny enough, that friend, he did it. He did the same scheme, and so the two of us were very close, and we grew really emboldened by this idea that we would get so much out of it, having spent the two of us spent 10 years in the same school, and we felt we'd had a great education, but it had all been very spoon-fed, and we were, as you say, you. I don't think I had the self-awareness to realize that I wasn't really an adult, but I was conscious that I'd only had a very sliver of a exposure to the world. So this seemed like a perfect way to do it in a fairly safe environment because it was run by an organization. And look, my friend was doing it. So it made a bit of an easier sell to my parents, who were initially quite resistant to the idea. And to be honest, I didn't fully appreciate what the year would involve.
No.
But I am immensely grateful that I did it. And it's still to this day, probably the best year of my life.
And what did it involve?
Well, on a practical level, what it involved was 2 months of training. They taught us how to be teachers, how to teach English as a foreign language.
Right.
And they also taught us how to do development work. So still to this day, I know how to build a pit latrine for a family of 10 that will last 10 years. So that's, and we also learned skills like how to make stoves out of mud, how to build vegetable gardens, because they were sending us into quite rural villages to not only educate in English, but also to raise the standards of living and development.
Right.
So after 2 months training, we were then sent in pairs to our villages, where we would spend the next sort of 9 months working with building, working with the community, building relationships, and doing those twin tracks of work. Sporadically coming back to Kathmandu, the capital, but that was effectively our remit and where we spent most of our time.
Incredible. Because is it quite high up in the mountains, Nepal?
So Nepal's a fascinating country. It's got 8 of the 10 highest peaks in the world. But it's also got a basin, a terai, right, which is under sea level. So it goes from minus 200 meters to Everest, which is so it's actually got like jungle, it's got mountains, but predominantly it is mountainous, and we were living at about 3,000 meters. So put that in context, that's well above anything in the UK. I could see Everest every day. I mean, just how amazing is that, to every morning of my life for a year to see Mount Everest and to live at that altitude.
And did this kind of adventure bug, because I mean, you've got to have a desire for some adventure. Did that come from your parents at all? Were they adventurous?
I think they were. Well, they definitely were adventurous. I mean, they both emigrated from Palestine.
Yes.
But several times over their lives. So my dad's first adventure was in his teens when he moved to study in the States. He won a scholarship. So very, in a young age, he had a spirit of adventure for different reasons. But certainly I looked at the amazing things that both my parents had achieved, and it gave me confidence that years later to also try stuff for myself.
Yeah, it explains it a little bit. I mean, obviously there's your own, desire to do things, but if you've seen stuff being done by your family members, it might not be your mum and dad, it might be an uncle or an aunt or a brother or sister, but it does give you that little bit of courage to kind of go, well, they managed it, so why can't I manage it, type of thing. And okay, and obviously that kind of sense of adventure carried you on to your other, let's call them missions, that you did as well.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
After you did,
I mean, definitely. Once you've had one adventure, it certainly primes you for the next. And it makes you less afraid. But you know what? Comfort is these things, rightly so, wrap around you. So if I look at the it depends how you define an adventure. But if I look at that kind of big Nepal type adventure, I'm obviously doing less of those nowadays. But
Yeah.
hey, starting my own business is an adventure. Learning any new skill for anyone out there is an adventure. Even moving house is an adventure. You can make an adventure out of anything. It doesn't have to be grandiose.
So would you say you're somebody who likes change?
I'm like every other human being. I probably resist change initially, but I think I adapt to it quicker than others. And in fact, it's a large part of what I do as a work to help organizations get through change quicker and make it more. So I couldn't do that for organizations if I didn't keep applying change to myself. So I'll give you a good example, Michael. A few years ago, I used to own my own property. I used to own my own flat, and I sold it. And it was a long, arduous process to sell my flat. And when I did finally sell it, I came up with this plan. I was going to stay in London, but I thought, do you know what? I'm a renter now. Why not embrace this as an adventure and live in different random parts of London that I've never lived in? Because most of us just stick to one part, doesn't matter wherever, and often it's not far from where you grew up. Now I thought, hey, I live in an amazing city where people pay thousands of pounds to come and visit as a tourist. Why should I, why not embrace that? So I came up with a plan to live in 4 different places I'd never lived and just got going with it. I didn't care that it was the hassle. I had to box up every year. I had to move. I saw it as what a great chance to experience different communities, meet a whole bunch of new people. And plus it was research for when I was next ready to buy.
It totally explains everything about you, because the fact that you moved around when you were a youngster, that your parents moved around when they were young, and now you're doing it in adult life, you definitely embrace change. So much so that you seek it out by saying, I'm going to move in different locations. That's seeking out change, because it's a hassle moving house, right? Yeah. Providing you're a minimalist, and I'm an aspiring minimalist, let's put it that way, nowhere near to it yet. But I would love to be able to just pack up and go, I'm going to live somewhere else. I've only got like 3 boxes to take with me, But
I'm definitely not a minimalist, by the way.
Okay, but that does explain, and what amazing thing that you're helping people with change in companies.
Yeah, I mean, change is a fundamental part of life, is definitely a large part of business, and it can be the difference between successful businesses and unsuccessful businesses. So it's a great privilege to be able to help. And actually, I don't specifically only focus on change. I focus on getting teams working better together, getting people to buy into ideas. Now, obviously, change is a large subset of that. But really, it could apply to anything where there is a difference of views, teams are not aligned, companies are not aligned. That's really my forte, where I come in and help, and me and my company do.
People in organizations
Yeah.
resist change. There's no doubt about it. And that's where you get friction. Relationships inside companies is always difficult. People don't gel, they don't get on with each other, or they don't like the look of somebody, or somebody rubs them up the wrong way. And that whole dynamic is a very difficult environment sometimes for people to work in, operate in. Then on top of that, you have the pandemic as well. Home working, people working from home, not getting the kind of treatment that they would like, being ignored. There's so many things that go on. So why don't you tell us a little bit, if you were going into a company, they learned about you, maybe through this podcast, let's hope, and you're going to pitch to them because they can see they need to perform better than where they are.
Yeah.
How would that go? What would your pitch look like? What is it that you would share with them?
Well, first of all, the fact that they've reached out to me and invited me is a massive bonus, because that shows a level of self-awareness that they do have some challenges and they could do with some help.
Yeah.
And that should not be underestimated, because a lot of companies do not have that, and a lot of senior people don't have that awareness. And basically, what I'd say is, my pitch would be, what's your problem? What's holding you back? Where do you want to be? and why do you think you're not achieving that? Now, invariably, it'll be one of the things you've listed: people disagreeing, people being too busy, people not understanding. And say, okay, well, are you communicating to them in the way they like to be communicated? Are you, instead of assuming that, look, I'm just going to say this and everyone, they either like it or lump it, right? They listen to it and they buy into it. Or are you going, actually, maybe they didn't understand what I said. Maybe I need to say it in a different way.
Yeah.
Because if you haven't tried that, if you haven't adopted that latter approach, you're far less likely to be successful than if you had. Okay, because we all breeze through life usually operating in the same way, and this is why I like change. But actually, that's not always the most effective way, because we'll always meet people who resist. Like you said, resistance to change is very common, and it reminds me very much of my very first day in consulting when I joined this consulting firm, and a very senior person gave me a slide, gave me a document that had written on it 28 ways people say no without saying no.
Yeah.
All right. And it's a great slide. I still use it today. And it's all the things you'll hear in any conversation, like, oh, that sounds great, but that won't work here. Or, oh, well, we've already tried that once, so no, we're not going to try it. Or, oh, yeah, that's just too expensive. So really...
Oh, I have another one for you. But we're not really like anybody else.
We're not really like anybody else. Of course not. Right. And
we're unique.
We're unique. Every culture may add ones on for their culture. But fundamentally, it's both. So, how do you get people to not look at things that way? Not from a cost, not from a unique lens, not from a... you've got to adapt, not expect them to do the equation in their head and go, oh, I get it now. So that would be my pitch. Like, how many of those a lot of people focus on their broadcast ability. They don't focus on, is it being received?
Right.
So I can help you with the will it be received part. And I can teach you how to broadcast in different ways so that it's more likely to be received. And that's what I can add. And I can add it in a variety of ways. It can be around change. It can be around alignment. It can be around anything from strategy to problem solving. And I will bring techniques, and me and my team will bring techniques that make it fun, engaging, and easy to follow, which is usually some of the key barriers that stop people from engaging with stuff.
Yeah. And it sounds fascinating, actually, because, I mean, what is the ultimate goal that any organization want to achieve, in your view? What is it they want to achieve?
It varies. They all have a different North Star.
You reckon?
Well, yeah, because success can be making lots of money. It can be having lots of customers. It can be making a difference in the world. Now, these things are not uncorrelated. If you only get a lot of money by having a lot of customers, but by having that slight difference does mean you set up your company and your focus. And actually, it all starts whenever I work with a company going, well, what is your vision? What are your goals? How sharp are those? Have you clearly articulated them? Because if not, let's start there.
Yes.
Without those, you'll say, I often go into companies, they say, oh, no, we do have it clear. And I say, okay, well, let me go and test that with your workforce. And you'll find there's all this discrepancy. And you say, what that's causing is person A thinks it's this, so they're off doing this. And person B thinks it's something different, and they're off doing this. And although it might seem like a 1% difference, over time, they will diverge. So no wonder person B will say, oh, no, this is more important. And person A will say, this is more important. So when you present, well, we need to do this, you'll get disagreements. So you need that. You need to start off very clear. So I wouldn't say that every company has a common, has the same sort of ambition. Obviously, there's commonality and overlap in what they want to achieve.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not one size fits all. It all depends on what they're looking to achieve, what their goals are, and what the kind of problems that they're experiencing.
Yeah. And be honest about that. I once worked with a company, I got a client, where I walked in and they had very clear document written down around their vision and their strategy, which was all about making a difference around sustainability, around the environment. And I said, great, well, let's have a look at what the work you're actually doing. So I went back and looked at the 3 years worth of work they were doing, both internal projects and external projects. And I couldn't find anything that mapped to what they said they wanted to achieve. So I presented this to their board and I said, look, either your vision is wrong or you've been doing all the wrong projects for the last 3 years.
Right.
Which is it? And I said, I don't mind which it is, but it's better to be clear. And after we sort of talked for half an hour, I said, the only thing I can see in common is that you want to make more money. You want to make money. And one of the directors said, yeah, that is what we want to do. Right. And someone else said, yeah. And the third person said, it's nice to be able to be honest about it for a change. Instead of saying, we don't actually care about sustainability. I said, so why did you write that? That's confusing. That's confusing to you guys. Look at how the relief that you've just all been honest, but also it's confusing to shareholders, to customers. Maybe you don't want to be so mercenary and just write, we're here just to make money, but don't pretend it's something completely different because you feel that's the right thing to do.
Yeah. We live in a capitalist society.
Yeah.
And I know there are lots of charities, but even charities need to create money, right? So the reason I kind of asked the question about, what's the one single thing that everybody wants?
Yeah.
I do believe people's center point is like, well, first thing is we need to make money. If we don't make money, we can't pay ourselves. We can't pay our employees or the shareholders. If the shareholders involved, we can't pay off our loans, and that always seems to be the focus. And, customers and employees seem to always get secondary. And personally, I feel that money has to happen. But if you look after your customers and your employees, surprise, surprise, it may automatically come then. So how do you get people to focus on, rather than kind of go, yeah, we just want to make money. Well, look after your employees who then will look after your customers. And then the result will be more money, more income.
So I think what you've articulated there for me is the difference between a vision and a strategy. So a vision is, where do you want to end up? And say you are a charity. Let's take the charity example. We want to end up helping this group of individuals, as many of them as possible. So then I'll say, okay, well, the strategy is how you're going to get there. Now, the strategies can change over time, but your vision shouldn't change. That's what you want to achieve. You want to help these people. Now, you might say, look, to do that, we need to build up a pool of money so we can spend it helping refugees, helping children, helping whatever. Yes. So the first strategy is build up that pool of money.
Yeah.
Right. And then once we've reached a point, we'll switch that strategy out, or we'll have a strategy alongside it that says use that money.
Right.
Right. So strategies come and go, and the good thing about strategies is people build strategies based on their belief of what they think, and hopefully based on fact, but they don't always work out. That's why strategies come and go, because I always tell companies to test and learn. So adopt a strategy, try it, review it, reflect, be honest whether it's worked or not, and if it hasn't, substitute it with your next strategy.
Right.
Right. So it may be that you achieve by getting your employees happy and your customers happy. Right.
Yeah.
Go and try that. Give it your best efforts. Do all the things to do that. If it doesn't work, or it doesn't work as well as you hope to, review it and change something about it. Right. So that's the way to do it, because I'll work with companies and they'll all have a different way that they think they can achieve their thing. Now, I will always push them to lead by fact. Okay, where's the evidence that this A will be better than B? But ultimately, it'll be like, right, if you think A, let's try A, but let's set ourselves at 6 months. Let's review it honestly, and then we either double down on that strategy or we move on to a different one.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, 100. Yeah, I get that.
It's amazing. A lot of people set their strategy, but they never review it.
No,
they never review it honestly. Right? And that just seems really strange to me. right? Why would you continue doing something if it wasn't producing a fee? You probably do it out of comfort and it's safe and it's because you don't want to change and because. But if it's honestly not driving you closer to where you want to be, then it's not the right strategy for you.
Definition of insanity, isn't it?
Definition of insanity. Not that I'd ever say that to a client, but yes.
No. Doing the same things over and over and expecting a different result. Yeah. What? Okay, great. And presumably you use different tools and techniques to help people. Can you share a little bit about that?
Of course, yeah. And this is where my previous careers come in incredibly handy. So I actually use a lot of techniques that I learned as a school teacher with businesses and senior professionals. I do have a methodology that I use for companies, and it's an equation that says success is built up of 3 factors: IQ, EQ, and FQ. Now, IQ is the ability to come up with great ideas. So do you have enough of them in your company? Are they robust? Are they based on fact? Are they the best ideas? The second one is EQ. Are you able to sell those ideas to others? Bring them along with you. And the third is, can you then focus on delivering those ideas?
Right.
And you need all 3. You cannot rely on just 1 or 2 of those, right? Because imagine you have really smart people in your company, but they can't articulate it to anyone, right? Then the smart idea goes nowhere. Or say you've got really smart ideas, you've got everyone bought in, but the company's trying to do 100 things and they just don't have the bandwidth to do that.
Yeah.
And it's not going to go in. So this is the kind of overarching. Now, within that, I use some techniques, as I said, to either improve the IQ, either improve the EQ, or improve the FQ. And those can be a range of techniques and activities from actually facilitating myself, the groups, or teaching how to apply it around their company. So does that kind of make sense at a broad level? I mean, I can obviously give some examples.
EQ, and FQ. And how do you measure that then? Do you go in and measure that in some way through surveys or questionnaires, or how will you know where the people are with their IQ, EQ, FQ? So
I will often engage the clients and ask their opinion together thing, because here's the thing, right? In reality, companies could probably do with improvements across all 3 dimensions. So it's about where you're going to focus your efforts, where's the biggest bang. So it's a combination of where do they believe, but also my observations. So I'll give you, for example, a time when I sort of applied my review. So I once worked with a company, and this was actually going back, this was before I set up my own company, and I was seconded in as a commercial director. And my remit was to try and find an extra £100 million worth of sales for the which was quite a challenge, considering the company had only made about 70 million the year before. So it was more than doubling. And my boss, the MD, gave me 2 weeks to come up with an initial plan. And after a week, she pulled me into a room and said, look, I need to know the answer now. Where are you leaning towards? And I said, look, 2 weeks. I said, look, I don't have a firm plan, but I tell you one thing we need to do immediately. She said, what's that? I said, we need to teach everyone in this company how to run meetings. And she looked at me strange and said, why should we do that? And I said, have you ever been to a meeting in this company? Right? People turn up 5-10 minutes late. There's no agenda, so nobody knows what they're really talking about. Everyone just has a nice conversation, sat on a beanbag with a cup of coffee. The meeting invariably overruns. There's no actions. There's no follow-ups. And people then just go to the next meeting. And I said, not only is it unproductive, it's demoralizing. It stops people from actually organizing meetings, and it just means everything is a nice chat and we don't actually get stuff done. And so she said, okay, yeah, that resonates with me. So, okay, go ahead and teach these people. So we rolled out a 6-week course in how to run meetings. And you know what happened? Sales improved by over 2%.
My God.
So, you wouldn't have thought of that as a natural place, but by having a bit more FQ, as I call it there, a bit more focus and structure, it allowed for other good things to flow. Now, I could have, it's hard to sometimes go in with a clipboard and say, this will deliver this. And I didn't know it would lead to that increase in sales. But I did see there was a giant warning light going off saying, look, there is a massive lack of FQ here. Fix that and we'll see what, good will definitely come from it. Now, I probably could have picked something else, maybe in the EQ, maybe the way people have conversations. I could have easily said, look, do you know what? People in this environment don't, they close down each other. They don't construct it. They're not constructive in their feedback. They're very dismissive, and let's teach people how to give feedback more effectively. And I'm sure that would have had a knock-on effect.
Yeah.
But the one that was just most obvious immediately when I walked in was around the meetings. So that's when I say that often actually you could apply your shoulder against lots of those different pillars. Or actually a lot of my clients come already going, I think it's this arena. Can you help us with that? And I'd rather work on something that they're already sort of chomping at the bit to do than spend hours going, actually, do you know what? You really need to focus on this and waste a month debating with them. Right.
I'll tell you a little story. I worked for it wasn't a multinational, but it was a national textile group in Leicester. Yeah. And we unfortunately had inherited an Australian businessman as CEO. He was not a nice man. However, he put in place some very, very good things. One thing was about meetings. If he was in a meeting that he was chairing and you arrived late, you could not join the meeting anymore.
It's true.
You kind of, he said, goodbye, mate. You're late. Guess what? That guy never turned up late for meetings again. It just worked. It was just really simple. You're either on time or you're late. And if you're late, you can't come in the meeting.
Yeah.
You'll get the minutes, but your voice isn't heard.
Yeah.
And it worked. It really worked.
Oh, I'm not surprised. Yeah. Often, you say this is a combination of a couple of things that I often try and implement in companies. One is have clear rules or have clear decisions. I always say don't half decide, because when you leave gray area, then that's where so it's very, and then the other thing is people learn. So when I run training courses, I have a strong belief that people learn through failure.
Yes.
Okay? They're more in tune to actually pay attention if they've learned. So if they failed. So the person who turned up late learned a very harsh lesson and changed their behaviors. Whereas if they turned up late but had been allowed in, they probably wouldn't have changed their behavior because there wasn't a consequence. So often when I try and institute change, I'll often engineer failure early on to create a shock to the system so that people are more open to change. And so, there's a lot of good stuff. And do you know what? I love that story because I do a lot of wacky stuff with companies, and often they think, why are you doing this? I've run meetings where if people turn up late, they're not allowed in, or you can only talk if you're holding an item, or you can only talk if you're holding a plank. Have you ever done a plank exercise?
Yes. Right?
It's a great one if you've got a group where people are talking too much with no real, they're just having a monologue without actually getting to a point. And that can be quite drastic. It's a bit of a laugh, but it really emphasizes, what am I trying to say? What is the point of my communication? What is the meeting?
Yeah, I don't know if you've, this is totally off topic, but we might as well share it.
Yeah, let's go.
There's a new revolution going on in social media. It's called social audio.
Yeah.
Like Clubhouse were probably the pioneers. Now you've got Twitter Spaces, LinkedIn are going to roll out LinkedIn audio to the creators. Hopefully one day I'll get it. And I've listened to many audio meetings, like, these social audio meetings, and they're fantastic. You can learn some amazing stuff from people, but oh my God, people are not holding planks. That's for sure. They just go on and on and on. And when they get the mic, you cannot shut them up. So, I make a prediction. All of these, I think one of them already does it. It's a platform called Wisdom. They already have a counter where anybody that speaks, apart from the two hosts, if somebody comes in and wants to make a point, they've only got so many seconds to make their point, and after that they're just cut off automatically. And so anyway, yeah, that's the equivalent of holding a plank, I guess.
So, and yeah, that's a big focus, improving your communication. It was something that was drummed into me as a strategy consultant very early on. Imagine you have to pay £1,000 or $1,000 per word you use on a document. You'll start using a lot less words, right? Because sometimes we just add it. It's the old Mark Twain quote: "I wrote you a long letter because I didn't have time to write you a short one." It's actually more skill to write a short communication than a long.
Yes, I like that. Love it. I wonder if you could do me a favor, because I understand IQ, ideas. I understand FQ, focus.
Yeah.
The hardest one for me to get my head around a bit more, although I've heard what you said.
Yeah.
Could you go in a little bit more depth, EQ? Because for me, that seems to be the most grayish area to me.
It can be a gray area, and for some people it's more natural than others, but it can be taught. Now, and everything I do is at a company level, but also an individual level. Let's talk at the individual level to bring this to life. Now, EQ is someone who's got great EQ is someone who's really good at being a people person. Think about the people you've met in your group of friends or your work. There is usually one or two people who just seems to galvanize people, seems to be in tune. Now, that for me is EQ. And I talked about, when I set up the equation, I said it's about the ability to take others with you.
Yeah.
Now, at the heart of it is being able to flex your style. Okay.
Right.
Is being able to see, are my words and what I'm doing now being effective on Michael? If not, I need to adapt and meet what Michael needs.
Right.
Okay. Now, this could be you go into a meeting and you realize that the other person loves numbers, loves facts and figures. Right. So the best way to communicate that person is bring in lots of facts and figures, bring in a spreadsheet, show them the numbers. Right. But you might be in a meeting straight after to talk about the same topic with someone else who hates spreadsheets.
Yeah.
They're a big picture thinker. They love pictures. They love talking. They actually don't want to see any document. So the onus is on you to flex, to communicate in the way they want. Right. And people give clues around how they like to be communicated. They give it in the way they talk, the way they interact with you. People often say to me on an email, should I start the day? Should I start with "How are you? How was your weekend?" Or should I get straight to the point? I said, it really depends on the other person, right? Some people hate it when you write because they're to the point and they're like, why are they asking me about my day? I couldn't care less about their day. But someone else will be offended if you don't write, "How was your day?" And I said, the clue is look at their emails. How do they start to you? You mirror them, right? So it's small things like that about being, and so understand people around you better, find connections. There's a simple fact that when human beings find something in common with each other, they are more likely to have a productive relationship. Okay. So any meeting I run or any team event, I will start off with a little bit of an activity where people find out about each other. And it doesn't have to take long and it doesn't have to be onerous. But it's amazing how powerful. I'll tell you a story about a client I'm working with where they were a bunch of individuals. They weren't a team because they were all alpha individuals who were hired to do specific roles that they were very good at. Yeah. But it just so happens that their performance went down as a team because during the pandemic, because they were no longer co-located, so they could no longer ask each other questions, which they didn't realize was actually part of teamwork.
Right.
So what I needed to do was get them to be a team. But because they were alpha type people, they had no interest. So, one person had no interest in learning anything about the person next to them. I was fascinated. I remember asking someone early on, I always have a one-on-one, and I said to the person, do you know anything about the person who sits next to you? Do you know, do they, if they have children? Do they have, and he said, no, I don't know. I said, how long have you been sat next to him? He said, about 10 years. I said, wow, you don't care.
That's so incredible.
It's incredible. So not only did he not know, he didn't care. So I had to find a way for them to care without realizing. So I'd use these sort of icebreakers and energizers at the start of the game and made them competitive. So they thought it was all about the competition, but actually it was about learning about each other.
Yeah.
So within 6 months, they actually started to know about each other. They started to ask about each other's families. They started to know how the other person liked, whether they liked mornings or nights, whether they liked emails or phone calls. And you know what happened? Their performance began to improve as a team. They began making more money than they'd ever made. Now, this wasn't a coincidence, right? This is because we were increasing the levels of EQ in the team.
Yeah.
But I had to do it on the sly. Whereas other teams, they want to actually know and they're invested, and that's easier. But that's what it is, right? So improve the EQ, and you will go much further together than being alone.
Thank you very much. That's really is a wonderful explanation of how, and I love that story. I mean, I find it incredible. I mean, you might be interested in actually listening to a podcast I did with a guy in America called Ron Stickler.
Yeah.
And he's written a book. He's in his 70s and he's lost his voice. So talk about being determined to be on podcast. He uses a voice recorder thing that speaks for him on podcasts.
Wow.
It was a challenge to produce it, but we did it. And he does many of them regularly. And he's written a book called Prosperity, Personality, Recognition. And he has just 4 categories. I know there's all these different tests available, but I'd never heard about this one in particular. And he has got, let me think now, he's got like drivers, analytical, analysts, craftsmen, and persuaders. And immediately, I've read his book, I've been learning about this, but also when you talked about this guy who didn't know anything about his neighbor that he sat next to for 10 years, and he didn't care, which is the other thing. To me, he was a driver, because that's exactly the personality of a driver. He's just driven to do certain things his way for himself. He doesn't really care about people around him that much. Now, it doesn't mean that he doesn't deep down care about a fellow human co-worker, but it's just his makeup or her makeup is that they're just driven in a certain direction. So yeah, I mean, it's so important. Relationships, I'm so fortunate because I have lots of guests that talk about the human condition and relationships and how we got empathy. My last podcast guest was all about empathy for each other. You know, we just don't have that anymore. The division that's occurring in the world as well. So I'm so pleased that you're out there trying to get people to change just in a little bit, you know, to kind of recognize, and the EQ sounds an amazing tool to do that.
Yeah, I mean, my vision is to make, you know, a small part of the world a little bit more effective than it was the day before. And that includes myself. And if that's helping with EQ or helping with focus or helping with ideas, then that's a great place to be.
You know, a place where I think you should definitely be, or and I'm not meaning this to be a political discussion, but you should be in Downing Street. You should get those people being able to work together with each other. Oh, incredible. They have some problems, major problems.
Well, dream big. Who knows? In a year from now, Michael, we'll do another podcast, and maybe we'll do it from Downing Street.
Well, I would love that. I would love that. Yeah. Anybody listening, please refer Faris to Downing Street. Okay, Faris, is there anything that I haven't asked that you haven't shared yet that you would like to share before you share where people can find you?
Hey, Michael, I am fully confident we could speak for another 2 hours and cover many more exciting topics. So it's been a real pleasure. Yeah, I always say, let's just carry on the conversation. Me and you, me and your listeners, you and your listeners. Then the more people that are talking, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
I'll tell you what we'll do is I have an idea for you. When I get LinkedIn audio, social audio, right? You're on LinkedIn, aren't you?
I am. Yeah.
Let's and for the listeners, keep in touch with us. If you're up for it, we'll do like a live social audio thing inside LinkedIn. We'll get some people to come and listen, and we can have a little bit of a discussion with people and find out what some of their issues are, because these are all business people. I'm sure they have lots of these kind of challenges, and we could just give them a little snippet of the kind of things they could do for themselves. So thank you. Where can people find you? How can they get in touch with you?
Well, they can find me on LinkedIn if they look up Faris Aranki. I spend a lot of time there, so you can interact with me. Or you can come and find all about me and my company at my company, which is called Sheer Ghetto. And the website is www.sheerghetto.com. And Sheer Ghetto is SHIAGETO. It's for all you Japanese enthusiasts out there, it's the Japanese word for a sharpening stone, because that's a metaphor for what me and my business do. We sharpen other businesses.
I love that. And tell us how the name came about.
It came about because I was looking for a company name, and lots of the English ideas I came up with had already gone in terms of websites and were registered. And so I decided to switch languages, and I tried names in Arabic and Spanish. And I remember testing them on some friends, and particularly the Arabic ones. I got some honest feedback that the name sounded a bit terroristy in their own words, which is the kind of harsh, but the feedback you want from your friends before you do. And then one day I was making a salad with a knife that was dull, and I reached for my Sheer Ghetto. I didn't know it was called a Sheer Ghetto at the time, to sharpen my knife. And suddenly I had this light bulb moment. I said, hang on a minute, this is a metaphor for my company. Let's research what the Japanese word for a sharpening stone is.
Wow.
And eureka.
But why were you looking for a Japanese word? Just because you wanted a different language? No,
I was using I had a Japanese set of knives and a Japanese stone. And I knew the Japanese took it very seriously. And actually, I spent 4 hours researching, because the Japanese have 6 different names for sharpening stones, depending on their granularity and what they're used for. So this is how passionate the Japanese are. So I thought I would embrace that passion and pick the finest stone, which is the Sheer Ghetto.
Sheer Ghetto. I love that. That's brilliant. Okay, well, I'll make sure to share all of those details in the show notes so people can find you all across social and your website as well. And thank you so much for coming on the podcast. I loved it.
Thank you for having me, Michael.
Take care. I'll be in touch.
All the best.
Bye for now. If you've enjoyed this podcast, please rate, subscribe, and share at will. I'm always looking for more listeners and guests, so do get in touch, please. You can find me pretty easily by searching for Staying Alive UK. Thank you.
Staying Alive UK. Share your story.
This episode was pre-recorded as part of a live continuing education webinar. On-demand CEUs are still available for this presentation through All CEUs. Register at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's class, 50 Mindful Steps to Self-Esteem. The book was written by Janetti Marotta, and obviously I am just presenting information found in the book. What we're going to really look at here, we're not going to go through the book in depth, step by step, because obviously if this is something that sounds like it's a really good fit for you, you're going to want to read the book. But I am going to hit the highlights and talk about how self-esteem is developed and how mindfulness activities can really be used to help enhance self-esteem. One of the things in this book that I didn't like as much was the fact that that connection really wasn't made between why are we doing this particular activity and how does it build self-esteem. So that's really going to be my goal throughout this presentation, is to connect the dots for us. We'll explore how physical sensations give clues to what's important and whether you're living in harmony with your values, whether it's your head saying this is good, your gut saying and your heart, and whether that's telling you that it feels like it's something you should do. So we're going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. We'll identify and address thinking errors that may keep you stuck. We'll evaluate how emotions and the heart contribute to the development of self-esteem. And we'll examine how the environment impacts your self-esteem. So, with the nature of self-esteem, what is it? How you feel about yourself is in contrast to who you think you should be, is really what we talk about when we're talking about self-esteem. So, it's sort of a loosey-goosey concept, if you will. It's not something you're going to find in the DSM. It's just a concept or a construct that we are trying to help people understand more about themselves. The more rejecting you are of yourself, the more distress you experience. So if somebody is constantly telling themselves they're not good enough, or they're stupid, or they're fat, or they're ugly, or they're lazy, well, yeah, they're not going to feel too good about themselves. Imagine how you would feel if somebody was constantly telling you that. So whether the rejection is coming from within your own head or from someone else, it's still creating a negative impact on the self-esteem. And the more rejecting a person is of themselves, they're telling themselves they're not good enough, then they seek other people to tell them they are okay and say, no, honey, you're fine. So it's important that people have their own self-esteem and their own ability to tell themselves, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. In order to develop healthy relationships, you need to feel good about yourself. Self-esteem is basically your relationship with yourself. It's you telling yourself you're okay. It's you being your own best friend. So before you can have a healthy relationship that's based on mutual respect and not just forming relationships to find somebody to validate you, you have to have good self-esteem. In order to develop healthy relationships, you also need to get in touch with yourself and your true values. When you're forming relationships with someone, you don't have to agree on everything. You may only agree on one or two things, but if those one or two things are very salient in your life, then you may end up being fast friends. So understanding what's important to you, because, like attracts like. We're not like magnets. We like to be around people who share similar values and similar interests. And we also need to choose actions that are in harmony with our true self. So if we're doing things that really don't fit our personality, maybe if I think back when I was in college, for a little while I was in a sorority, and that just isn't who I am. I'm not somebody who goes out to parties 4 nights a week. I am not somebody who is exceedingly social all the time. That's just not my temperament. That's not who I am. So choosing actions that are in harmony with myself ended up meaning leaving the sorority. Not because it was a bad thing, it just wasn't for me. But if I should have stayed in that, or if I would have stayed in that situation, then I would have been kind of going against my own internal tendencies, and I would have always been sort of fighting myself. And self-esteem means feeling okay about who you are, the way you are, without having to fight yourself. So where does mindfulness fit in here? Mindfulness teaches people to live in the moment, so they're not stuck in guilt or resentment of the past. Things have happened in the past, and a lot of my clients will, when they present for treatment, whether it's for depression or anxiety or anger or addiction, I can't remember a client, and I'm sure it may have happened at some point or another, but I can't remember a client who's ever gotten to the point of presenting for treatment who had just a rockin' self-esteem. Generally there were some self-esteem issues going on there, whether they had developed over time or whether the person really had never had a strong self-esteem. It didn't really matter. When they were in my office, their self-esteem was pretty low. So helping them focus on the fact that you felt that way back then. That's how you felt, not going to take that away from you. Let's talk about how you're feeling right now. Not being paralyzed by fear of the future. People who have low self-esteem often have a lot of anxiety because they fear rejection, they fear failure, they fear isolation. So anything that changes may cause them to have a lot of high anxiety. So mindfulness helps them learn to put one foot in front of the other, focus on how they're feeling at the moment, and realize that they can tolerate a little bit of ambiguity. They can tolerate forward movement. The cornerstone of mindfulness is acceptance. So when we're teaching people to be mindful, we're teaching them to accept how they feel non-judgmentally, letting it be, not saying I shouldn't feel this way, and being patient with themselves and with the situation. So when we think about self-esteem, again, if we're experiencing a situation, we experience it non-judgmentally. It's just it is. You went to work, you got your evaluation, it wasn't what you had hoped it was. It is. It doesn't mean you're a bad employee. It doesn't mean that the world is going to come to an end. It is. Letting the feelings of frustration or guilt or resentment or anger or disappointment be. That's just where you are at that point, and not judging yourself harshly, because self-esteem is something that's always evolving. We aren't perfect. Oh my gosh, none of us is perfect. So even if you think of yourself as a relatively intelligent person, occasionally you're going to do some things that are really kind of silly. Are you going to let that negatively impact your self-esteem? Or are you just going to accept that, you know what, sometimes I goof? Hopefully we can get to that point with our clients where they can accept lack of perfection. They can just be non-judgmental about it and see it as it is, and maybe find some positives in it eventually. Mindfulness teaches that when you trust yourself and act with awareness and purpose, you become more self-reliant. When some of my clients are in early recovery, they've spent so much time minimizing, denying, blaming, justifying, rationalizing, that when they start getting honest and doing the next right thing, it's really scary. And they know what they're supposed to do, but their addicted mind says, nah, you really don't want to do that, or that's going to be hard, or you're going to fail. But they trust themselves, and they do the next right thing, the acting with awareness and purpose, because they want to start living that recovery lifestyle. And lo and behold, they realized that they were able to do it. So they increased their sense of self-reliance. And sometimes that'll happen, and whatever they did, they acted with awareness and purpose, and it fell flat. Well, they can realize from that they can also tolerate failure. They don't need somebody else to pick them up. They can exist even if it's imperfect. So let's switch gears a little bit to mindlessness and talk about how that impacts self-esteem. When we ignore or invalidate how we feel, we're telling ourselves that our feelings are not important. Think about how that would make you feel if your significant other or your best friend came up to you and said, you know what, I don't really care how you feel, and went on about their business. It would impact your self-esteem a little bit. It would hurt. It would say, really? You don't care about me enough to pay attention to how I feel. Now, as a therapist, I'm going to say, if your best friend came up and said that to you, that probably means there's something going on with him or her. But when you're saying that to yourself, you got to say, all right, if I'm constantly ignoring and invalidating how I feel, then I'm telling myself I'm wrong or I'm not justified. So moving from that, how can I start paying attention and validating how I feel? One of the things that we talk about in mindfulness is just accepting that you feel the way you feel. It's not good or not bad, but once you acknowledge it, then you can do something about it. Mindlessness also encourages us to fail to integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. How many times, and I think we're all guilty of it, have you had a feeling and you didn't even really notice the feeling? You just went to a drop back behavior. to sort of numb it. I'm guilty of stress eating. And occasionally I will, be wandering around in the kitchen and just randomly eating. And my husband will be like, "What's wrong? You're stress eating. You need to go out into the garden or do something because you're going to be miserable later." And he knows. I mean, after 20 years, he knows. But it's important to be mindful of how you're feeling. So when we talk about mindful eating, for example, we talk about paying attention to why you're eating. Before you eat, say, okay, am I hungry or am I stressed? But mindlessness causes us to just basically stuff our feelings or ignore them. When we're running on autopilot and not making time for things that are important, which is getting us closer to where we want to be, how does that impact our self-esteem? After, a day or two, it's not probably a huge big deal. But at the end of a week or a month, when you look back and go, well, I really wanted to get all this other stuff accomplished that was important to me, but I never found time for it. I just kind of got up, went to work, came home, took a shower, went to bed, repeat. So when we're running on autopilot, we're forgetting the things that are important, that we are assigning meaning to. Another impact of mindlessness on self-esteem is blindly adopting mainstream messages of who we are and what we should be, which may not be in harmony of who we really want to be. If we think back into the 70s, I think it was, when I was little, and they wanted to have everything gender neutral because they didn't want to communicate messages to children about what they should like or what they should play with. Today, there is so much mainstream media between Snapchat and Instagram and Facebook and Google and television, and I could go on and on. We are bombarded by messages telling us what we should wear, what we should look like, what our thoughts should be, what our opinions should be. And if we follow those blindly without checking in and going, is this something that's important to me? And or is this how I really feel about it? We can get caught up and then look back later and not feel so good about some of our choices. We can also adopt mainstream messages that are not achievable or realistic. One of the things that always flabbergasts me is the models that are used in some of the fitness magazines that are stick thin. I mean, the camera adds some weight and they look stick thin in there. I'm like, there is no way she is running 25 miles a day because she's just so thin. She doesn't have the musculature to sort of support that. But if that message is coming from the advertiser, coming from the media saying, you need to look like this. If you are going to be considered fit, you need to have this body type. That may not be achievable or realistic for the majority of people. So what does that do to their self-esteem if they keep trying to achieve that goal and not meeting it? Mindfulness will encourage us to look at how we feel and validate ourselves, telling us it's okay to feel this way. Integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges so we don't act just randomly. We're actually paying attention to what is motivating or supporting our feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. And we're adopting messages and values that are consistent with who we want to be. Breathing in the body. Breathing is one of the first techniques in mindfulness that we can teach to just about anybody. And it's can be challenging with certain groups, but depending on how you present it, it can be, a relatively easy activity to do. By developing mindfulness and self-awareness, you can quiet your thoughts. Our constant noise in our head, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, oh, I shouldn't forget this, I need to remember to call that person. It often prohibits us from addressing the underlying issues of any emotional turmoil. There's just constantly chatter. So life becomes focused on just treading water. You're not dealing with any of the underlying issues. You're just trying not to drown in the day-to-day activities. So forward goals are exchanged for just surviving. Then when you look back over, like I said, when you look back over 2 months, 3 months, a year, and you had all these goals that you wanted to accomplish and you accomplished none of them, what happens to the self-esteem? By making contact with the present moment, you can find your strength, learn to grow, and choose how you wish to respond. So what does breathing have to do with all this? Well, the first thing you do when you're born is breathe and then cry. But it's one of our most primal basic instincts. When we breathe slowly, our heart rate slows down. When we breathe rapidly, our heart rate speeds up. When we breathe slowly, not only are we slowing down our heart rate, but we're also sending out the relaxation response to the body, which helps quiet the chatter. One of the activities is just taking a deep, full breath. Abdominal breathing signals the brain to slow down and relax. She calls it the rest and digest. By simply paying attention to your breath, you can often cause it to slow down. If I'm running or right after I finish running, I intentionally pay attention to slowing my breath down. When you go on a diet and you start paying attention and completing a food diary, and you're paying attention to how much you're eating, for most people, they automatically cut down on how much they're eating. When we start paying attention, things kind of slow down. Another activity she has in there is called feeling the loving touch, which is the breath. Life begins and ends with breath. Breathing helps relax the body and move the chi around. And it wasn't really discussed a lot in the book as far as moving chi, but remembering that our energy comes from getting this oxygen throughout our body to the organs, to the muscles, to everything else. As we breathe, when we breathe deeply, it gets more oxygen in there. It helps us relax and helps the oxygen gets to where it needs to be. In order to encourage people to stay in touch with their breathing, a lot of Americans tend to breathe poorly. We breathe shallowly and through our chest because we're stressed. We're clenching our teeth. We're tightening our back muscles. We're just like little stress balls. So if you put visual and auditory breathing reminders around, it will help you stop and take a breath and get that relaxation response periodically throughout the day. I have a activity monitor, and it goes off periodically reminding me that I haven't moved often enough. But I also use that activity reminder to remind me to take a deep breath or 3 before I get up and start moving around, and then I usually take another couple when I'm sitting back down again. That's an auditory reminder for me because I tend to habituate to visual reminders. I'll see it for the first 2 or 3 days, and then I'll just totally not even notice it's there anymore. In and out. Inhale and take in positive affirmations. Exhale and let go of the stress and negativity. Now, this sounds pretty easy to do. When you're working with adolescents or you're working with people with cognitive disabilities, you may need to break it down a little bit less abstractly. Have them list a bunch of different positive affirmations. One of my favorite is Hakuna Matata. So we'll put that up on the board and we'll start listing different positive affirmations. And it's amazing how many of them actually come from Disney movies, but I digress. As people figure out a positive affirmation that they want to hold on to, when they start to get stressed, you want to just remind them to breathe in and tell themselves that. And when they breathe out, feel the stress kind of leaving their body, because stress is a lot of heat and energy. Taking another step further, imagine inhaling a cooling, calming blue air and exhaling the stresses, which could be red, black, or gray. So if somebody is more visual in nature, obviously the second one that talks about the blue versus the red, can give them something to really visualize when they're doing this activity. Read the inscription. Pay attention to what your body is trying to tell you. Last year, this actually has been a little more than a year now, I was having a lot of heart problems, and I would start feeling a tightness in my chest, and it just kind of wouldn't go away, and I ended up naming it Lenny from Of Mice and Men. And Lenny would just sit on my chest, and I couldn't get rid of him. So what was my body trying to tell me at that point in time? Was it a physiological heart issue? Was it stress? Was it panic? What was going on that I needed to read on the inscription to figure it out? Because it was a symptom. When you pay attention to what your body's telling you, you're going to be living more in harmony with your values. You're going to be getting closer to where you want to go. And or you may be able to tell yourself, I feel really stressed about this right now. Positive affirmation, I can get through this, or this is what I need to do to cope with it. It's important to practice noticing points of tension, tightness, or heaviness and feel them relax or loosen as you exhale. So these are all still breathing exercises, but we want to encourage people to become more in tune with their bodies. As Americans, especially, we tend to somaticize a lot of our stress and anger and anxiety and dysphoria. So if we pay attention to what our body is telling us, we can identify when we are starting to have emotional turmoil and address it from there. If we're having emotional turmoil, then we want to go back to the self-esteem and say, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me, and what is it that is this burr under my saddle right now? Because as you feel strong, as you feel capable, as you feel more resilient, you're able to handle life's stresses as they come along. Thinking in the mind. One activity that I kind of like is the fly on the wall or an impartial witness. If you were sitting in a situation that was, maybe you were in a meeting and it wasn't going so well, and you took a break from the meeting, and generally what we're thinking at that point is what we are thinking, what we are feeling. Oftentimes when we're in an emotionally charged situation or state, it's hard for us to take multiple perspectives and take a time out and go, okay, what might be going on? So this activity can kind of help sometimes, because you can say, what would that fly on the wall tell me was happening? If that fly had to describe what they're seeing, what would they see? Stop sorting things into good and bad. Go through the day just to kind of get a clue about how often we do it, because, everybody does it. Some people do it more or less. Instead of sorting things into good and bad, they just are. It was raining today. Is that good or is that bad? Well, why do you need to put that into a pile? I didn't go to the gym today. Is that good or is that bad? You can argue both sides of the coin, but why argue about it? That's what happened. Too many times people spend so much time sorting, and they focus or pay more attention to the bad stuff. A lot of times they'll artificially elevate the number of bad things. So we want to have people just stop it. Instead of looking at things as bad or good, they just are. Encourage them to see the whole elephant. Back to Lenny again. We want them to look at the issue. What's going on at that point in time? But what are the strengths? Because every situation has good and bad. So what are the problems and what are the strengths? If the person is not feeling very good about themselves because they lost their job, they may feel like they failed. They may feel like a failure. And we want to say, are you a failure at everything? Because that's kind of a global statement. So you got fired from your job. Good or bad, it's what it is. So what are the strengths that you have that can help you overcome this, and what are the positives of this situation? Maybe they didn't like that job, maybe they can find another job. Encouraging people to not take one situation or one event and take it in and have it reflect who they are as a whole person. If they're walking down the street and they trip and they wipe out and fall on their face, and gosh knows I've done that. I am not the most graceful person in the world, but does that mean I am a complete klutz? No. It just was not one of my better days. I didn't take it as a stable, global, internal attribution. Spin the wheel of paradox. What is the opposite? If you're feeling like something is going against you, then encourage yourself to look for all the positives in it. So maybe you hate your job, and because obviously if you loved your job, you wouldn't be trying to have an intervention. But if you hated your job, it's like, okay, I really hate my job. I don't want to go to work today. Let's spin the wheel of paradox and say, what are the positives I can get out of this? Why are we looking for positives, and what does that have to do with self-esteem? Because as we find successes, as we find peace, we will feel more confident in our own abilities to handle distress. You're driving to work and traffic. Oh my gosh, traffic is backed up. You're going to be 45 minutes late. Well, yeah, that may kind of stink. What are the positives? Well, you weren't the one that was in the accident that caused the traffic jam. Maybe you can start making phone calls or checking your email if you're at a complete standstill. Finding both sides is basically where thinking in the mind comes. And in one of our prior classes, we talked about walking the middle ground and finding where both things can happen. Yes, we can be in a traffic jam and it can really suck, but we can also make use of that time doing other things. And it may just be doing breathing exercises, but okay, so cool. You have time to do some of your breathing exercises. And encouraging the no blame game. Yeah, not the blame game, but the no blame game. Not blaming yourself for everything, not blaming other people for everything, because generally everybody has a little part in it. So instead of using the energy to blame anybody, figure out how to fix it. Figure out what the positives are, figure out what the issues are, figure out how you got to this point, and figure out how to make it not happen again. When people experience successes, when they're able to fix things that go wrong, when they're able to see things as not catastrophic, they will start seeing themselves as stronger people. Emotions in the heart. I told you we were going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. Now we're moving on to the heart. And our heart's kind of small. It's about the size of our fist, but it's bigger on the inside. Encouraging people to recognize all the emotions contained within their heart. There's love, there's empathy, there's compassion, there's curiosity. There are a lot of emotions that are contained within the heart. And no matter how much you love somebody, there's always room to love somebody else. It's not like there's a finite amount of love you have to give. And encourage people to cultivate warm-heartedness, not just towards others, but again, we're talking about self-esteem here, toward themselves. What would they tell themselves or tell other people? And whatever they would tell other people, they need to turn around and tell themselves. Plant your garden. And I like this one. Around my house, when we first moved in, I ripped out the majority of the shrubbery because my feeling, whether it's right or wrong, it just is, if I'm going to put that much effort into taking care of something, it darn well better produce something for me. So I replaced everything with edibles. When you plant your garden, you've got to choose. You only have so much time to cultivate a good garden. You can't just plant 150 things and tend to 6 of them. So when you plant it, choose what you're going to care about. There are a ton of things you would love to do, but what is going to be your focus? When we focus on too many things, a lot of things tend to wither and die. So encourage your clients to figure out which plants they're going to cultivate. And sometimes, you can take this metaphor out and talk about companion planting and all kinds of stuff if gardening's your thing. But sometimes it's helpful to actually do sort of a visual representation of the garden so they can see what they want to care about, but then they can also focus on, are they giving it water? Are they making sure it's getting sunlight? Are they taking care of it? Tend and befriend themselves. They need to tend to their own needs. They need to become aware of what's important to them, and then they need to be their own best friend. Some days you wake up and you're like, I would really, well, I do. I would really love to just sit around in my jammies all morning and drink hot chocolate and watch cartoons, because that's where I am today. And that's okay. I'm like, all right, well, let's do it. So myself and my dog and cats and whoever else wants to does. But being kind to yourself and not saying, well, you shouldn't, you're almost 50 years old, you shouldn't be watching cartoons. Well, the heck with that. I will be my own best friend. People don't need someone else to take them out to dinner. People don't need someone else to constantly provide rewards. We need to learn how to provide rewards for ourselves. Now, is it cool to have somebody else to take us out every once in a while? Sure. But it's important that people can provide their own rewards. Encourage them to count their blessings, or do a gratitude list, however they want to phrase it. What is going right in your life? And what part did you have in that? Because guess what? You probably had a big part in that. Life doesn't just happen, and especially if everything is going, relatively well, that means there was probably some hard work and dedication, and it wasn't just luck. So let's look at what's going really good and how you've cultivated that. And delight for others. Sometimes we can get the greatest amount of joy in being happy for someone else instead of being jealous or envious and thinking, well, I should have that. We can be happy for them. Yeah, they have it. Wonderful. Awesome. Does it make us any less worthy or any less of a person because we don't have that? No. Looking at other people's successes in terms of and being in the world. Claim your emotional baggage, please. Don't let it stay on the conveyor belt. How many times have we been guilty, or have we had clients come in who've had the same baggage that just keeps coming back? Maybe it's the same basic dysfunctional relationship that comes over and over and over again. A part of that as clinicians is for us to say, okay, clearly there's something that's not getting resolved here, so we need to do something a little bit different. But as clients or people who have baggage on the conveyor belt, it's also up to that person to go, I need to figure out how to get this baggage off. And don't give it to somebody else when you take it off. Don't say, okay, this is your problem now. Don't blame other people for your situation. It's important to claim it and go, this is my stuff. I'm sorry. I'm having a really bad day today. I'm not going to blame you for making me feel X, Y, and Z. It gives people a sense of personal power to go, yeah, it's my stuff. But you know what happens when we say that, yeah, that's my stuff? We can say, and I am going to let it go. If we give it to somebody else, then we've got to wait to figure out what they're going to do with it. So when we claim it, we take power over it, and we can choose what to do with it. Listen, just listen. Listen to hear and understand, but that means listen to yourself as well as others. We talk a lot in counseling about how we spend too much time talking and not enough time listening. When the other person's talking, we're already formulating our response. Well, that's true for ourselves too. So we need to stop and be quiet and tell ourselves to just hush and listen to what is it we need and what is it we want. That also means silencing, going back to the very beginning, silencing all that chatter. You've got to get up and make dinner, you've got to do laundry, you've got to do this, you've got to make sure this good. Hush all that so you can listen to yourself. It's kind of like the difference between trying to have a conversation in a noisy restaurant versus on a park bench. We need to be in the world on the park bench. Speak with compassion to yourself and others. Try to take the compassionate viewpoint of what's going on with that person right now that might be contributing to them feeling angry, feeling hostile, feeling down, being just grumpy. Went to get chicken feed at the feed store the other day, and the young man who was at the desk is usually just all kinds of bubbly and all about customer service, and he was so flat that day. And I didn't take it personally because we all have bad days, but I felt that it was important to go the extra mile to make sure that I smiled and spoke with compassion, because he was clearly having a bad day. But we need to do that with ourselves when we're having a bad day. Say, you know what? I'm just going to do what I can do today and be okay with that. I love this next activity. Write your job description. What is your job description for being you? What are your goals and what are your duties? At work, every year we write our job goals and whatever else in our performance plan. I don't remember what I used to call it when I was supervising people. And then at the end of the year, you had a performance evaluation based on the goals that you set forth and the duties you were expected to accomplish. So why don't you sit down and write those out and figure out what's important to you to get a good job evaluation on being you. This is the time when, as you start writing it down, you start realizing, maybe I'm putting too many goals here. Maybe I'm putting too many duties here. I wouldn't do this if it were my actual job because I know there's no way I can accomplish it. Once you start writing it down and seeing it visually, you're like, yeah, maybe I'm being a little too demanding. So writing your job description is an excellent activity. And adolescents tend to do this pretty well too. They haven't had as much experience with performance appraisals and things like that, but they can get an idea about how to write a job description, especially if you give them a template. So ultimately, the goal is to realize that self-esteem begins in childhood. And we want to start teaching children to be mindful. We want to teach them to stay in contact with how they're feeling and learn how to calm their breath from the very early age. When they start feeling all hyped up, when they start feeling tense, help them figure out how to diffuse that. We want to help them figure out what their values are and what's important to them. We want to help them be aware of themselves so they can identify their strengths and develop their me identity. So, who are you as an individual? In our society, we tend to want to be part of a group. We want to be interdependent, and that's great. But interdependent does not mean having the same identity as everybody else. We're not the Borg. Interdependent means taking our own individual identities and strengths and combining them to make sort of a greater good. Part of self-esteem development includes values identification, and this can start early. We can talk about honesty. We can talk about compassion. We can talk about trustworthiness. Kids get that. They know some of the basic values, and they can start learning why those are important and making decisions about some of the other ones, about what's important in their life. What do they see as an important value? We can help them start separating their wants versus their needs. A need is something that's going to keep their body, mind, and spirit going. A want is something that, they may really want in their heart, like a new bike for Christmas, but is it something that they need? And we can also start helping them address those cognitive distortions, the all or none thinking. We can start helping them address the sorting into the good or bad piles and learn how to accept that some things just are. And we can encourage them to be aware of sensations, feelings, and thoughts. Why? Because it helps choose behaviors which are in unison with your values. Not all of us notice sensations first. Not all of us notice feelings first, and not all of us notice thoughts first. That depends on you. I may notice that I'm being a negative Nelly as my first clue that I might be under stress. On the other hand, other people may feel a knot in their stomach and go, "Oh, I think something's going on," or "I've got food poisoning." But I digress. Probably something's going on. And still other people may hone in on those feelings, and they know they're angry. They don't know what they're angry about right now, but they know there is something that is ticking them off. Whatever it is that they're most in tune to, helping them integrate those will help them figure out how they're feeling, thinking, and choose behaviors that can help them feel happy. Being aware of these sensations can help support people through the difficult moments. Knowing that this tightness in your stomach before you go out and do a speech in front of 100 people, this is your anxiety. Strong self-esteem and a sense of self-awareness, acknowledging that anxiety and saying, "All right, it is what it is," can help people learn that they can move through the difficult moments. They can experience distress and succeed. Being aware of all these things also silences the critics, because a lot of times the critics are the ones that are bringing on some of these thoughts and sensations. They're heckling you. Silencing the critics, you can say, "No, that's not how I feel about that," or "That's really not how I think," if the critic is saying you should feel this way. And it helps you clarify who you are and what you want, because ultimately self-esteem is feeling good about you, not what your mother thinks about you, not what the woman down the street thinks about you, not what your boss thinks about you, but how you feel about you. Because once you have that, then you are going to start attracting other people who have a strong sense of self and can say, "You know what, we can have differences, but we can be friends. We can have different experiences, but we can share those to make something that's a stronger something." So kind of to tie it all up in a bow, mindfulness is really just a tool to help people get in touch with what's important to them and to silence the critics and the negativity that often dashes a lot of self-esteem. So people realize and become more aware when they're being unjustly negative and critical of themselves, and holding them to a standard that they wouldn't hold their child or their best friend, or for that matter, anybody else to. We want people to feel good about themselves. Until they do, they're going to experience dysphoria at some point or another. If you enjoy this podcast, please like and subscribe either in your podcast player or on YouTube. You can attend and participate in our live webinars with Dr. Snipes by subscribing at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. This episode has been brought to you in part by allceus.com, providing 24/7 multimedia continuing education and pre-certification training to counselors, therapists, and nurses since 2006. Use coupon code Counselor Toolbox.
I'll start the recording. Okay, so welcome, Tulsa Jansson. And the first thing I would like to say is today, it sounds very official, but today is the 10 years of the Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice, which you actually created, and we'll talk about it. And we also talk about the fact that being, as you are one of the people who did, I would say, the most for philosophical counseling and philosophical practice and philosophy in everyday life in Sweden. I have also practiced my Swedish with your book, and I have a few points that I find really excellent in your book that I will mention. So this is a conversation, and perhaps we could start by telling how you came to philosophy. What was your first encounter with the fact that we could philosophize?
It started like a personal need, I think, and I think that's quite common for a lot of people who are doing it. It sprang from the idea that something was needed in terms of, I suppose, existential health as a complement to traditional psychotherapy, which is huge in Sweden and basically the go-to whenever you are hit by some burnout or depression or thoughts on the big questions. So if you're not practicing any religion, there is really not any forums to talk about other things than more tangible stuff, everyday stuff. But there's very few places to reflect on the big questions.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. This reminds me about Hannah Arendt's distinction between domestic thinking and political philosophical thinking. But you mentioned two terms that are interesting. You said, on the one hand, existential health, and then you mentioned religion, and you know that we talked already together about the phrase and the idea of philosophical health. So what would you say? Would you say that philosophical health is somewhere in between existential health and spiritual health? Well, how would you define it?
I'm not really, familiar with the term philosophical health, so I think I would need an input to that in order to say something about it, because philosophy for me, and by virtue, is the quest of looking and trying to become, to understand, and that's not necessarily. It doesn't have to be connected with health. It could make you go crazy, and I suppose part of that quest. I mean, it needs to be a bit dangerous, I think, in order for it to be valuable. So that's so. Yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me of Nietzsche's idea of the great health, right? He had this idea that great health incorporates risk. And you use the term existential health. Wouldn't you agree that existence can also drive you crazy? Actually, that seems to be one of the features of existence, right?
Sure.
So
yeah,
there is this idea that perhaps you can be existentially healthy without really knowing what are the thought system that drives you. It could be implicit, and yet because you were, lucky enough, that sort of conceptual constellation that is not necessarily very aware works for you to have a good life. And so in my view, philosophical health, well, it's existential health plus the awareness of your thought system and your conceptual integrity in such a way that you can articulate why you believe that you're living a good life. But we'll come up with that, and I believe that we'll come back to that. And I believe that your book actually gives a lot of perspectives on that. I've noted a few things that I wanted to talk with you. For example, you wrote, so this is in Swedish, so you wrote, alla föds till philosopher. Everyone is born as a philosopher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Can I just briefly go back to, because you said basically that existential health also carries that same problem that I said that philosophical health might have. A, it's not super well defined, and B, how, in what sense can it be healthy when it's so complex? So I'm thinking that I suppose in the same way, existential health, or the way that I feel that philosophy helps me, is to actually just have these forums, to create these forums for deep thought. That in itself has existential or sort of well-being dimensions of well-being, just being allowed to think about these things that actually matter the most. What is a good life? Who am I? What's the point? And so that's one thing. And the second aspect of that is, of course, to try to reach to some kind of insights on what would a good life be, and then trying to aim towards that. So that's two elements that I think are conducive towards well-being. And also, I suppose then going back to the question that you just, or you didn't actually ask a question, but you said everyone's born a philosopher, like I wrote in that book. Yeah, I really do believe that, because our lives are so filled with unanswerable questions, and still a lot of striving and trying to be good, leading a good life, contribute to a good society in some sense. So it seems important to be able to in some way formulate and create a space for formulating what that could look like.
Yeah, and you're right to say that the notion of philosophical health, which I am advocating, is still work in progress. And I have proposed a few more precise definitions, and we won't necessarily talk about that today because they're published. But some people look at it via the angle of what they call philosophy as a way of life. And you just mentioned the fact that deep thinking could contribute to well-being. And I immensely agree with you. However, not everyone would find that obvious, right? Some people actually live their lives in a way that avoids the big questions, because they might be afraid that starting to think deeply about their life might transform things such that they will lose some form of domestic security, for example. And this is, I think, is related to what you're saying about the fact that everyone is born a philosopher. So I suppose that for you is as a potential, right? So we have that potential to think in such way that it's not only a mind game, but also that it helps us have a more coherent life where our acts and thoughts are in resonance, that don't contradict each other, right? The way our values don't contradict the way we act, for example. What would you tell someone that would say, okay, well, for me, philosophy is actually dangerous, actually, which is another, I'm quoting Hannah Arendt a lot today for some reason. Another of Hannah Arendt's quote is like, philosophy is very dangerous, but the world would be even more dangerous without philosophy.
Yeah, I think that's correct. But I think that the reason or the argument for someone to do philosophy is actually not only to be coherent, even though that could be side effect, but I think it's a need. I think it's a dimension in our being, in a spiritual dimension that we actually need. So that's one thing. And I think not asking yourself what a good life could be, or what is a good person, or what is friendship or love. I mean, these are everyday issues. We encounter difficulties with this every day. So not engaging in philosophizing about that would be to, suppressing a need that I think is imminent and strong. And the other part for doing philosophy, again, about what is a good society, what is friendship, what is a healthy relationship or something, that's actually a moral. I think that you ought to do it. Otherwise, it's you may not contribute to a good society if you are in that sense blindfolded and just. I mean, how could you not? I can't really see how you could avoid doing it. I think everybody are doing it, but they're calling it something else.
Okay. And when you speak of spiritual need, is it some relationship with the sublime, some transcendence, some form of sacredness that we might not necessarily need to call God? What do you mean by spiritual need?
I mean, in order for me to be in a remotely balanced way, I need to exercise my body a bit. I mean, walk or something. I need to use my muscles. I need to eat. I need to sleep. But there are things like art experiences, and which is a little bit similar, music experiences, and also philosophy, which are quite the similar part of our of some kind of a spiritual need, that you need something else other than food and physical training and love, of course, a relationship. You need that other part. I think I didn't really put that very elegantly, but so it's not. I don't think that it's.
But I like the idea of need, because, we are so used in psychology to this Maslow pyramid, which might convey, and Maslow himself said, well, it's not a pyramid in the sense that first we need to eat well, and then we need to have a Personnummer and have all the insurances, and then we can have a spiritual relation. The fact that we are saying it's a need is like we are putting this at the same level. And there is sometimes this discourse about the fact that, well, first we need to eat and be warm, which of course is also an important need, right? But I find actually that idea interesting, and we see that there are many cultures where the spirituality is stronger, and therefore the need for material things is less high, right? So there might be even perhaps some form of relationship with the fact that, well, the material things that sort of cover the fact that there are other needs that are more minimalist and that cannot be satisfied.
Which is supported by, I mean, convents, the life, I mean, that's spiritual,
right,
thing, but in another sense, or a bit right, in the same sense, I guess, yeah.
And you do speak about, in your book, about the hinders also to wisdom, right? So you list six of them, 6 obstacles to perhaps philosophical health: distraction, the lack of consciousness or awareness. Correct me. You can correct me later if I'm wrong, because I'm translating here from Swedish. Ego. Vanna. Is it vanity or?
Come again?
Vanna. V-A-N-A.
Vana, yeah. Habit, sorry.
Oh, habits. Okay. Okay, yeah. The lack of courage and vårt behov av förenkling av verkligheten. Our need to simplify truth.
Yeah, or reality.
Or reality.
Yeah.
What's the biggest hinder? What's the biggest obstacle?
To wisdom. I don't know. What do you think?
That's a good game. So we will pause here the video for people to reflect. I would say that perhaps I would hesitate between lack of courage and distraction. In the sense that, I've proposed five principles of philosophical health, and one is mental heroism. And I do think that to address philosophical questions in relationship to our life, we sometimes need a courage, precisely that is the courage to get out of the habits, the distraction, the ego that you mentioned, which is a form of habit also. And that takes courage because we are constantly pushed back, I would say, to our default mode of thinking like our group thinks, our group of belonging, or our community of belief. So it's like a everyday work of, I would say, arrachement in French. It's like when you draw yourself out. Yeah. And so I would say that, but I think these 6 ones are pertinent, and perhaps the obstacles change in different moments of our lives.
And it mixes, so probably there doesn't really have to be a number one either. I mean, I actually, on Friday, I have another book coming out, I think maybe I told you, which is only on hinders and keys to wisdom. So in that, there are 12.
Okay. What are the new hinders?
Yeah, I forgot.
That's actually a very philosophical, healthy answer. Like you maybe you forgot about the hinders because you've practiced in a way that to avoid them. And I mentioned that because we were talking a bit earlier about philosophy as a way of life, which is a stream, a field that was developed, among others, by Pierre Hadot. And he had this idea that philosophy in antiquity was also a series of spiritual exercises, daily exercises of ascesis, right? Such that we remain alert and avoid this sort of limbo state of half consciousness, where we fall back into the habits of of the society we belong to.
I mean, for sure, in terms of practicing, I think, I mean, philosophy has so many things in it that can contribute to our life, and then you can always debate whether it also contributes to our well-being. But I think, for better or worse, it's a big part of our life, and I think it has to do with certain virtues, to practice the virtues of, the dialogic virtues of listening and being curious and courageous as well, but also of the themes like we talked about before, which would be like the more spiritual themes of, the open questions of the big questions, which is inherent in our lives every day on an everyday basis, and so but through the process of dialogue, which is key to a good society and to, I suppose, also existential health. To practice dialogue, and that's something super rare, I think. And so that's, I think John Dewey is a big person and inspiration to that. He's the one who coined learning by doing, and that's so true, because not everything can be perforated on your brain just mentally and by reading, but you really need to do it every day, because that's how it transformed to something that you can actually master in some sense. So you really need to practice.
Right. So we have two ideas here: the idea of practice, the idea of doing, and the idea of talking, right, and listening. Therefore, because there's no dialogue without both. And I think that you have this actually is a good transition with the fact that you consider actually the philosophical practice and the philosophy in everyday life as a political endeavor. This connects with one citation of one quote of Stig Johansson that you have in your book. Allt vi gör vi är fri vilja. That's a little bit of Swedish lesson for the listeners. Vår egen eller andras. So everything we do is out of free will, either our free will or the free will of others, right, or of groups. So can you say more about that political dimension of philosophical practice?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, my academic background is moral philosophy and political philosophy, and to me it's super connected because of that free will. So in what sense can we say that we are free? And I think that we have a moral duty to try and be as free as we can, even though, not saying anything whether free will exists or not, but in some sense most people agree that we can steer or navigate a little bit at least in our life, and so that has consequences for me as an individual, for my life, going the way I want it, at least trying to aim at some life that I think has qualities, and also as a person of this society to contribute and to a society that I think is reasonably just, or not just being swept away by forces that I submit to without at least a struggle. So that's it's indeed a political and individual personal endeavor, both.
Sometimes I think that we are entering a new era regarding free will, in the sense that, of course, we know that free will was one of the key concepts of the definition of the modern subject, let's say since Descartes, 17th century. And what we are seeing right now, perhaps in the last 10, 20 years, is a slow algorithmization. That's a complicated word, but basically the increased use of algorithms to rule and govern our society, such that more and more, and we won't fetishize AI, but I've worked a little bit on AI, and there seems to be now emerging a society where computers will know and are starting to know, and this is in a little bit ironical, but are considered as knowing better what you should do, right? They tell you, well, given your background and given your statistics and predictive analytics, they might tell a teenager, you should choose that job. You have 98% chances of succeeding that job. But you tell us you want to be a philosopher. Well, you have only 2% chances of succeeding as a philosopher. what do you choose, right? So I think we will see more and more pathologies of free will, in the sense that people, and you talk about choices in your book, right? When choices, the idea of excess of choices, I think this was a very important theme in the 20th century, but we might enter another world where actually the best choice will be predicted and suggested to us by algorithms. And in that sense, what is left for us to decide? And then, of course, here we could, and I will just finish with Hegel here, because he has a very interesting analysis in the phenomenology of spirit about what was at that time considered the AI of the 19th century, which was phrenology. So the fact that, as you know, they looked at the brain and they had this pseudoscience of which remained in some forms with neuroscience today, of saying, okay, so these are the parts of your brain, and we look at the shape of even of the skull, and we can know what type you are. And Hegel said, well, even if it were right that we can understand everything about Tulsa right now at this moment based on a computer analysis, in the next second, Tulsa will make a decision that will make her ununderstandable for computers for the next 100 years. So Hegel was quite optimistic about our capacity for decision, existential decisions, to liberate us from imposed determinism. So another aspect that I found very interesting in your book, and you're welcome to react in my long, perhaps incomprehensible variation on free will. You have a very nice distinction here. It's a drawing. Maybe I should show it. So passion, or yen, mud. Can we translate yen, mud, by equanimity? Is it equanimity, or is it?
Oh no, equanimity. I don't know that word actually.
Equanimity is a term that means equality of soul. It's like whatever happens, you remain
calm,
calm and collected. You never go too high, you never go too low. It was also called ataraxia by the Greeks. And in your drawing, so there's this passionate couple, and they are talking to each other, and they say, oh, we have had a nice weather. Yes, unusually mild for the season. So what they are doing with their bodies contrasts with the kind of dialogue they are having. That's actually a very good question. Does philosophy apply in everyday life? Does it bring us this equanimity, this equality of soul? And that would be like, let's say, the Stoic version, or a more Nietzschean version. Does it bring us this sort of conquering passion to create our own values, or maybe a little bit of both?
I think again, it's the quest to. I mean, it's this debate within your head or outside with other people. What's the correct level at each? I mean, situational ethics, basically. I mean, what is reasonable to do here? Because I think that most people have these urges sometimes. Oh, you hear some good music at a cafe, and you would like actually to dance or to laugh out loud or to do something, and then you constrain yourself because you feel that it's not really the time or the place. And so basically, I mean, I guess that's also one of the reasons people drink, or to be able to put that little police in your head in brackets for a while, and to be a bit more direct and passionate, maybe, if you want to. I'm not you know, telling people to
drink.
No. but I suppose
Only on Friday.
You know, so in that sense, philosophy again, it's just I mean, I can't even not do it, and I think many people feel that way. You just can't avoid doing philosophy in your everyday life, because these types of dialogues or debates or considerations, they take place constantly on a daily basis for different reasons. And the hope is that you have better grounded your ideas on how to act. So not necessarily going in a more passionate way, or in the other hard word, which was a gray sort of mass economics. What, say again? You contradict
equanimity.
Equanimity, yeah. So I'm not saying that that philosophy would necessarily lead us in one way or the other, but just again making, you know, better founded, I mean, decisions that are better grounded.
Right. Yeah, there is this traditional idea of the philosopher. Even sometimes the word is used that way, like, oh, he's a philosopher or she is a philosopher, meaning this person can handle unfair things in a way that is detached, right? But and I would say that, despite the irony there, I would say that, well, yeah, there are many situations in life where you can become stressed, or you can, you know, lose your temper, and if you take a little bit of distance, you realize, well, this is really unessential. And usually we get to that form of knowledge later in life, right? But I think philosophy is perhaps the idea that we can have a curve of life that doesn't necessarily mean that we get wiser in the last 10 years, if we get wiser. But on the other hand, and you do speak of creativity at the very end of your book, in my approach that I call crealectics, this relationship with the creative dimension, which is not only present in humans, but in life, in nature, in the cosmos. This is extremely important for the kind of healing and liberation that thinking can bring, such that new ideas and new ways of looking at things can actually, you know, give us this sort of not only gratitude, but you know, like alleviation from worry. And sometimes it's just about looking at things in another way. Like, I look at your background, and this is really just a small metaphor, but I see the books and I'm wondering, are the books holding the wall such that it doesn't fall on our head? And I like that metaphor. Perhaps without philosophy, I think it's Asterix and Obelix who were always afraid that the sky would fall on their head, right? The roof might be shrinked, and then we would have to crawl.
Yeah, I think that I actually read Asterix and Obelix each night. So
okay,
I have a stash on my yeah, that's a good point. I mean, with the creative, because I mean that is what a philosophical dialogue is. It's creative. So you are being creative in a way that you are usually not, because normally when you're talking, you're trying to make a point, or while as being in philosophy and talking philosophically is aimed towards the truth or what seems to be the reasonable. So you need to all the way be able to pop around and change your aspect and take into consideration other things. So there's a really strong creative element, which I think has a lot in common with other types of creative tasks, such as painting or music or whatever. And I thought that something else you said there about alleviation and from worry, and I really do think that too, because I think, and the reason that I think you get an alleviation, and is that the correct word? Alleviation, yeah, is because for some strange reason, like grieving, you're grieving on your own, somebody close to you died, and strangely, when you're grieving together with a lot of other people who has also lost close persons, then you feel comforted. I mean, normally it should actually add to your sorrow that a lot of other people has also died and suffered from having a near one lost. But that's a strange sort of, because you feel as if you're not alone. And that, in the same sense, philosophy does that to you, because you are wandering together with other people, one person or several persons. Like when I do philosophical cafes, for example, you do get a strong feeling of that people feel like they belong and that they can worry together and worry together, as opposed to logically that should increase the worry, right? But on the contrary, you actually feel comforted in knowing that you're not alone in this quest for what's the point.
Right. And so right now you enter into this practice aspect with philosophical cafes, and perhaps it's time here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of SSFP. So SSFP, it stands for Svenska Samhället för Filosofisk Praxis, a Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice. It sounds very British and respectable. Would you like to, you founded it 10 years ago, right? What's the future of the society, and what's the vision?
Well, the vision for me has always been the same. So unfortunately it's a bit contradictory, because we both want to be a platform for philosopher who wants to practice and find, basically work outside of academy and find and also make a case for the need for philosophers in other places than academy. So that's one part, and the other part is to be very inclusive and to be what you'd call a folkrörelse, sort of a movement to try to inspire and give tools to everybody who wants to practice, but also, as is stated within our vision or mission, is to make sure or to work towards that philosophy genomsyrar the society in a more substantial way, meaning both
infiltrates, perhaps infiltrates, or
so within both healthcare, in school, elementary school, as well as public arenas. And so it's a political aim for me, at least. So it ties in with my ideas of what the use or value of philosophy is and could be.
And indeed, I mean, I think we're coming back to that point, both with Asterix and Obelix and with Socrates. We have this dimension of philosophy as a resistance against a dominant system, and there's always the question, and it started with Socrates' condemnation to death by Athenian democracy, that is philosophy going to challenge the convenient pillars of society in a way that people might start to question more, to resist some. We saw it, for example, this would be an entire conversation. Perhaps we don't have time today, but with the COVID situation, the different ways governments were using COVID to control the masses, right? If we compare, for example, Germany and Sweden, huge difference, with results that are similar, by the way, in terms of health and biomedical results, but with very much liberticide decisions in Germany. So on the one hand, and you speak about philosophy for children in your book, so you do believe actually it's better for democracy to educate people to think by themselves, and yet to be able together, as you were saying in that dimension, to be able together to recognize that we're not alone in confronting the mysteries and the limit situations of life. But on the other hand, there is this idea perhaps that philosophy can be a menace, because in the time of Socrates, for example, Socrates was challenging the young people who were usually from the aristocracy who were going to govern the city, right? And these young men were not used to doubt, right? They were so filled with perhaps not hubris, because it was not a virtue, but still this idea, yeah, of course I should rule. And here comes Socrates and say, okay, but what is justice? And they became very confused. And this was, of course, very threatening, perhaps, for the power in place. And so we could imagine today, well, if we had the same conversations about, concepts and the definition of our conceptual pillars with, leaders, politicians, etc., we would also realize that, well, it's very shaky, it's very fuzzy, and the decisions they take are perhaps not the most rational and enlightened. So where would you be in this sort of dialectic? Would you think, no, I actually, philosophy is very good for democracy, and we see that in certain countries, for example, France, where I studied, philosophy is mandatory in the last year of high school. Everyone does it. Could be better. Could start in young schools, as you explain in the when you relate the Philosophy for Children project. Or do you think, and that's sort of a rhetorical question perhaps, that we shouldn't do philosophy at home? Or, this idea that it's dangerous if you don't do it in a way that is it's sort of facilitated or curated by philosophers?
Well, so first of all, I think there's an important distinction, which is about learning about philosophers and learning about philosophy, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, philosophizing. So everybody from you're really young till you die are philosophizing, because you cannot function without investigating how things seem to be. So that's something we are doing all the time. That's a part of life. And then if you choose to call it, and then of course, then you can develop that into being more more
articulated.
Yes, thank you. So, and that's and I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense, because it's not a doctrine. You're not pushing ideas. You're just helping and training to specify, to divide, and or to see the differences and what's in common and what is this, concept. So I cannot see how that could be bad, because another fundamental thing is that you cannot keep your stance. You will have to consider other perspectives as assets. And that's something that just cannot be bad. And also, I mean, also I used to work politically as well, and a lot of politicians here in a small town are actually trying their best, and they have a notion of what that best is, and what could be good is if they also have a training of reevaluating and to. So what I'm saying is that I think it's called permeate, genomsyra. If we could bring philosophy much more into society, that would bring components that I cannot see. I mean, of course, I'm missioning about philosophy, but I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense.
Right, penetrate. And you do have this nice image in your book about, you would have an office and you would say city philosopher, Stadsphilosophen, and I like this.
I haven't given up on that.
Right. So
that's one personal goal that I have, just because it would be, it would mean something. It would be resonate. It would be something super cool.
I like that too, and perhaps we should create a party.
I have, what I wanted it to be called? Just philosophers, and then the motto should be, or the slogan should be, "We're back," and then we will do all in togas.
I love that. I really like that. I'm in. And I like very much your simple but powerful idea that we are actually philosophizing sometimes without knowing it. If we take random people, right, what we call sometimes the lay person, a bit pejoratively, there's this idea in Molière, Monsieur Jourdain, who is this bourgeois who decides, because he has a little bit of money in the 17th century, to educate himself, and he has this master of poetry, and the master of poetry tells him, okay, so there is poetry and there is prose, and prose is when you talk. And Monsieur Jourdain says, oh, so right now I am doing prose. Exactly. And well, wow. And I think that I really like this idea. Well, it's not about choosing between philosophizing or not. We are all from childhood philosophizing in a way or another, but our education system, etc., is perhaps not taking this seriously enough, such that he would train us in a way or another, such that this would actually strengthen political pluralism, which is for me an important dimension, the fact that world making could be much more diverse. We should be able to experiment socially and be much more open to diversity in a way that is not only a superficial diversity, but what is sometimes called cognitive diversity or knowledge diversity. I think this is a very good conclusion. We could, end with this call for a party. I think the hardest part will be to get people to use a certain outfit. That will be the hardest part. But I do think that it will be a very inspiring gesture. And in my view, it wouldn't surprise me that it happens in Sweden in a way. That's one of my biggest. I will conclude with that, and then I will give you the word. My biggest surprise is when I opened the philosophical parlor in Sweden. I really thought, is Sweden a philosophical nation? And it's not known for that. I mean, for example, if we look at Sweden's most famous philosopher, it's actually Descartes, who died here and who came to advise. He was the first philosophical counselor in Sweden 350 years ago, right? But nevertheless, to my big surprise is that in many environments, including in corporate situations, I work, for example, with Vattenfall, the energy multinational. There is a strong inner life in Swedish citizens that comes out to the surface. Sometimes, provided you tell them, okay, you are in this room, no one can hear you. So I think that when I first arrived in Sweden, I thought it feels strange. I had this strange feeling that Sweden is a nation that thinks, collectively. If you take people individually, it might not be obvious that they are very philosophical, but in fact, it is a nation that thinks even about, you were saying that politicians are doing their best. I think there is a debate, not only in Sweden, of course, but so I really am looking forward for this party, and you really have my voice, provided I could vote. Unfortunately, since I'm still a French citizen, not sure I could vote, but maybe soon. Shall we conclude with a few words on your side?
Yeah, I thank you, Louise, for inviting me. This was fun, and I mean, it's a great thing to expose also the way you do. So great, thank you. And I think just ultimately we have to remember that philosophizing is about wisdom and seeking more wisdom, and to be humble, because you can find it in the least expected places, even with politicians.
Yeah, that's nice. What's the title of your book? Next book?
It's actually called Obstacles or Hinders for Wisdom and Keys to Wisdom. So in Swedish, it's called Visdomshinder och Visdomsnycklar. 24 things to keep track of if you want to be klok, which is kind of, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we'll end on that word, wisdom. Well, I thank you a lot, Tulsa, and good luck with the great job you're doing with SFP, and we'll continue, of course, this conversation.
Bandwidth. I feel like that is a word that I've been hearing and reading a lot lately. And so it prompted this interesting discussion in my mind that I thought would be relevant to you all. So here I am. I want to talk about bandwidth and like the things that I've been learning and what I think that it might mean for us as moms. I feel like all moms are busy moms, so that I don't even want to distinguish. I was going to say especially for busy moms, but I think all moms are quite busy. We all have a lot on our plate that we're trying to handle and juggle. And so, yeah, I've been reading a lot about that. And when I think about bandwidth, especially like mental bandwidth, I think about it as like your ability to like focus on tasks, concentrate, just like the energy that you need to like get through the day. And I feel like it's relevant for moms because I feel like you'll feel more confident and more peaceful when you feel like you have enough bandwidth to process all the things that need to get taken care of. But I feel like one thing that moms may struggle with, especially if you feel overwhelmed all the time, is we might feel like we don't have enough bandwidth, energy, focus, concentration, like all willpower, all the good things that we need to be successful. Sometimes it can feel like a struggle that we don't have enough bandwidth to juggle all the things that need to get done. And so I want to talk about bandwidth for me, because one thing that you guys may or may not know about me, I used to talk about this on my channel a lot, is that I am an Enneagram 5. Please research that, because I'm not an Enneagram expert, but I know that one thing about Enneagram 5s that some people see it as a flaw, but after the things that I've been reading about bandwidth, I'm starting to possibly see this characteristic as, having its good side and bad side. But one thing that we believe in as Enneagram 5s is basically the conservation of bandwidth, the conservation of energy. How do we still accomplish our goals and get things done without feeling depleted at the end of the day? And although I'm not like an expert in that, I have definitely learned a lot and have found things that make me feel better when I approach it in a certain way, versus things that definitely make me feel depleted and like I have no bandwidth left at the end of the day. So I want to talk about, I think I came up with 6 things that have been successful for me in the effort to preserve bandwidth, emotional and mental bandwidth. And so before I begin, I want to talk about why bandwidth is important. I took some notes here. Yeah, you need bandwidth in order to have willpower. So if you have goals that you're wanting to focus on and you notice that you're not showing up for them, it's probably because you're lacking bandwidth. You need bandwidth in order to make good decisions. You need bandwidth to be able to concentrate on tasks. I don't know how many of you guys have ever experienced this, where you're trying to accomplish a task and you're doing it when you're tired, you feel depleted, and it just feels like you're not doing it as well as you would if you did it at a different time of the day when maybe you're high energy. That happens to me a lot, and that could be an issue of just not having the bandwidth to do it. I was listening to this YouTube video that was kind of talking about this as well, and he said one mistake that people make is when they plan out tasks that they need to get done, we tend to plan in time, like, I'm going to work on this from this time to this time, the next task I'm going to do from, this time to this time, and we think that we can plan with time alone. And that's not the case for a lot of people, because what we need to be managing instead of our time is we need to be managing our bandwidth, because just because we block out some time to do something doesn't mean that we'll meet that time block and also have the bandwidth that we need in order to have the willpower and the energy and the strength and the focus to be able to show up and complete the task. So instead of only planning by time, we need to also be making sure that we're taking our bandwidth into consideration and making sure that we're planning our day to also match the bandwidth that we have. So that's what I want to talk about, how to increase your bandwidth, or at minimum, preserve the bandwidth that you have. One more thing that I want to say about bandwidth, and especially with its relationship to willpower before I begin, is that I feel like for a long time, people have thought about willpower and bandwidth as a characteristic, like, a characteristic of someone. Like if you have strong willpower, you show up no matter what, that means that this person has, is a good person. They don't have any characteristic flaws. Meanwhile, if you struggle with bandwidth, you struggle with having the energy to show up consistently, that shows like poor moral traits for that, person. And that's the way that they used to think a long time ago. And I think a lot of us are still kind of trapped in that thinking. But the more and more research that comes out that kind of tests this bandwidth idea and willpower, the more that the research is starting to support that willpower is more like a muscle. And just like if you go to the gym and you try to work out your muscle, you will deplete the energy in that muscle at some point, at which time you would need to take a break, recuperate, and try to regain that energy again. And then you could try again, maybe the next day or in a few days' time. So that's what it's like when it comes to our willpower and when it comes to our bandwidth. We only have so much in a day, and we need to manage it because it depletes. And then once it depletes, it's very difficult to, like I mentioned, be consistent, demonstrate willpower, have the focus and concentration that you need in order to accomplish your tasks appropriately. So I hope at this point you guys understand the importance of bandwidth and the importance of taking it into consideration as you're planning your day, as you're planning your goals. Maybe this can explain why you feel like you're struggling with certain things, being consistent mainly. And it's, you know, it's really hard to be consistent and make good choices when you just are at the end of the day and you don't have any bandwidth left. And so before I begin, hi, my name's Lede. I'm the creator of this channel, Love Always Lede. And on this channel, I just like to talk about tips, tricks, hacks, and things for moms to make life easier for us. If you like that kind of content, then definitely feel free to subscribe and like this video. That is an awesome way to support the channel. All right, the number one way or thing that I noticed that helps me preserve bandwidth is I try, you guys may have noticed this in my last video, but I really try to do my most challenging tasks earlier in the day. So whether I have like a task of the day, like I have a goal that I'm trying to meet, and I know that this is like one of my big primary goals of the day, I try to do it as early as I humanly possibly can. Sometimes it's not very early because I have kids. I might have to do things for them. I have routines that I need to get done, but as early as I can, because for me and the way that my body works, I have the most energy in the first half of the day. But for someone else, you know, you have to know your energy. Maybe you have the best energy after you've eaten a healthy lunch. I don't know. But I try to plan the biggest tasks that need to get done around when I have the most energy. And for me, it's not exactly directly when I wake up. I need time to like kind of get my brain going. Then I need time to get my routines. But like once I get my routines done, like boom, if I'm going to get something done, if I want to increase my chances of getting those tasks done, I have to execute early for me. And that makes sure that I'm using my bandwidth for the most important things. Because what will happen if I don't is I will get pulled in so many different directions. I will get, you know, things come up. We have families. And by the end of the day, after I've been pulled in 50 different directions, I've handled everyone else's priorities, I have no energy and no bandwidth left for the things that I decided was a priority. So what I notice is if I do it first, I can get those things done and still have plenty of bandwidth left to tackle the unpredictable parts of my day. And so this doesn't only apply to goal setting. For me, this can even apply to like my routines. You know, it's not a very smart idea for me, knowing that I don't always have like the most bandwidth, for me to wait until the very end of the night after I've done every single possible thing for everyone else, for me to be like, now it's time for me to do my cleaning routines. It won't work for me. Sometimes it can, especially if it's a habit, but for the most part, I don't trust myself to do my routines at the very end of the night, because a lot of times I just don't have the energy to do it. So what I instead do is I try to find a way to push that task earlier in the day. If I have like a small window of time before I need to go pick up my girls from school, I'm not gonna waste that window of time. I'm gonna do some darn dishes. If I am waiting for something to cook in the oven, I'm not gonna waste that time. I'm gonna be folding laundry because I know that all these things can give me a head start. If, I don't know, I'm just in the kitchen and I don't have anything to do, or if I'm taking a break from work, I'm gonna be like dicing berries and stuff and getting ready for the next day. Because, you know, just because I have a goal to get those things done at the end of the night doesn't necessarily mean that I have to do all of it at the end of the night. If there's any way that I could give myself a head start or incorporate it into earlier parts of the day when I have more bandwidth, I just know that I'm more likely to be successful than if I wait until the end of the day to try to get things done. So that's just me. All right. So we're talking about 5 ways to maximize your bandwidth. And now I'm going to be going to point number 2. One thing that can take a toll on your bandwidth is trying to hold too much information in your brain at one time. You guys, there are studies that support that. Let's see, I have notes here. I've been taking notes when I'm reading, you guys. But there are studies that support for our short-term memory, we can only hold about 7 pieces of information, give or take 2. So for some people that number's 5. For some people that number could be 9. But we can only hold a small amount of information in our short-term memory at one time. And the more information that you just try to hold into your short-term memory, that has a way of pulling down on your bandwidth. Because what happens is we think we're just going to remember it, we're going to tuck it into this nice corner of our brain, and that's not how it works when it comes to our short-term memory. Because instead what it does is it just kind of bounces around in there, it keeps popping up, distracting us, pulling us from the task that we're supposed to be working on, because we're remembering all this stuff that we need to do. Oh, I need to do this. Oh, I forgot I need to get my son's medication order. Oh, I forgot. So one thing that you can do to preserve your bandwidth and to keep like those little short-term memory tasks clear out of your brain so that you can be focused and have bandwidth for the day is to have a system that you trust and to write those things down in a system that you trust. And so before I got, into my system, I tried to write tasks down on sheets of paper. I tried to write tasks in to-do lists, but even that wasn't enough for me because I kept losing my sheets of paper. I kept losing my to-do list. And I just didn't feel or information would get lost in the to-do list. I would overlook it and I would still be struggling to get things done in a timely manner because I totally overlooked it. It was on my list, but I didn't pay attention to it. And so, for me, I noticed that having a system, the system that I do now, helps me with that because it helps me build that trust that when I write this down, I will absolutely take care of this task because it's not going to get lost. I have places where I document certain things. And for me, that has given me peace of mind. So when I write something down, I literally release it from my brain so that I can focus on the task at hand. And I feel like it took me starting the Fly Lady system for me to feel that sense of relief from writing things down in my life. For example, if I have things that are coming up, I know the perfect place to put it in my Google Calendar. I have, I have planners that I've created and I have the perfect place to document stuff. And I just know that information is not going to get lost. And because I create routines and systems that are realistic, I'm not overcrowding my day and expecting myself to do too much. Because it's realistic, I know I'm probably going to get that task done. And I feel a high level of confidence in myself that things are going to get taken care of. And that gives you such an increased amount of bandwidth when you can write stuff down and trust that it's going to get done. I read that there are 2 ways to kind of stop that loop of, things floating around in your short-term memory. The first way is to get the task done. To stop what you're doing, do the task, and that will release it from your brain. The other way that you can also have that same sense of relief is to document it into a system that you trust. I think that came from the Getting Things Done book. I have not read that book, but it was referred to in the book that I did read, which was How to Take Smart Notes. That's what I read this weekend. And, this actually goes along with the second thing that I was going to write. You guys know that I'm a lady who I think a lot. I have lots of ideas. I like to build lots of connections, and then I like to talk about them. And that was another thing that was frustrating me. I would have these ideas and I would always be worried that I would forget them because I would write them in notebooks. And then when I need the note, I don't know which notebook I wrote it in. Did I put it in my app? And that's stressful when you don't trust that when you write something down that you'll be able to get back to it or reasonably handle it. And so that's what this book helps you with. It helps you with having a system of note-taking that kind of takes away that problem so that you can reference back to it. I can't remember, but did you finish Tiny Habits? I did. That was an excellent book. I read Atomic Habits and I read Tiny Habits. And for me, I feel like I liked Tiny Habits a little bit more because I felt like that book had practical things that you could be doing today to improve your routines and not your routines, your habits. And I thought that book had a lot of great ideas about just in general habit creation and being intentional about that. And that was a book I really enjoyed. So yeah, I recommend it. All right, so where was I? Having a place to document so that you don't have to try to hold things in your short-term memory, because holding things in your short-term memory, it drains you guys. And so having a system to document those things. If you have not heard of the Peaceful Homekeeping System, I highly recommend that you find some type of system. The Peaceful Homekeeping System is a free series of videos that I offer here on my YouTube channel where I walk you through the system that I am using. And it's just really good because it will help you take that massive list of things that you feel like you have to do, and it will chunk it down into 4 categories. So you know that everything that you see in your home, you know what category it goes in. And just something about the simplicity of that and the way that I try to teach it is very realistic. You will get things done, but more importantly, you will just have that clearness of your mind when you have like an appropriate place and a system that you actually trust to get things done. All right, I gotta hurry up and get back to work. So let me zoom through these next three things. Okay, we're talking about how to maximize your bandwidth. Number 3, it kind of goes along with what I was talking about before, but I listen to my intuition when it comes to planning what I think that I can reasonably accomplish in one day. If I am writing out my to-do list and I'm like, oh, I'm not sure that's gonna get done, I listen to that. I break my task down into small bite-sized pieces. I use the basic weekly plan to spread tasks throughout the week so that I have a focus of the day. If I feel like I have too many focuses in this week, I start rolling tasks into the next week, and that system has worked out very well for me. Because I find that what I was doing before is I would underestimate or overestimate how long things take. And I find that if I keep my focus to like 3 major focuses of the day, that gives me lots of room in my day to, like if things don't go according to plan, I have not overpacked my schedule so much that I can't address it. And then that creates stress. So I try to keep it, like I mentioned, to 3 focuses a day. And I have a system that helps me like spread that out throughout the week, throughout the month, so that number 1, I'm not handling a lot of urgent tasks that are due today. Like I don't have that problem as much as I used to before. So I'm getting things done in advance. And for me, I feel like that preserves a lot of bandwidth by not over jam packing my day, having realistic expectations and lots of wiggle room for when things inevitably go wrong. I have lots of space in my day to adjust and to problem solve and to work through it, because I don't have the pressure that, oh, I only had 15 minutes to do this task. Now I got to jump to I don't have that because I don't over jam pack my day. So I find that having that wiggle room, that flex room in my day really helps me just preserve bandwidth. And it just gives me that sense of like, I don't know, like assurance, if that's the right word, that if things go wrong, like I still have plenty of room in this day to be able to try to work it out and figure it out. So that helps me out a lot. And I would consider that giving myself flex. So that can even include, I am very serious about taking my breaks. So that can even include like making sure that you're taking your breaks. I know, especially as a work from home mom, it can be tempting to work through your lunch break. It can be tempting to not take, what people would be doing in the office is chatting with their coworkers and having like that time of non-productive time and then returning back to their task. When you're like working from home, sometimes it can be tempting to just power through everything because you don't have a coworker to talk to. But for me, I have to take my breaks, and that I feel like helps me also just with having that flex into my day. Also, it's important to plan breaks into your day, which I think I'm gonna talk about in a minute. But yeah, I'll talk about that more in a minute. But that helps me out a lot, is just not overpacking my day and giving myself plenty of flex room. And I find that when I'm consistently knocking things off my to-do list every single day, that flex room is not problematic for me. Because sometimes I feel like we can get into that mindset that, well, if you could do 3 tasks, well, if you have time and flex, you should have made it 10. No, like for me, because I'm so consistent, I'm finding that it doesn't really hurt anything for me to just keep my focus to like 3 major tasks. And if I have something that's really heavy, like I see a task coming that's pretty heavy, like one thing that I'll do as well is I will adjust the rest of my day. Like I had to take 3 kids to get blood drawn. That was like a really big deal because like 2 of them are like, two of them were 3-year-old toddlers. And for that day, you better believe we had like an easy dinner when I came back home. So I do that a lot. Like I will adjust my day according to the tasks that I know that I have. And if it feels really heavy, I'm like, okay, well, where can I start cutting back a little bit to make this fit into my day comfortably? So those are things that I do to preserve bandwidth. The next thing that I do, number 4, is I try to avoid hyper focusing. So what does that mean when it comes to homekeeping? For me, that means like trying not to clean my whole house from top to bottom all in one day. I'm just gonna get it all done. That used to be what I tried to do. That led to like a lot of stress, chaos, overwhelm, self-doubt, thinking that I must be the messiest person in the world. I can't keep up. Why does everybody keep up for me? Yeah, that led to a whole lot of drama that I'm not trying to go back to. And so I find that it's just effective to set boundaries with myself that prevent that hyper focusing and cleaning in layers. Like, does that mean that my house is perfectly clean 100% of the time? No, but I also don't have projects lingering around the house that are irritating me, that are getting under my skin, that I don't feel confident that I can take care of. Because in the way that my system is structured, If there's anything that I want to get to, I know where it will be taken care of in my system. If I have clutter that needs to be addressed, I will get that in zone 2. If I have some vacuuming that needs to get done, I will handle that during my weekly home blessing. If I have dishes that need to get done, I don't have to stop what I'm doing right now to focus on that. I know that it will be taken care of, during my routines. And so it's nice to know that every single thing that I see in my house, I can figure out what category it best fits in, and I know when I'm going to be working on that category of tasks. And so that really helps me not hyper focus. That one thing I was reading about was called tunneling, and that's, let's see, yeah, tunneling is basically when you feel like you have like a scarcity of something, so like a scarcity of time when it comes to homemaking, so you just get so focused and so like tunneled in on that thing that you focus on it at the detriment of other things that need to be taken care of in your life. And that's something that I've absolutely been so guilty of. Like, I'm gonna clean this house, but I'm gonna ignore my kids. I'm probably not gonna cook. I'm not gonna maintain the work that I've done. Like, I just throw out everything else out the window. My emotional, well-being, everything out the window because I'm focused on this goal. I want a clean house. And that's not very healthy for us either. And that absolutely can wear down and pull down on your bandwidth. And so instead of hyper-focusing, it's like we want to be focused, we want to get things done, but we want to make sure that we're balanced about it and that we're juggling all the things that need to get done. So for me, avoiding hyper-focusing, cleaning in layers, having a plan helps me preserve bandwidth. All right, the next thing is, I've talked about this before, but trying to reduce the number of decisions that you make in real time. Like if it's 5 o'clock in the morning and you're trying to get your kids breakfast ready, for me, it helps when I already know what I'm about to do. If I have any possible way to separate the thinking of that task from the doing of that task, I really try to do that because that is one thing that will pull from your bandwidth is decision making. Responsible decision making pulls down your bandwidth. They call it decision fatigue. And so the number of decisions that you can make ahead of time will help you preserve bandwidth throughout the rest of the day. And I think for a lot of us, we've already made so many decisions just to walk out the door. Like, we probably already feel drained just by walking out the house. What am I gonna wear? What are the kids gonna wear? What am I gonna pack for snack? What are you gonna have for breakfast? And then, heaven forbid, something goes wrong. Like, you thought you were gonna pack this, but you found out that you're out of this. So now you gotta make a new decision. What am I gonna make for dinner? I said I was gonna make chicken. We're out of chicken. Like, it just, before the day can even start, you've already like depleted yourself because you have so many decisions that you have to make. So if there's any way that you can make those decisions ahead of time, maybe you have a dedicated planning time on the weekend to think about how you want your week to go. Maybe when you're in bed at night, pulling up your Google Calendar and just writing a couple of decisions out. I do that sometimes. Like, I'm in bed and I'm like, okay, this is what we're going to do in the morning, whatever. Like, really try to get out of making those decisions in real time and trying to decide what that vision of your morning would look like and making those decisions that night. So that for me, it's just much easier to do the task than it is to think about the task and to do the task. So whenever I have the ability to do that, I definitely try to get it in because it just helps. Like, right now, I know what we're eating for dinner, but there have been times where I'm like, I will figure it out when we get there. And that is like one of the most draining things that you can do, especially when it comes to things like that require preparation and having supplies, and then finding out that you don't have what you need to make what you thought. So one way to avoid that is to make your decisions in advance whenever you can. All right, the last thing that helps me, I gotta hurry up, you guys. All right, my break is over. It should have been over. I wanted to make this a 20-minute video, but y'all know I get long-winded. So the last thing that helps me with just preserving my bandwidth is, incorporating lots of planned breaks and me time into my life. There used to be a time where I felt like selfish about that. I used to feel like guilty about that, but those days are behind me because I've learned that when I have like that wiggle room in my life, that flex room in my life, it just makes me show up in everything that I do better. And so what does that look like for me? That looks like on the weekend, I have my self-care day. Half the time, my self-care day literally could just be me under the blankets without, I'm sure you guys can hear my kids yelling, but that helps me out so much. Sometimes it looks like me reading a book and having quiet time. Sometimes that looks like me getting my kids to bed on time so that after 8 o'clock, like, I don't have to talk to or answer to no one. sometimes that looks like me waking up an hour before my kids, because as much as I don't want to do it, it sets me up for so much success when the first hour of the day is quiet. I gotta talk to nobody. Like, I can cut my fruit in peace if I need to, pack whatever I need to pack, take my shower, put my makeup on, and have that slowness. So what looks like self-care and time and space and capacity for me might look completely different for you. Maybe you need to schedule some time to go hang out with your girlfriends. It don't have to be dramatic. It don't have to be an all-day event. But if you know that it makes you feel energized and rejuvenated, I just feel like it goes a long way to helping you maximize the bandwidth that you have when you're pouring back into yourself. And it is something that I have seen the difference, you guys, between not doing it and doing it. And that is why I advocate for it so much, because I have seen a very contrast difference. And so if you are not taking that time for yourself, I highly recommend that you start doing that, because that is definitely a way to kind of increase your mental and emotional bandwidth so that you can show up for all the things that you need to do with more energy, more clarity, and more focus. So my kids are really back there just screaming. School starts next week. But anyway, that's all I have. That's all I have today. 5 ways. I've just been seeing that a lot. And with this new note-taking system that I've been trying, it's really cool, because you start to see you read about 3 different articles on 3 different things, and then you start to see how they're all connected. And I was like, I feel like this is very relevant when it comes to us, especially when we have goals, we have systems that we're trying to do, we're trying to be consistent. And it's really hard to be a responsible adult when you don't have bandwidth. And so just thinking of ways that you can use that knowledge to your advantage. How can I not allow that bandwidth to wear down so quickly in the day? What can I do to not let it wear down? So we talked about making decisions ahead of time before the day even starts, knowing how you want this day to look. We talked about when you have something bouncing around in your head, writing it down in a system that you trust so you can preserve your bandwidth. We talked about, doing things. If you know that you have tasks that are important, maybe they're not urgent, but they're really important and you want to see yourself working on it. We talked about either giving yourself a head start throughout the day when you have bandwidth, or trying to work on bigger tasks first. We also talked about just not planning too much into your day, trying not to over jam pack your day and really allowing there to be flex room, because things will come up and it is really stressful when you feel like you packed your day with so many activities that you can't you can't adjust, you can't problem solve. And let's just normalize that. Once we get our 3 tasks done, if everything goes smoothly, let's normalize, taking the rest of the day to do the best you can with your normal routines and tasks that you have. Let's normalize being okay with not having to keep adding more and more and more stuff to our plate because it's not okay to take a break. I have definitely normalized that, and I do believe that having that space in your life as often as you can will definitely help with the preservation of bandwidth. The book that I was reading was called I didn't read it, but that was referred to a lot, was called something about scarcity. Yeah, if you Google scarcity, why having too little means so much. That was the solution that they had for just increasing your bandwidth, is giving yourself more flex room in your life. And I know that's going to look different for every person. But one way that you can do that is to stop putting so much pressure on yourself. If there's goals that you can control, that you can take off your plate, try not to put that pressure on yourself to cram so much in your day, and giving yourself that flex room will improve your mental and emotional bandwidth. And so I think I covered all 6. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this type of content, then make sure that you like this video. Thank you so much, Marie.
Let's say today I lost my house, I lost everything, I was out on the streets, I was a bum. It's a pretty bad circumstance, but in my mind, the way I think, I'll be like, awesome, time to hustle again. All right, let's see how quick I can do it. Let's see how quick I can get up. Or this is really going to toughen me up. That doesn't matter. Ego depletion doesn't matter. When your mind is set on something, you're going to do it. Like what I said, when I'm making a video for YouTube, I don't give a shit about ego depletion. I'm going to sit there and finish the video until it's done, or I'm going to die. Nothing can hurt me. I'm only going up.
Body mind empowerment.
Get stronger, faster, smarter, quicker, friendlier, more helpful, more driven.
Everything the body needs.
Control your mind.
Welcome to the Body Mind Empowerment Podcast. I'm your host Simland, and today my guest is Isaac from the YouTube channel The Realized Man, and he makes videos about dominating your psychology and winning the internal battle, we all face, and achieving your goals that way. Isaac, I'm so glad to have you here, and I want to welcome you to the show.
The pleasure is mine, man. I've been waiting to get on your podcast, and I was so happy when you actually told me, "Hey, Isaac, let's make this happen." And here we are. Hopefully, it's a good one.
Yeah, definitely. We've been on this journey of YouTube together for a while already, and we kind of it was just a matter of time, you know.
Yeah. You, me, and Philip. It started all at the beginning. I think this time last year, fresh. Here we are now.
Yeah, exactly. You know why I like your videos is like you combine the philosophy and the aspect of hustling hard. So it's kind of very good combination of modern day success and personal development with these ancient philosophers as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think you kind of need that, especially the philosophy of Stoicism. There's so many aspects in that philosophy that just correlate into the hustle ethic, that just kind of give you the right mindsets to be able to just get down and win that battle of the internal mind, like what I'm always talking about on my channel, and make things happen. So you need to draw from all different areas, and philosophy is definitely a strong point for me to get my, motivation from.
Exactly, like the game is psychology. Everything, the world or your subjective experience of the world, all of it exists only in your head, in your psychology, and so your own mindset and the way you look at things, it's literally the key aspect of how you experience the world around you. So why do you think like having a mindset or having a good, right growth mindset is so important?
Well, just like what you said, your perception is everything. And I've seen what kind of drew me to this whole self-improvement thing was how I realized how your mind can literally change what you experience. I've seen people that have had it all literally having terrible lives just because of how they perceive things, just because of how ungrateful they are. And I've seen people with nothing just really happy and, having that energy just coming from them because of their perception, because they're grateful for the small things. So it all starts with the mind, Sim. Like a growth mindset especially is incredibly important. In this line of work, you need to kind of have faith that you can get better. The fixed mindset that people have when they believe that, this is what they have, these are the genetic blessings I've been given, or this is all I can achieve, is not inducive of success in this world, right? So self-improvement is kind of a way to unlock that growth mindset in people to be able to actually achieve crazy things, to be able to actually do the things that we're always talking about, trying to inspire on our channels.
Yeah, it's true. Like, and it doesn't just apply just to success or goals. You need to have your mindset on point with everything else as well, like your health, your relationships, your greater purpose in life, and those are all tied. They're all tied to your mindset. And the thing with your mindset and the thing with your actions is that, like, they become self-fulfilling prophecies in a sense of what you believe to be true. You will only act if you believe that something is possible to be accomplished, and if you don't believe that that you won't be able to accomplish them, then you won't be able to act either, because it's limiting in a sense, and you never want to act on something that you're going to fail. So yeah, definitely having a growth mindset, believing in what you do, lays the foundation to your actions all the time. So what kind of a mindset do you yourself personally have?
Like my business, The Realized Man, my hustle, I have a pretty extreme mindset. I'm not sure. I'm sure you're aware of Jocko Willink.
Yeah, Jocko Willink. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got a similar type of mindset when it comes to my work. Whereas he's probably got like in terms of battle and being a commander and stuff. I've got that do or die mindset when it's time to do the work. So if I need to do something. And the only way I'll get off it is once I'm finished or if I'm dead. So I push myself to that mental place. And it hasn't always been like that. It took a bit of time. You know, a lot of books I've read, especially a lot of Navy SEAL books, they're really good for kind of building up that mindset. And I feel like that's the mindset you need if you want to be a good hustler, right? In this world, you need to be able to kind of push the barriers. And what I've noticed is a lot of us, we stop at self-made limits, right? We start feeling that inner resistance. We start feeling a little bit of resistance, and we're like, okay, now that's enough. Now I'm done. What I've been doing over the past 5 years is just trying to teach myself to push through that limit. It started off from the gym, from fitness, and then it seeped over to the mindset aspect, to just sitting down and doing work. And what I've noticed is, as human beings, our potential is so insane. It's incredible, but a lot of us just tap into a little bit of it.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Like I like what you said, that Navy SEALs, they are all pushing themselves to the limit. And I've heard this saying amongst Navy SEALs that whenever you feel like quitting or whenever you feel like you've reached enough, then that's only like the 40% of your true potential. And that is true because your mind is always trying to protect you from taking action, from putting you into these uncertain situations, because it's like, yeah, self-preserving mechanism. Because an organism, if it expends too much energy, if it gets into these dangerous situations, then its survival is gonna, then its chances of survival is gonna be lower. So your mind is always trying to protect you, whether that be by not taking action, causing fear, anxiety, or even lying to yourself. It's also a way of you know, self-preservation and avoiding the uncertainty.
Yeah. I think you have to be very cognizant of that. I always talk about that on my channel. I talk about this thing called the evolutionary mismatch. Basically, our biology hasn't really caught up with the technology and the advancements we have now. So, like what you said, you as an organism, you're trying to conserve energy as a number one thing. You're trying to ensure your survival. So your brain doesn't care about your higher ideals, doesn't care about your podcast sim, it doesn't care about your courses or your impact you want to make on this earth. Your brain just wants you to survive. And it still thinks that we're getting chased by mammoths and saber-toothed tigers. So luckily for us as human beings, we have this blessing, this faculty of being able to be more aware. So we can kind of like step outside of ourselves and see the situation. We can become aware of these impulses we have as like an animal, as like, you know, an organism, and still see the higher picture and say, hey, wait a minute, this doesn't have to be the way, I don't have to follow this impulse. I'm not a base animal. I can choose to persist. And I think that's where that grit comes from. And I'm sure you know a lot about that, Sim. I see how much work you've been putting in, and your podcast, you know all about that mental resistance and pushing through it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a good analogy of YouTubing, making videos, and being an entrepreneur on the internet, because it really requires a ton of work and consistency. As with both of us, we've been, you know, publishing hundreds of videos over the last year, and we're still going to keep doing it. So it's definitely like we're not, even though we're living in a modern age that is very safe and secure, we're still as if living in a, you know, in an environment that requires these kinds of adaptations of disciplining ourselves and maintaining this consistency in this regard.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And another thing that's kind of messes us up in the modern day is you have to realize that we are bombarded by so many more distractions than there's ever been at any other time, period. I was having a talk with my friend the other day, and we were discussing what would it have been like to live just like 20 years ago. Like, what did people do before the internet, before, you know, social media? What did you do, right? Yeah. Now we've got all these things. We've got Telegram, Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube, iTunes, like all these things grabbing your attention. So it's never been easier for people just to kind of take the path of sloth, to kind of just fall into those evolutionary urges to take the path of least resistance, to just entertain yourself. So today, more than ever, a good mindset, that hustler mindset, that grit mindset is needed.
Yeah, if we're being conditioned to be, you know, all over the place, and to be, you know, in the grips of these sensory stimulations, then you don't develop this kind of patience and focus, and you tend to dabble. You don't commit to one thing that is going to actually give you the more results, because mastery, the greatest results come from mastering something and getting actually so good, getting really good at something. And just if you're dabbling, if you can't, if you you know quit certain activities as soon as you start them, then yeah, you'll never reach these kinds of higher levels of mastery.
Let's say you need like 10,000 hours of mastery. It's something that's kind of becoming more difficult to do in this modern day, like what we said, because of the distractions. You go back a few thousand years ago, a blacksmith who was a blacksmith all his life, all he's going to be doing is just forging weapons. He's going to get that 10,000 hours easily. But for us, it takes a lot of mental focus to decide on one thing and to actually go hard at that. And besides the distractions, we're also paralyzed by information, right? Like when you give someone 50 choices, it's harder to make a decision than if you give them 3 choices. And we need to navigate around that to succeed, to be able to do what we want to do.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, what kind of qualities do you value in a person's mindset? What kind of qualities or traits do you like value the most?
Yeah. I like grit. That's one. Grit, the ability to just persist on one thing and keep going regardless of hurdles. People need to be adaptation. I feel like a lot of people are not adaptive. They get comfortable in a particular environment or way of thinking, and it's next to impossible to get them out of that.
Right.
And yeah, I think those are the 2 main ones, Sim. Those grit and adaptation, the ability to adapt to obstacles as they come your way. If you have those 2 mindsets, you'll be able to go very far indeed.
Yeah, but yeah, I agree with you. Like, one of the highest values that I value in people is like having this kind of a mindset that allows you to overcome your current condition and your current circumstances, in a sense of not focusing on the aspect of, oh, I have these kind of predisposing genes, I'm living in this kind of environment, I've been given, or I've been I've been forced to have this kind of a burden to bear that I didn't choose. But instead of instead of adopting the victim mindset and falling victim to that, instead of that, overcoming it and using it as something that is actually going to give you more leverage and more power, in a sense. And I believe like the individual's ability to override and rise above any circumstance is one of the most admirable and most effective mindsets to ever have. And I believe like the best example of this comes from history as well. Like my favorite books of all time is Man's Search for Meaning, and it's written by Viktor Frankl, and it talks about how he survived the Nazi concentration camps, where he spent for 3 years under brutal conditions. He was working hard, and he basically came out of it thanks to his mindset, thanks to his ability to perceive his suffering as something meaningful, as something that didn't break him, but actually allowed him to find more happiness and fulfillment.
Yeah. You see, I've read that book as well, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. And that's why I like the Stoic mindset so much, the Stoicism philosophy. Viktor Frankl kind of resonates with that philosophy a lot in the way that he talks about certain things in his book. The ability to take an obstacle, as Ryan Holiday says, and make it the way. So take any negative event that happens in your life and flip it upside down and use it as a way for self-betterment, self-improvement. And what I've noticed in life is if you look really thoroughly, there's always a way to turn a negative into a positive. Even the worst circumstances, you can always turn positive. Let's say today I lost my house, I lost everything, like I was out on the streets, I was a bum. Like, it's a pretty bad circumstance, but in my mind, the way I think, I'll be like, awesome, time to hustle again. All right. I mean, so let's see how quick I can do it. Let's see how quick I can get up. Or this is really going to toughen me up. Like you had Brendan Carter on your podcast the other day as well, or you were talking to Brendan Carter, and I remember watching his story, and he was talking about how the way he developed his mindset was that his father passed away when he was young, and he had to look after the family and, you know, become the man of the house at a young age, and that just really gave him the advantage. So sometimes these negative things that happen in life, if you have the right mindset, they kind of make you stronger. Like in Black Panther, you know, like, you know, how he absorbs the kinetic energy and gets stronger. I'm not sure if you guys watch that. That might be a spoiler. That's how I like to look at things. Nothing can hurt me. I'm only going up.
That's right. Like there are things, yeah, in Stoicism they say that, you know, there are things that you can't control, like the weather, the, you know, planetary circulation and things like that, but you can control your thoughts and actions. So even if you, even by simply admitting that you can, even if it may be a lie, that you can't actually control, that you can't even, you know, direct the course of actions of future events entirely, even if you simply admit to yourself or acknowledge to yourself that you can do it, then just the mere fact of doing that already gives you so much power, because you're gonna direct your focus on the things that you can actually control.
Yeah. That's what people are always saying. You might not have control of your external world, but you always have control of your internal world. It's kind of like if someone chucks you an insult right now, you can take it one of two ways. You can be offended by it, or you can exercise your control and be like, no, I'm not going to let this affect me at all. You know, this is nothing to me.
Right.
And the ability of exercising your control is actually pleasurable once you've done it a few times. You get, you know, you're just like, oh, wow, I wonder what's next. I wonder what else they're going to chuck at me. I wonder what else is going to come. It almost kind of becomes like a game in some ways.
Exactly.
If you get really deep down this rabbit hole, it starts becoming like a little bit of a challenge. Like, oh, I wonder what I can overcome next. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, this? Oh, sweet. Yeah. I remember the other day, Sim, I had to go to the hospital because my mum needed to get checked up, and we were waiting in the hospital for like 5 hours, right? And before the 5 hours, I was waiting for 2 hours, and I realized I was going to stay there for a long time. I was like, okay, so in my mind, I could have done one or two things. I could have complained and thought, oh, crap, I'm going to be here for 5 hours. I won't be able to hustle. You know, I can't do the things I wanted to do. This sucks. But I chose to flip that upside down. I thought to myself, oh, wow, so I'm going to be here for 5 hours. Let's see how good I am at this game of patience.
Good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, let's see how patient I can be. Let's see how stoic I can be about this. And that just flipped the thing upside down. When you turn these negatives and kind of make them into like little challenges that you have to overcome, it completely changes your experience with those things. And that's something that people can do.
I totally agree with you on this one as well. Like, I've been in similar situations, and like I said, it's a game almost, and it might seem sort of a masochistic game, but but in reality, it is actually simply conditioning. Everything you do every day is you're training something. You're conditioning your brain in some direction or the other. Like even like, say, for instance, I'm trying to do some work on the internet, with my blog or YouTube channel or whatever, and the internet goes away, then I might feel, you know, I might get frustrated. I might get, you know, angry because I won't be able to do the stuff I want to do. But at the same time, yeah, once you acknowledge to yourself that, oh, this is an opportunity to practice not being influenced by these kinds of things, of staying in control of your mind and directing your psychology in the way of where you're still in control and not losing it. So that's like, and that's a huge power. And once you feel that initial barrier is overcome, you feel that you're not actually being negatively influenced by this thing, then you start to feel good.
You're gonna say good.
And the more and then you can actually drive it even further, and you will be amazing. Eventually you'll feel amazing.
Yeah. And another thing you could do that I always talk about is, in some cases you might not have, well, let's say the situation is really bad and you don't have much control over it, and you just feel those negative emotions, right? You're feeling angry that the internet's gone, or you're feeling sad. Another powerful thing that you can do in that moment is just to use that as exercise for mindfulness, just to observe whatever you're feeling. Like you might be feeling depressed, happy, or just observe the crap out of it. And even that in itself is valuable because it's kind of like you're a scientist and you're observing through like a magnifying glass the human experience. And the more you observe it, the more you do that, the more power you have the next time. You start to identify the emotion a bit better. You start to understand it. And when it comes back around, you're like, oh, I remember this. Okay, yeah, this happened last time. No, that's not happening again. Like for me, a big one was anger. I used to get really angry really quickly, right? With different people and stuff, and finding out the little cues that I had before I burst out. And an interesting thing happened. At other times in the future, when I start getting angry, I'll just become aware of it. And the fact that I was aware of it made the anger go away. I was just like, oh, wait a second. That's that thing again.
You always just look at me and say, good.
And to actually become more mindful in the present moment, as to dig deeper into the experience itself and to actually see what is causing it to what is causing you to feel in this way, and whether or not it has actually any meaning or any basis. Yeah. Because most of our feelings, they result from our emotions, which themselves come from the physiological state of our body and the experiences we have.
Yeah, you can't just trust your emotions at face value. You can't just take whatever you're feeling and just say, okay, this is what I'm feeling, I'm going to go with it. Sometimes when you do examine it, put underneath a magnifying glass of mindfulness, look at it with great scrutiny, you see that you kind of overreacted, or you're not really seeing all pieces of the puzzle, and that realization brings you back to your default state. I've noticed. So don't always just run with your emotions. If you're feeling angry, don't just stop punching the wall or whatever. Ow! Just try, see what's happening. If you're feeling sad, try, see what's happening.
That was an overreaction.
And that in itself is another fun game. So life is full of fun games that you can play. And the good thing about these games is they make you better.
That's true, yeah. But like we talked about emotional control and being able to control your mindset, do you believe in this ability that people have? Do you believe in free will?
That's a complicated question, that one. That's a complicated question. Well, this is what I think. This is my personal theory. I feel like we have free will to a degree. To a degree. It's like this. You don't really necessarily control your thoughts. Like, thoughts just come into your mind and then you say, oh, okay, look, I had that thought, and you think that you thought that, right? Most of the time, we're not in conscious thought. A lot of the things that we think of are coming from the subconscious mind. We might see an object and it reminds us of something in the past, and then we get an idea and we think that we thought of it. It's just our brain kind of using transistor actions just come up, like an algorithm, just come up with random shit. I feel like other things that appear in your consciousness, let's say you got 5 different options or 5 different things that appear in your mind, you have the choice to do A, B, C, D, or E out of the options that are in your mind. But you don't have a choice in what goes in your mind. So it's kind of like limited free will. So let's say someone's got schizophrenia, right? And for some reason they're really messed up and they get the weird idea to like go murder someone or something, right? Maybe in their mind, they didn't have any other option but to murder someone. That's the only option that was in their mind. But this is a freaking weird analogy here, but we'll go with it. but when they get there, they might choose to do A, B, or C. Kill this person in A manner, B manner, or C manner. If that makes any sense. So I feel like we have limited free will, but not really a holistic type of free will. How about you? What do you think?
I think something similar to you. Like we have free will. We can always choose to, make a conscious decision based on our free will. But more often than not, we're simply being controlled by, our sensory perception, different experiences, different states of mind, and definitely like preconceived genetic predispositions and so on. They're like subconscious programs that are running, but once we become aware of them, then we can, rise above them. And Viktor Frankl also has this amazing quote about this, he says something like, everything can be taken from a man, but one thing, the last of human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way.
That they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom!
He's definitely, in my opinion, one of the epitomes of free will and this ability to rise above any circumstance. So his book is definitely one of those books every human being needs to read.
Needs to read it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
to simplify my analogy, Sim, to kind of make it a bit more digestible for people, I found a better way of explaining it. Okay, the free will example. Let's say you're playing a game of cards or something, and someone slides you 5 cards. You don't choose which cards they slide you. So we have free will in deciding, the 5 cards were given, I'm going to choose this card. But we don't choose the cards that were given to us. But if you expose yourself to more material through self-development, through reading philosophy, through meditation, you enhance the amount of cards you have. You enhance the options you have, so you do, in a sense, get a greater sense of free will because you have more options available to your mind as opposed to someone who's never looked at this stuff, who's never been shown this stuff.
Let's go team free will.
But what about things like willpower fatigue and ego depletion?
I'm glad you brought that up. It's something I've been looking at for the past couple of years. I've looked at lots of research papers on ego depletion and the studies and stuff. And recently, I've been told that all those studies have been debunked. Like, they've done the tests again, and there's no coherent evidence. But I still believe in it, to be honest with you. I still believe in ego depletion to a degree. Like, the average person, you have a hard day at work, like your boss is giving you a tough time, nothing's going your way. When you come home and someone irritates you, you're more likely to spaz out. That's the average person. But if you train your mentality, if you train your mind and get like the Joko Willink type mind, to get the Simulant type mind, you're going to, that doesn't matter. Ego depletion doesn't matter. When your mind is set on something, you're going to do it. Like what I said, when I'm making a video for YouTube and I'm really excited for it, I don't give a shit about ego depletion. I'm going to sit there and finish the video until it's done, or I'm going to die. You know what I mean? So I feel like ego depletion applies for the vast majority of people, but you can transcend it if you have the right mindset.
Right.
The more I hold the line, the stronger the hold is.
I think like it also makes it an excuse, like if you think that your ego or if your willpower is gonna become depleted, you're gonna lose your control, then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy as well. And you make it an excuse, like, oh, I've been already doing it. I've been already depleted my willpower, and it makes it an excuse to slip off in a sense. And and like you said, like you can always transcend it once you have the right mindset. And Friedrich Nietzsche said as well, where there is a will, there is a way, or not. No, he said something like with a big enough of a why, any how becomes possible. Like if you have a reason to do something, if you actually want to hold true to a certain mindset, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how long hours you've been working or what other obstacles you may come across.
I agree. The thing is, going back to what we were talking about earlier in this call, the human mind just wants to preserve you. It just wants to kind of like conserve energy. In the same way as, let's say you take someone who is not very active, physically active and stuff, and you tell them to run 1 kilometer, right? They're going to be dying. Their heart's going to be exploding in their chest. They're going to be like holding onto their throat. It's going to be very difficult for them to run that 1 kilometer. They probably won't do it. They'll tell you that they can't do it. But if you give them a big enough reason, say, okay, run 1 kilometer, don't stop. I know you haven't ran in 5 years, but run 1 kilometer, don't stop. At the end of the 1 kilometers, I'm going to give you $1 billion. Here's the evidence. Do you think they're going to stop? Do you think they're going to stop? Like, no one's stopping. They're going to run the 1 kilometers because the why is so huge. Like, that they're just thinking of the $1 billion, just running, not even feeling anything. So the human body, just like in the physical way, will mentally stop you when you're like 10% of your capacity. So your capacity might be 100%. Maybe you can hustle for 3 days straight if you really need to, if you really have to, without taking a break. But you're going to get tired after 2 hours because it wants to conserve energy. So the trick is overcoming that barrier.
That's right. Yeah, like if you're in dire circumstances of sink or swim, then yeah, you're gonna make it happen, or else you're gonna or else you won't be able to survive. Like there are many stories of how people who are in these life or death situations, like car accidents or airplane crashes or something like that, they're gonna muster up this incredible strength, human strength, and they're gonna, you know, rescue themselves in a sense of, you know, I don't know, lifting up some bigger boulders or bigger logs, and you know, to save themselves or to save their child or something.
Yeah, and the good thing about the mind is we have a very powerful faculty, the human mind, in the sense that we can visualize things. A lot of the things that we visualize actually affect us from a physiological standpoint without even happening in the real world. Just think about when you have a thought like, let's say you can't find your wallet, and then you start thinking, oh crap, maybe I dropped it at the shops or something. Your heart skips a beat because you start thinking about, oh no, I have to cancel all these things. How am I going to pay? You actually feel that, right? Yeah. Even though it hasn't happened, you're just visualizing. So the visualization is a very powerful thing that you can do. So what I like to do is, if I have something I have to do, like maybe it's a university assignment or it's something I have to hustle on, I visualize very vividly that it's do or die. And your mind starts to believe it. Your conscious mind doesn't believe it, but your subconscious mind will believe it. And once that starts happening, you start having that energy we were talking about to push through that barrier.
Whatever your mind can conceive, then it can become in a reality as well, as long as you're willing to put in the right actions. So what are some like other strengthening exercises for your willpower? How do you make yourself more disciplined and to have an iron will?
Well, honestly, I think building your willpower is just like a habit. Like when you first start driving a car or riding a bike, everything is very conscious based and rigid, and it takes a lot of energy to get it going. But after a while, it becomes a faculty of the subconscious mind. It just becomes easy, automatic, right? So willpower is just simply the ability to not take your thoughts so seriously, right? Because whenever you're doing something that's worthwhile, what's naturally going to happen is you're going to start getting those thoughts are like, oh, take a break now, or go to sleep, you know, take a rest. Everyone gets them. So what you need to do is to learn to identify that resistance and to completely disregard it, just completely shove it out of the way. And the more you can do that consciously say, okay, there's the resistance, I'm going to shove it out of the way. And if you keep doing it, after a while, it starts becoming habitual. And once it becomes habitual, that's when you're gold. And it's no longer a game of willpower. It's just a game of you just doing your things. And that's your default mode. You're just deflecting all these excuses, resistance. I used to be someone who used to give in to a lot of rationalizations, resistance. But once I started doing that, over time, I realized it became easy. Like people ask me, how are you doing that for 10 hours? How are you doing it for 12 hours? I'm like, what are you talking about? There's nothing here. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing to do. It's just, you just do it. Do it. So it's training. You build it up. There's a number of things you can do as well, though. Like there's physical things you can do, like cold showers. Like that's a good one, a very practical one, because it teaches you to kind of not take your mind so seriously. When you have to wake up in the morning, go and take the shower, turn it on cold. It's a very binary decision. It's a yes or no. Are you going to do it, or are you going to bitch out today and not do it, right? So the more you can do that and you start conquering your own mind, it's kind of weird. It's kind of like there's a battle in your mind. It's you versus your mind. Once you start conquering it, not taking it so seriously, you start seeing all the games it plays, and you can overcome them much easier.
Free your mind.
Yeah, I think the key is to actually recognize or to project your internal resistance out of yourself, of not associating it as something that is inside you, that not associating it with the free will aspect of you, the one who is able to make the decisions despite any circumstances, but to start associating the feeling of resistance and the feeling of procrastination as something that is external to you, that is, you know, in a sense, is being projected onto you through these different experiences, through these different events that are happening to you. Because, for instance, let's take for an example of a person who is having a diet, who is trying to lose weight, and they get the urge to eat some donuts, and you know, they say to themselves, okay, I have the feeling that I want to eat some donuts, and I get the cravings, so I decide to, you know, take a short diet break. I've been doing enough work, and I'm gonna eat that one donut, and they're gonna consciously rationalize it as something that they decide to do based on their free will, that they decided to do it. But when you dig a little deeper, then you can find that the reason they got the craving or the urge to eat that donut came to them through the environment. You know, they sensed this smell of fresh bakery. They saw the visual images of these delicious donuts, and maybe, you know, someone else around them also ordered those donuts. Then you can't actually say that they made this decision based on their free will, because that decision was, you know, thrusted upon them from their environment. So the free will aspect of it would have been simply to, you know, disregard it and to actually see that it was external. That the decision was external to them.
Yeah, that's definitely a good way of looking at it.
Forbidden donut.
I've also heard about, you know, different willpower exercises done by the Spartans in ancient Greece, where where they would, you know, when the kids, young boys were training, then they would put some water into their mouth, and they would have to run an entire mile while holding the water in their mouth without swallowing it. So and you know, when they came back from the run after that 1 mile, then they would have to spit the water out into this bowl again. So and they actually measured how much water did they swallow, and, you know, based on that, they would, you know, either give some punishment or some additional exercise or something. So it's crazy.
Wow. Well, yeah, well, you can definitely train yourself to build willpower. Personally, I've used the gym as an actual way to build my willpower. Like, I always tell people to do this particular exercise. You find, like, this isn't for muscle building, by the way. This is just purely for building willpower. You find an exercise that's relatively safe, right? So you probably shouldn't do this on squats or something like that. Like maybe just a machine or something, right? And you set a weight that you could do for maybe like 10 reps, 10 good reps, right? Let's say bicycle curls, you do 10 reps. And then you do 100. I mean, I'm gonna say you do 100 straight, but you don't stop until you get 100.
Right.
And what you find, I always do this. I always get people to do this, shoulder raises on different exercises. What you find is, at maybe 20 or 30, you feel like you can't do anymore. But if you can just convince yourself that you're going to do it, and the only way you're stopping is if you can't do it, you get to the 100 almost every time. You get to 100, and once you get to 100, you start thinking to yourself, wait a second, I just did 100 reps, and I've been stopping at 10. I've been stopping at 20. I've been playing myself this whole time. Well, I thought, yeah. So I took that mindset. Like, I was doing the gym to begin with, just different exercises, squats, all these exercises I was doing it. And then when I transitioned over to doing work, like, you know, like schoolwork or hustling, I'll be doing work, and then I start getting tired and want to take a break. I'm like, okay, I'm going to take a break. And I'm like, wait a second.
Wait a minute.
It's still my set. I'm not done yet. Like, you know, like, am I at that point where I can't actually do meaningful work anymore? Am I at the point where I actually can't do it, or am I just giving in? Am I stopping at the 10 reps, right? And once you know those mental barriers you put on yourself, it's easier to just keep going and just to try it. And the funny thing is, once you keep going, you start to realize it's not even that bad. Like, you know what I mean? It's just the beginning that's like, so that's another exercise I do.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. You only actually start to strengthening your willpower in a situation where you're actually forced to use your willpower. For instance, let's say, imagine, you build some muscle to do 10 reps with the biceps curls, but to actually progress further, to actually strengthen that muscle, you need to be putting more stress on it. You need to train it harder, whether through increasing reps or the weights. And I also like to apply the same mindset when doing something like cognitive work, or trying to read, or trying to preserve my willpower. And for instance, whenever I start to feel tired, then I notice that, okay, this is a moment where my willpower is starting to get taxed. I only start to count when it's at 100, like Muhammad Ali said. So,
Yeah.
or he said, like, I only start counting when it gets painful. So that's the moment where that's the actual moment where you start to taxing or training your willpower. Before that, you're simply, going through the motions and greasing the groove in a sense. So yeah, whenever you do get tired, whenever you feel like, okay, I want to take a break, then it's also another opportunity to tell yourself, okay, this is another opportunity, another moment where I can actually train my willpower. And then it becomes enjoyable again, and you regain your focus.
It goes back to what we were saying about like all these different games that you can play in life. The willpower one is definitely one. Like, and the good thing about it is it's become satisfying. One of the most satisfying feelings you could ever feel, I personally think, is when you exceed your own expectations. You think that you're going to get like this much done, and you end up doing that much. You're like, oh wow, I actually did a lot more than I thought I could, because it opens up your mind. It's like, wow, if I could do that, is that really my max? Is that really my potential? Of course, you can burn out. There are limits. There are times when you should, of course, take some time to rest and recover. You have to be smart about it. But I feel like as a society, we tend to cling too close or too much to comfort. It's okay sometimes to push yourself to the limits, like what you do with your fasting. It's okay to fast for 3 days sometimes just to see what the hell happens. You're not going to die. It's okay to maybe hustle a little bit longer one day just to see if you can do it. Maybe like get 2 hours sleep. I'm not saying do it all the time, but it's okay to see those limits from time to time.
Yeah, it's true. Like definitely there has to be this balancing act of whenever you do push yourself further than you used to, then you need to recover as well to compensate for it. And one of the most important mindsets, or one of the most principles of life, is to avoid all absolutes. And what it means is that you should never want to create these absolute statements about yourself or your goals or your personality or your routines. Like I'll never skip a workout. I'll never skip a gym session. I'm always gonna be eating clean. I'm always gonna be eating keto, or I'm always gonna be doing my YouTube channel until the day I die because I set myself a goal and that's it. And like people like we have this kind of a semi-type A personality where we want to get things done, and we do stay disciplined, and we can push ourselves through the dirt quite easily. And the problem is that it becomes an absolute, and it can also blind us from our true purpose and the things that we actually need to do. So you have to like kind of avoid all the absolutes. And Aristotle also has like amazing quote for this. Like he said, it is the mark of an intelligent mind to entertain two conflicting thoughts at the same time. So what it basically means is that you have to be able to adopt this mindset of actually being able to push yourself through these kinds of barriers, to staying disciplined no matter what, and grinding your face off, while at the same time being mindful of how it affects your body. And whenever you do find yourself in this situation where you're forced to break your principles or to break your routines or to change your goals, then you accept it. You accept it because you can see past this initial you can see past your ego in a sense.
Yeah, that's 100% correct. I think that's similar to what Robert Greene says in the 48 Laws of Power. Assume formlessness. Or Bruce Lee, be like water. Avoid those absolutes. That's very important, because I've seen a lot of people grind themselves to the death. You need to be cognizant or be aware at the back of your mind of why you're doing this in the first place. I see too many people get caught up in the whole hustle mentality. They want to make more money. They want to get $20,000 a month, $30,000 a month, and they lose track of why they wanted to do that in the first place.
Yeah.
They lose track of what exactly they wanted. yeah, they want more money so they can have a better life. But if you're hustling all the time, are you actually enjoying the money? If you're hustling all the time, like I feel like human beings, it's very easy for us to kind of forget that life happens right now, like in the moment. It's very easy for us to get stuck in the past, thinking about what we did yesterday, or to think about tomorrow. Like for me, I spend a lot of time thinking about like the YouTube channel, growing it, hustling the future. But I always have to ground myself in coming back to the moment and saying, hey, hold on a minute. Remember, this is what life is. These moments here, this is life. There is no perfect day that's going to come where, you know, you just arrive at this day and you're like, this is life. They're like, this is it. So you need to be cognizant of that while you're hustling. Sure, you can hustle to push your limits, build your future and stuff, but remember that you're living in your life right now as well. It's kind of hard to explain.
Like Seneca, he's written his book on the shortness of life, where he talks about that, you know, men, they don't live short lives, they simply waste it. And I feel like the same as well, like that most people, they simply waste away their time and their life on doing these meaningless things that don't fulfill them and that don't have actual, you know, greater significance either. So the key is to actually, yeah, to work on something that you actually that you want to actually accomplish, and to work on something meaningful, while at the same time enjoying the process and enjoying the growth aspect of it as well.
It's kind of difficult too. That's the funny thing about the human mind. It's very difficult. I remember when I started off with my YouTube channel, I spent a lot of time making videos, and I eventually got to 100 subscribers, right? And I was so happy. I was like, yes, 100 subscribers. Yes, I did it. I did it. I did it. And the joy lasted for like a minute or two. I was like, oh, time to get 1,000. You know what I mean? So then I got 1,000 subscribers. Like, yeah, 1,000 subscribers, 1,000 subscribers. I did it. I did it. I was like, oh, 10,000. You know, like it's easy to get lost in the numbers, in the progress, and to not just kind of appreciate what you're doing now. It's kind of like a duality. You have to have that hustler mindset, the ability to grind and chase your dreams, but also you have to kind of at the same time be detached from it. At the same time be like, if it all goes to shit, if it all disappears, you're still okay because you're still alive, you're still like breathing, and be grateful for everything else. So it's a hard balance to achieve, but once you have that balance, everything flows a lot better, I found.
That's true, yeah. You have to see yourself as part of this bigger picture, and detach yourself from yourself and from your ego.
Yeah, I got a question for you, Sam. Since you seem to be very into this whole nutrition thing, I've been looking at some stuff in regards to willpower, and some of the studies talk about glucose and how that's a big determinant of your willpower, just the amount of food you eat. Have you found any correlations with that, or?
It's definitely true that willpower fatigue, in my opinion, happens because the brain won't get access to enough energy, and when it does get it, then the first priority of your brain is to, you know, get enough energy and to preserve other metabolic processes and to promote, you know, the energy distribution across the entire body. So whenever it does come across this sort of a barrier, when it runs out of glucose in this example, then it's going to create an energy crisis. And because the majority of the fuel that it uses is glucose, carbohydrates, then it's going to create sugar cravings, and it's going to, you know, make you feel more tired than you actually should. But your brain doesn't need that much glucose. Actually, it needs about 120 grams of glucose per day, and to be honest, after you become keto adapted, after you switch into ketosis, then that amount of glucose gets drastically reduced, because ketones can provide up to 70% of your brain's fuel. So it means that if you become fully keto adapted after a few weeks, then you can cover almost like 100 grams of or let's say 70% of the brain's energy demands by ketones, and the remaining bit, which is, you know, maybe like 10 to 30 grams of glucose it may need per day, then that can also be covered by other processes, you know, like the fat from your own adipose tissue and the fat from dietary intake that can be also converted into glucose through gluconeogenesis. So yeah, your brain definitely needs some glucose to function, but it can be covered in other ways other than just eating carbohydrates. And what I like about ketosis is that you become less dependent of those calories and of that glucose, because you will always have access to your own body fat. You will always have access to burning fat, and that's going to keep your brain satiated, and it's going to maintain these stable energy levels all day. So that's my willpower hack almost as well, of doing intermittent fasting and eating the ketogenic diet.
Damn, you're selling me on keto hard here, man. I've never done keto. I've done intermittent fasting. I won't get back on it. I've done that. I did it for like a year and a bit. Very good, especially not having to worry about food first thing in the morning and just having a clear mind. I was drinking water and a little bit of lemon, and I enjoyed that.
That's definitely, you should try it. Yeah, like it keeps you sharp, and I also feel that you develop a different type of relationship with food. You don't have to worry about it. You don't actually crave anything either particularly. You simply feel satiated and nourished all the time.
Yeah, definitely.
But let's talk about maybe some of your personal routines and these kinds of habits that you do every day to adopt or to maintain this kind of a mindset.
Oh yeah. One of the biggest things I do every day is I'm always consuming some sort of content that's related to self-improvement. It's not strictly self-improvement like self-help books per se. Sometimes it's psychology, sometimes it's evolutionary psychology, history. Occasionally, fiction can be beneficial as well. But I'm always consuming some sort of new material. And it's not just for my line of work, because I'm a content creator, so I always have to be reading up on the latest studies and newest topics. But just for my life, just because I strongly believe that you only need a few good ideas to change your life. Like you only need a few good quotes from a book or something that just makes you click, and then all these different associations just join together, and you can completely change your life, whether that be your relationship with women or men, or whether that be your finances, your mindset of yourself. So I'm a devout student of personal growth, so I'm always looking at that. Meditation is one. I have not been doing that consistently lately, which has been bothering me. I need to get back on that. But when I did meditate consistently, that was definitely a big one. You just kind of get in a different zone. Things just don't bother you as much.
Yeah.
I remember I was driving, and there was some guy who cut me off or something and went to the roundabout and almost crashed into my car. And I was driving with a family, and everyone was just flipping out, really angry, really angry with this guy, really pissed off with this guy. I was just so chill. I'm just yeah, he probably didn't mean it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was near death experience, but I'm just
yeah.
At least I'm still alive. It just makes you so immune to those reactions that you normally would get.
Yeah, that's a very good word. You become immune to these things. You become less reactive and more proactive. You become less reactive to the external environment and to your own emotions as well, because and your own thoughts. You begin to learn how to disassociate yourself from your thoughts, and to actually see what causes them, to see what makes you, why do you feel in a particular way, and you can see that you're full of shit almost all the time.
We both full of shit.
Yeah, meditation is definitely something I've been trying to sell to a lot of my subscribers. I made so many videos on it. I've been trying to sell it to everyone ever since I started getting into it. The problem is it's hard to sell to people. It's hard to tell them to do it because it looks like it's a waste of time. You're sitting there breathing or whatever, or focusing on something. When the outsider who doesn't understand what's going on watches you, they're that's a waste of time. And to make things worse, it takes a bit of time to actually start seeing results. It's not like you meditate once, you start seeing results. You have to be consistent. And it's not the funnest thing to do a lot of the times. Can be very painful and strenuous for the brain. So those are huge barriers for a lot of people, but the people that stick with it, they see incredible benefits. It might be easily my top 3 habits. If I had to keep 3 habits, meditation is definitely the top 3 habits because it can change your game. It change a lot of things up. So those are 2 things I do. I listen to podcasts a lot, but I guess that kind of ties in with the self-improvement audiobooks. To the gym most days of the week. I like doing strength training, like powerlifting type, big compound exercises. I like the idea of challenging my body to push heavier weights because I feel like that's just as much of a mental game as everything else we've been talking about. When you go to a squat rack and there's 3 or 4 20s or big plates on the sides and you're thinking, can I do that? Like, can I do that?
Yeah.
And you have to do it. It's one of the more primal things. I don't feel right when I skip a week or 2 without working out. I just don't feel right. And I've been doing it for about 6 years now. And the longest I've taken off was, I think, 2 weeks.
Have you heard of Corey Gregory's Squat Everyday program?
I've heard of the program. I haven't done the exact program, but I'm glad you mentioned that because I'm currently squatting every day.
Yeah, it's quite interesting in the sense that it makes sense that if you want to get good at something, then you would have to be doing it every day. So what he prescribes is doing heavy back squats every day, and a lot of people have been seeing some great results from it. I did it for maybe a month. Like a year ago, and I definitely saw massive gains in my legs and in back squat strength as well. So you get used to it. You get used to it once you program it correctly without overtaxing or overstimulating your nervous system. But it works.
Yeah, your body's very adaptive and mental is very adaptive.
That's right. Yeah. But what are like some of the you mentioned these books and self-development podcasts. What are like your favorite books about mindset and this?
Oh, okay.
Or you said that you found these great nuggets that completely changed your life. You need to have only a few ideas to change your life completely. Like, what are some of the books that you would recommend to people to have these kinds of ideas?
Yeah. In terms of Stoicism, the classics are good, but usually I direct people to something that's a bit more modern so that they can kind of get a modern take on it and understand it before they move over to the classics. Because if I tell someone right now to go read Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, chances are they'll get bored. They won't really understand what's going on. But if I tell them to read The Obstacle is the Way by Ryan Holiday, it kind of is an entry-level Stoicism book. So that's a good book for people to get into Stoicism. The Slight Edge is a really good book by Jeff Olson in terms of just understanding how all the small actions you make throughout your day are compounded over time and actually matter. Because a lot of times we think that, I'll do this and it won't matter. I'll do this one time. I'll eat the cupcake. But when you take these actions and you leverage them with time, they create some huge results. So that book is really good for that. I actually did a video on my channel lately. Shameless plug. I like the new Psycho-Cybernetics. I forgot who wrote that, but that's a really good book for the subconscious mind and self-image, which is very foundational, very fundamental. It's something else we could probably talk about for like 3 hours, but we'll skip that for today. What else do I like? In the hustle mindset, I like this book here, Relentless by Tim Grover. It's actually a book about basketball, about a coach who coached Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and D Wade, all these high-level elite basketball players. And it kind of gets you into the mind of a super elite athlete. And the interesting thing about that is the mindsets that they have are kind of the same mindsets you need for any area in life where you want to get to the highest level. So that book is very good. And 50th Law, anything by Robert Greene.
Nice.
50th Law, 48 Laws of Power. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to pull out my bookshelf here. Yeah, those are the big books. At the top of my head right now, there's probably like a million more, but those are the ones that I'm thinking of right now.
Nice, nice. Yeah, like the books you read and the ideas you consume, they're gonna reflect back at you in a sense of how your mind is going to become developed. So it's very important. You have to pay like very close attention to what ideas you get exposed to, and what books you read as well.
Yeah, I also have to tell people, this is a cautionary thing. When you're reading a book like The 48 Laws of Power or something like that, you're not going to internalize everything in the book the first time you read it. You might not even internalize 80% of it. You might just like read over it, just comes in, goes out. But what I've noticed is a lot of times you only need 5% of the book or 2%. You might just remember one line, but that's enough to change something in your life. Like you might remember one line and it ties in with another idea or some event that happens in your life, and that's enough. So it's important to kind of immerse yourself in these books, just kind of go through them. I'm not saying to just read them for the sake of reading them, but things that are fitting to your life circumstance. Try to get as much of that information, that as long as you can digest it in your life, because you never know when it's going to come back to you and you're going to need it and use it and be grateful that you read that book. It's going to always come back from the least likely book too.
That's true, yeah. And you can also find all of the book reviews on your YouTube channel as well, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I got lots of those on there. I got lots of content up there.
Nice. So we're also starting to reach the end of the show, and I'm going to ask you one of my last questions, which would be, what advice or what habit would you wish that you had adopted earlier that improved your body and mind?
If I started meditating at 5 years old, Sim, I'll be king of the world right now. I just tell you, meditation number one, because that kind of improves everything else we've been talking about in this show. Improves your willpower, improves your ability to resist urges, just by understanding that you are not your mind, right? You're not your thoughts. You're something. I'm getting a bit esoteric here, a bit spiritual, but you're something else that's not exactly your thoughts. Sure, you experience your thoughts, they arise in consciousness, but you're not them because you're able to see them, you're able to perceive them. So once you can figure out what you are, or understand that there is a duality or a trinity, some happening up there in your mind or wherever, you start having the ability to make more insightful choices or make decisions from a different place. And that's very impactful.
That's true, yeah. Meditation is a meta skill.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like where can people learn more about you and your work?
The easiest place to go is the Realized Man YouTube channel. I've also got a blog. I don't post this frequently on there, and a Facebook group, but the YouTube channel is where I'm going to be posting most frequently.
Definitely. A ton of awesome videos on there on all of these topics we discussed, and how to, dominate your psychology.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but thanks, Isaac, for coming on the show. Really enjoyed talking with you, and I'll definitely looking forward to your future projects as well.
It's been an honor, man. I'm so happy that I've come on the show. We have to make it again happen sometime in the future, Sim.
Definitely.
All right, it's been great.
Definitely.
And thanks again, man. Stay empowered.
Yeah, stay empowered. I'll see you next time. Alright, that's it for this episode. Make sure you leave us a review on iTunes and other social media platforms. And other than that, subscribe, click the like, notification bell as well. Like always, thanks for watching.
So sometimes people will ask, why, let's say I give a profound meditation on the nature of self, and people are really rested in the nature of self. And that's fantastic, it's great. They feel this peace, they're starting to sort of move towards the edge of the mind begins to be transparent, and there's this sort of oceanic sense of peace that begins to infiltrate their experience. So it's anything along the lines of the resting practice, the practice of abiding as the self and sort of ignoring the thoughts that come and go, which has a distinct flavor to it from doing the work in the way of investigation, empowerment, actualization, clarification of self, right? That feels like it's more active in a way, like it engages the faculty of mind. A more active version of intelligence is being used. One of the reasons I continue to address that, at least to some extent, depending a little bit on the theme and the context of the setting or the session, is because understand that in a lot of cases, the resting as source can and wants to authentically be empowered and accelerated, which generally is aided greatly. The pursuit of becoming the creator is created greatly also in the training of the will, which again requires the clarification of self as a foundational quality or a foundational practice. You follow me so far? So what I'm saying is that application of will, like I said earlier, requires that the foundation is clear. If the foundation, if the cement that is laid before a building is built, is not according to the blueprint specifications, the blueprint in this case being the truth, / the calling, / what is true for you, why are you here, what created you. So if the cement that is laid and the pillars that are put in place are not according to specifications, and then the rest of the building is built on top of that, and the decorations and the expensive furniture and all that, but it's not earthquake proof, then you're, in a sense, wasting your time and energy building a distorted direction towards source that is going to have hiccups later on, if you will. That's again why we always return to clarification of self, which you could simply summarize as self-honesty, self-knowledge, and acceptance. Knowledge and acceptance combined is authenticity or self-honesty. Clarification of self, that's what I mean by that. So that the foundation is clarified, it's backed up by the blueprint, and the distortions are purified. The cement is nice and even, and it is laid out according to the dimensions of the blueprint. Now, there's a solid foundation. So now when we apply the will of the adept, the will of the eager student, the will of the yogi, if you will, the will of the true spiritual aspirant who's seeking for the creator, to become the creator, and throughout their journey of becoming the creator, they're looking to be of service, to apply their knowledge of the creator to the rest of its creation. They understand this unity. They understand that teaching is learning, learning is teaching. They understand that actualization is realization, and realization is actualization. So why do we not only do the resting? Why do we return again to the more active part, the more investigative flavor? Why do we return to that? It seems like it's just mind. And in a way it is. It's true, it is mind. It uses the active faculty of intelligence applied to form, subject-object experience. It's what is generated by that, right? Whereas if you're resting, the subject-object edginess starts to soften and soften and soften, and you feel like you become more of the creator, which, relatively speaking, it's true, that's what's occurring. You're remembering self, and you're resting in self. If you take someone that's not very actualized, who hasn't trained their will and their concentration, and haven't applied themselves willfully with devotion and surrender and sacrifice to a goal in life, if they haven't ever learned to do that, the power with which they can rest is diminished compared to the entity who has applied themselves over and over and over again, breaking through barriers of self-nonsense. So application of will, application of will, application of contemplation, application of investigation, application of devotion, application of dedication, application of effort, application, application, application. Someone like that, whenever something comes their way, they can solve that. And they can apply that also in the ways of resting, in the way of penetrating the veil. Someone who hasn't done that, who comes from a more lethargic background, who comes from a more quote-unquote lazy background, a more scattered, random background where there's been less application of will, there's been less dedication to a particular direction in life. There's been more sort of fluttering around, letting life kind of take you here and there, not really knowing why you have the friends that you have or why you do the job that you do. If there's no direction of will, and someone comes to teaching like restless awareness, I'm not saying it cannot cause a lot of breakthrough and it cannot go profound and take you all the way. I'm not saying that's not possible. But I am saying it's very improbable, and it is slowed down significantly from the entity who also trains to apply their will for the proper cause. And cause that's in alignment with the realization of the Creator, the awakening of the Creator to itself. Compare this to, say the goal is for a water droplet to merge in the ocean. Water droplet falls on the mountains, it merges with other droplets, it starts to generate a little bit of momentum because of the gravity, and it starts rolling downhill, and it becomes a little stream. This is you, a little stream of water, knowing that somehow where you come from is ocean, knowing that somehow, someday, what you'll return to is the full experience of being ocean, being fully merged and blended and reunified, so to speak, with ocean. That's this sense that we all have, this inevitable gravitational understanding of what draws us in. Every time we rest this awareness, it's almost like the stream stops for a bit and starts to form a little puddle, mimicking the ocean. It's like forms a little lake. If you just stay there and you never return to reapplying the will and concentrating yourself back into penetrative stream, you're not actually reaching closer to the ocean. You're having a subtle mental container. If you don't have that power to penetrate, then the resting as awareness part, unless application is completely devoted to that, then you can build concentration and application without any of the symbols of goals and challenges and relationships and all that. You could just apply it, at least hypothetically, you could just apply the will to deepen in self and get the same effects, get the same acceleration and crystallization, amass the same amount of free will in that way. You could do that too. But given the nature of our daily interactions, given the nature of the purposeful timing of our transformation here at this point, at this planet, and how many of us have a blueprint that dictates something wanting to be shared, expressed, and accelerated in others as well, wanting to be learned and realized through interaction with other selves. Given that that's the nature of many of you guys' blueprint in this incarnation, you're going to be drawn out into the worldly experience almost inevitably, repeatedly, daily, no? So since that's the case, is that the case for most of you? There's going to be some aspect, some element of applying yourself to a particular direction, a goal, an experience, a relationship, a business, a company, a project, growth, exploring creation. There's going to be some degree of fascination with that, right? And it's going to be very, very unrealistic to say that that's not going to happen anymore, and you're going to live the life of a sadhu. Total renunciation, where the entire will is now applied to meditation only, correct? It's improbable that that's true. No? Given the nature of your blueprint, and given the nature of your condition, and given the nature of your excitement and orientation, we have to teach ourselves this capacity also in action, in service to others, in engagement with the illusion. That's why I clarify the nature of the illusion, so you can understand the nature of the illusion while you are bound to, at least to some degree, interact and engage with that illusion as if it is real or as if it is relevant. Does that make sense? Since that's the case, since that's something that's given, if I were to teach only resting as awareness right now, and maybe I will someday, but then maybe I'll point people back to the earlier work that I've done. But at this point, using this group as an example and the content of the retreat as it's been going back and forth during this event, just want you to understand some of the reasons why that's the case, and why that's important, and why it's not contradictory but complementary. It's because that lake, that peaceful little undisturbed lake, in order to actually become the ocean, needs to proceed in its journey towards the ocean. It can't just mimic the ocean. You want the individuation to actually dissolve into the ocean, not just to think about it as a concept of oneness and to be a peaceful individual thinking of oneness. That's different than becoming the one infinite creation and finally the one absolute, the source of the manifestation of awareness, love, light, bliss. So it's like that. We rest, we become ocean-like. We get a taste of what it's like to be the ocean, and then we merge and we blend and we gather more energy. We amass more free will. We join up with others. Our stream becomes larger, more powerful. It cuts through greater canyons. And then again, it opens up into a larger body of water, and the restfulness and the stability and the peace and being like the Creator when we're resting as awareness becomes larger and larger. And the sense, the feeling, if you will, or rather for lack of a better word, the flavor of resting as awareness or resting as God begins to be more potent. You can begin to sense the body of water, the amassing of spiritual power, free will, is growing, it's increasing in potency, in crystallization, in polarization, in energization. But the more you rest and the more you apply yourself and the more you surrender at the end of a journey of application and challenge and breakthrough, and then you remember, I rest, I surrender it all back to God, and the body of water grows. And the experience and the juice and the love and the bliss that you tap into, the well that you tap into when you rest after a journey of application of will, the surrender now is that much more potent. It becomes more explosive, more like a big bang of release. And the appreciation of resting increases because of the intensity of the journey having increased, the amassing of free will having increased. So now when you surrender, it's a more powerful surrender. It's a more powerful mimicking of the Creator. It's a more powerful blending with the Creator. Because you now have the capacity to take all this free will and accumulate more of the illusion of the individual self, more of your energy, and surrender all of that to the Creator and purify all of that with the Creator. That's why the stream of love and bliss increases the more you practice, the more you rest, and the more you actualize yourself as well. The more you prioritize and apply the will. This is why they're complementary. You'll have moods and modes and periods and phases where the emphasis is on studying self-realization type of work, where you just immerse yourself in that type of retreat, which is what, for example, the Sedona experiment was more focused on, more exclusively. And so you use these types of sessions and videos or courses from the Academy, and you apply that work. You apply yourself to surrender. And then there's phases where there's an excitement, an inspiration, something draws you out into an experiential, engaged mode of operating. And then you apply the will and everything you've learned to live more sourcefully, more truthfully, in a more clarified, purified state, applying yourself, purifying your intentions for the greater good of all, identifying with the greater good of all, which equals the vision. When I say become the vision, it equals become the greater good of all, become the hidden desire in the hearts of all men, all of mankind. Hidden desire combined is the greatest benefit. Again, you can either be of service or catering to people's opinions and preferences, or very different. You can apply yourself to be of service to their greatest, highest good, which they often don't have conscious knowledge of what that is. So you'll be an enigma. Your priority is no longer The personal self, you're becoming a shepherd. You're applying your will for the greater good, the right cause, the right direction. And you're accumulating spiritual mass. You're advancing rapidly towards becoming more of the one infinite creator. And then intermittently, you rest this awareness. You begin to bring forth that simultaneous awareness that you're actually in truth already the ocean in the form of a droplet, or in the form of a river, or in the form of a body of water, or in the form of a raging river. You will recognize the oceanness, the source, while you're applying your will in terms of actualization, or crystallization, or polarization, or energization. So the simultaneity also grows. The stream of peaceful bliss is now also experienced in terms of raging justice, or Shiva-like penetration of delusion, or devoting yourself completely to a cause. It becomes more and more the same thing, whether in action or seemingly only reflective of the sourceful nature of it. You start to feel different about what you are. You no longer feel so much you're the body, you more feel like you're a stream of liquid gold. The flavor of your very own presence, consciousness, will start to more and more take on a blissful flavor, a blissful depth. The Creator will become more present in it. The density of sentience of God, the Creator, increases in you as you. That's what you're doing. Every time you choose devotion over slacking, anytime you choose to apply yourself, whether it is to resting or to crystallizing yourself or making a change, making a difference in the illusion, every time you're purifying yourself, you're shedding all the false alloys out of your system, and you're harnessing the power of the Creator through the application of will. Free will is the original energy of the Creator. You're becoming more identified as the energy of the Creator and less as any of the labels or partial manifestations. If you're not clarifying the self, you can't have free will. You're just conditioned, and you have preferences based on your conditioning. That's not the same as intuitively and directly being in communion with the intelligence of the Creator and being able to discern what's benevolent, what's beneficial, and what is not, and then to apply oneself to that according to one's own free will, one's own assessment, unfazed by feelings and emotions and preferences. Being able to do the right thing. In very human terms, you could say it's very similar to just fucking do the right thing, even if you completely feel like not doing it. Don't be a jackass, don't be a jerk, don't be a liar when you know it's not the right thing to do. I don't care if you're uncomfortable about telling the truth. Just tell that person the truth. Very human example of purifying the gold that you are. Maybe a situation and you're afraid to tell the truth, but you know it's the right thing to do. Devotion over fear. Application of will, crystallization, purification of self. Apply yourself to the just, to the right cause. Now on a less humanized level, it's to be devoted to seek the Creator rather than to seek more thoughts, more emotions, more pleasure, less pain, to become less biased, to become less emotionally charged about things, to have less of a predefined set of definitions and meanings given to experiences, but to be in that fresh, sourceful space of communion and intelligent resonance with the Creator, and from that free will where you're not disturbed by your own preferences and your own wants and your own unclarified, distorted foundation, which is not natural. Just because you're lazy and that's what you like to choose because it's comfortable and familiar to you, doesn't mean it's your natural self. Stop defending your impurities as simply being yourself. You must apply yourself to the purity, to the truth within. Wherever you're at is wherever you're at. And all you need to worry about is the next step for you. I'm just giving you a bigger picture overview of the spiritual evolution as it evolves on a universal level.
Hi everyone, I am Carolise, and today we're going to be talking about a very special topic, and that is how to deal with difficult stakeholders. So don't go anywhere, I will be right back. Everybody, we're talking today about dealing with difficult stakeholders. So everybody's dealt with a difficult person, right? And you know that it's no fun, right? Especially if you are the business analyst and you need these people to give you information so that you're able to do your job well, and they are just completely difficult. Like, what do you do in that situation? I completely understand because I've had to deal with difficult people in many projects I've worked on over the years. So the first thing to do though when you're dealing with difficult people is to first of all make sure you're talking to the right person. Make sure you have identified the right stakeholder, not because a person has been involved in the project or around the project or somebody told you that they would be a good stakeholder means that they are. You have to look at your project, do some observation, like I said in this video right here, about how to elicit requirements. That will also help you to identify who your stakeholders are, and so that you know you're talking to the right person. But let's say, for example, that you are talking to the right person. They are a stakeholder and you need to get information from them, but they're being difficult. Now, you have to understand some of the reasons why people are difficult, right? It may not just be as obvious as it seems. There is sometimes a resistance to change. Remember, you as a business analyst, you are an agent of change, right? When you step into a project, you're there only because they want to change something. Something is happening that they want to fix, or they want to change, or they want to improve, and that's the reason why you're on the project. So you are an agent of change, and people naturally are resistant to change. So they see you coming, they already put up their guards and they don't even want to talk to you because they know you're just there to change stuff. So you have to understand the psychology behind why people are difficult sometimes. And sometimes even further to that, the people you're talking to who are difficult, maybe they were the ones who actually championed whatever the process currently is. So it could have been their process. It could have been them that came up with it. And now you're coming to change it, and they feel like that is an insult almost to them, and so they are already kind of committed to the process because they created it or they have inherited it. Could have been that it was passed down to them from some other boss or some other department or something, and they've just been working in it, and so now you come to change it and they're very resistant to you. So that could have been the reason why they're difficult. Another reason, sorry, my phone's going off. Another reason is to avoid blame. So if you've been working in a process for a while and it's going awry to the point where management sends business analysts to go figure out how to fix this process, then there might be this feeling that, I'm going to be blamed for it being wrong, or I'm going to be blamed because it's not going well, or it's not profitable, or it's not working out. So people are a little bit, difficult because they don't want to be identified as the root cause, and they don't want their name to float up and for them to get the blame. So they're trying to protect themselves, a kind of a CYA activity to be difficult to you, to hinder you, because they're trying to protect themselves. Another thing that could cause people to become difficult is this concept of seniority, right? I've been at the company so many years. I've been working here for so long. And now you come, you're a little upstart, and you want to ask me all these questions and make all these suggestions to change things. Like, who are you? Like, where did you come from? So it's like they've been there so long, they're so ingrained in the entire process that they are resistant to you because they feel like they're up here, they're above you, they know more than you, they've been there longer than you, and here you come trying to make changes, and they just don't like that because you're too new. So they resist you, and they're difficult to you for that reason. The other thing could be just personal reasons, right? Sometimes people are going through hard times. Sometimes people are going through divorces, breakups, their children are giving trouble, you know, they have mortgage problems, I don't know. But sometimes people are going through personal issues and they just become difficult at work. Sometimes they have health issues, like they're sick and they just don't know what's going to happen to them next. And then you come asking a bunch of questions and they just blow up on you, right? They're difficult to you. And it also could be work frustration. Some people are like very disgruntled. They have real reasons to be disgruntled. It could be that they think they should have been promoted already. They think they deserve to be paid more. They see other people moving up the chain and they're not going anywhere and they've been stuck in the rut for a long time. Who knows? But there could be like work frustration on top of personal frustration. And so you don't know who you're going to get on any given day of the week. So these people, they are difficult. So sometimes it's you catch them on a good day and you get everything out of them. Sometimes you catch them on a bad day and it's like the door is closed, right? So that's kind of sometimes the underlying reason why your stakeholders are difficult. Another reason could just be job security, right? They've been working in this process. They know the process. They've been doing it for many years. And now there's a project to improve the process, and they know when things change, people get let go, people's job roles change, and they don't really want to risk their job, right? If they're doing a very manual process and there's no longer a need for that manual step, what's going to happen to them? And so they have all of these things going on, and when you step in there to do your interview and to elicit your requirements, they just don't want to deal with you. They don't want nothing to do with you. You are a problem, and they will just not be nice or not be helpful as they could be. So these are the ways that people are difficult. So sometimes they're not like openly difficult. They're not like in your face with their attitude, which sometimes they are. And I'll talk about that in a minute. But sometimes they're just giving you little cues, and you're like, is that person being difficult with me? I mean, I feel like they're just being difficult, but I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. So I'm going to give you some ways in which people are difficult, even when they're smiling. They're smiling, looking like they're helping you, but they're not really helping you. And these are the things that they do. So first, they give you vague information. So you ask them a very pointed question and you're trying to drill down, and they just keep giving you pie in the sky, very high level information that you can't really use. And no matter how much you're asking pointed information, you're just getting it back, you know, at this level, and you're like, wow. Yeah, sometimes it's not deliberate. Sometimes people just don't know how to explain things, and so they tell you at a high level that you can't use, and no matter how much you try to drill down into them, you can't get it. Part of it is your skill as well as a business analyst. How are you able to challenge information? How are you able to get a stakeholder to actually give you the information that you need in a very fluid way? So you have to be skillful too, to know how to drill down, what kind of questions to ask, how to probe, and not just, you know, give them questions that they don't have the context to. So if you are skillful with a stakeholder who's giving you vague information, you can get that out of them. But sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes you just have to give up and say, you know what, maybe I'll find another stakeholder. Because for example, if you work at a bank, and I love to give my bank examples. If you work at a bank and you need to talk to the bank manager, and you're at a particular location and that's the bank manager you have access to, and that person is just giving you vague pie in the sky information, you probably could find another branch and another bank manager who has a similar role, do the same kind of things, and get that information from that person. So you don't have to stick to the one person if you can find the same role doing the same job functions in a different department or a different branch. And that way you just avoid that person altogether. You know, that's always an option if you work in that kind of environment. If you work in a small company and this is the only person who has the knowledge, you just have to up your elicitation skills. You have to, or you have to try to find some way to connect. Sometimes it's all about making the connection. You're almost like a salesperson, right? You have to build relationships with the person. So if you just come in and you're only there when you want to like grab information out of their heads, there could be this strong resistance to you. But if you try to make a connection, like find out, you know, how long they've been at the company, get some background on them, like did they win an award last year for being, you know, head of the, I don't know, football committee or something. Were they like active in other things that you can connect with? Do they like sports? Do they like movies? Do they like theme parks? Like what is it that you can find as a common ground to kind of have a relationship with them before you jump in to ask them a bunch of questions, right? So try to make that connection. Sometimes you can just take people for lunch. You know, hey, you know, we're going for lunch. Would you like to come? You know, I want to go to lunch with you and sit and chat about something. And you go to lunch. You're eating. You're in a casual environment. You can start asking them questions, and maybe you get the answer that way. So you just have to be creative. If this is the only person that has the information that you need to fulfill your project, you're gonna have to find a way to get it. You know, you just have to be creative like that. The other way that people can be difficult, or stakeholders can be difficult, is with shifting priorities. Now, what do I mean by this? I mean, today, and this is specifically for external clients, right? When you're dealing with a client and the client is a stakeholder and you're working on a project, and when you talk to the client, they're like, the most important thing for us is ABC. You know, this is the first 3 things that we want to get done in this project. And you run off to try and do those, and the next time you talk to them, they're like, oh, well, you know what? We actually want to do D first. And D is more important than C because we just had a call with our CEO, and the CEO now has made this project the most important thing, and he wants to make sure we get D in. And you run off to do D, and then they call back, and then you have another sit down with them or a meeting with them, and it's like, well, you know what? I think between D and A, we definitely have to get C done. And you're like, oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, clients can do that, and you don't really have any control because they're the client, they're paying the money, right? So it's like shifting priorities. Now what you do with that is every time they shift the priority, you shift the timeline. You make them know, hey, you know, if I get this done, we can definitely do it, but it's going to impact this and this and this, and this is a time estimate for getting that done. Now, is it still that important? So you kind of have to push back in the ways that you can. If it's with an internal staff member, you can do the same thing where the timeline is going to change, but also you can start asking more questions if it's internal, like, you know, is there a client waiting on this? Is there a reason why we've changed this priority? And stuff like that. So that's the kind of way stakeholders can be difficult because you have to work with them and they keep shifting the priorities on you, and that makes it difficult for everybody because nobody can figure out what they need to do next, right? And then there is the stakeholder that gives you overly complicated information. Like you ask them something simple and they go into all of these acronyms and all of these jargons, and they tell you the history about people who even left the company and what they didn't do, and you are overwhelmed. You're like, I know I got a bunch of information, but what do I do with it? Like, it's just information overload. And typically these people are, you know, like, they're very knowledgeable and you respect their knowledge, but it's like they don't know how to package that knowledge in a way that a person who's not had their experience, not been at the company that long, not in their world, can actually consume it. They don't have that skill set. It might be that they may not want to be difficult, but they don't have the skill set to package the information in such a way that it can be consumable by somebody who's not living in their world. So those are the kinds of ways that people are difficult. Now, when you meet a person who likes to give you overly complicated information, you have to know when to stop them and say, okay, so you just mentioned the ACS. For you, what does ACS mean? And it could mean something different for me, something different for them. So they got to go through what the ACS is. And then you got to say, okay, so when you say the refactoring process, what exactly does that mean? So you kind of stop them and clarify, stop them and clarify, and God help you if they want to clarify and get into more overly complicated details. You know, so again, you can always piggyback on the fact that maybe there's somebody else who has that knowledge that you could get the same information from. Because normally in an organization, not only one person has all the details, right? You could get it from multiple, you know, different sources. But if this is the one person you keep being pointed back to, you got to use your analytical skills. You just have to, because, yeah, people can give you very, very complicated information that you don't even know how to consume. The other one is kind of aligned with the complicated information as a way of being difficult, but it's also rambling. You have your rambler. These are storytellers. So you're asking them a pointed question and they're giving you a whole world of story, like all of the history, all of the details, all the people, everything. So this is kind of good in some cases because you might want to see the history of something. You might want to understand how it started, but sometimes you just want a pointed answer and you just can't get that pointed answer. So what I would do in that situation is when they tell you all of this, all of this, all this, all this stuff, slim it down, get to the essence of it and confirm. So after all of that, what I'm understanding is ABC, and they confirm and you say, okay, cool. Just know that you have to budget more time with this kind of person than another kind of person, because you know if you have an hour, you're probably going to go into 2 hours. If you need 15 minutes, you have to go into an hour because it's going to be so much fluff around the story. Let me turn my phone off because it's just making a lot of noise right here. See, I'm an important person. People keep sending me messages. Okay, so the other thing is the way that people can be difficult is that they are unwilling to compromise. And this again is very typical with clients. When the client is a stakeholder where they don't want to remove anything. They want the whole gamut of everything that was talked about, but they want it within the same timeline and they don't want to compromise. They don't want to give on anything. You're like, okay, well, we can get all this done in phase 1, but we're going to need at least another 6 months to complete the other things in phase 2. No, we want the whole thing in phase 1. I want it within the same timeline. And you're like, this is not how, like, we're not going to be able to work magic here. You know, this is not a magician show. But yeah, so people can be difficult because they don't want to compromise. So what you have to do when you have this kind of unwillingness to compromise, you have to work within the parameters that you can move. Like sometimes in a contract, the price is already fixed, right? Sometimes it's not. So if you can say, well, we can put more resources in to get this thing done within this time, but it's going to cost you XYZ more, then maybe they'll change their mind. Or if you say, well, we can give this to you for free, but you're going to have to wait the other 6 months to get the rest. Then, so whatever you can negotiate with, then that's how you try to get the compromise. And always try to find win-win solutions, like things that you win as the seller of the company or you representing your company, and think that they win. So when you're a business analyst and you're coming up with a feature, most of the time, if we're dealing with internal people, is that we have to deal with developers and maybe we don't have the amount of resources to get the exact feature that we want in. So the compromise will be taking out some of the functionality so we can get something in that's still meeting, the need and meeting at least the MVP that we can actually deliver. So that's usually where we compromise as business analysts, and also on processes, right? So sometimes we're doing a process revamp and we have to eliminate some steps, but because we eliminate the steps, it causes things to be more expensive, or even though we reduce the time, we affect some other part of the system. So it's like, how can we find a compromise between both? And we have multiple departments who might want different outputs and you have to deliver it to them. So always look for opportunities where you can find win-win situations, and that way, and work within your framework. So if you can, like for example, internally you can't really work with price because you're not normally billing a different department, but you have people that would have to work between both. You can say, well, I can give you a resource on your team if you let me do this within my team. So you have to work with whatever parameters are available to you. Chasing your tail, that's the other one. So people can be difficult because they have you doing this. around and around and around and around. So you talk to Tom, and he says, you know, the best person to talk to about this is Mary. Mary says, no, go to John. John says, no, goes to Amy. And so by the time you're done with Amy, you go right back to the person that you started with. And they just keep sending you around and around and around and around. And the reason they do that is because they don't want to actually answer your question, right? They want to just send you on a wild goose chase. That is them being difficult, and sometimes it's because they don't know. It could be that they honestly don't know, and you ask a bunch of questions that they should know, but they don't know, and so they just pawn you off to somebody else. So when you find that you're being sent around and around, one of the things that you can do is, with the person that you're with, say, no, I want to talk to you. I want your input. I want your opinion. I value you. I value your opinion on this. So if you have any thoughts on this at all, I want to hear it. And it's kind of like putting them back in the picture so they know you're not just there to suck out of them for a process or for improving something, but you actually care about what they care about. You care about their world. You care about what they're doing. And that would give them some incentive to be more helpful, to be more open, and that might stop them from being difficult with you. The other thing that you'll know that someone is being difficult with you is when they give you outright attitude. You know, and this attitude doesn't have to only be verbal. It could be your body language. So like you're talking to someone and they're like this, or their face expression is like, so they don't have to be like rude, like cursing you out or whatever, but they're just giving you all the cues that they don't care. And they don't have time, and this is not their job, and they don't report to you, and who cares? So, you know, you will get attitude like that. And sometimes you can't really change the attitude. What I would do if I started in really bad attitude is I would give the person a break. You know, I would, you know, just reschedule the session or have another time later on when they're in a better mood or something. I wouldn't want to continue when people are already giving me attitude, because I don't want to start giving them attitude because it's going to rub off on me. So I would rather just reschedule, do it again another day, and, you know, kind of start from a different vantage point. So if I started one place that I found that they were not very receptive to, then the next time I meet with them, I try to start somewhere else or try to change it up somehow, switch it up, make it more interesting for them, and hopefully they'll be more motivated to tell me stuff. So that's it. So those are the ways that your stakeholders can be difficult. I hope this was helpful for you to understand that this is a kind of a natural part of the job. As long as you're dealing with a lot of people and you have to get information from people, you will have people who are going to be difficult. And so don't go into the job expecting everybody's going to be nice, it's going to be great, I'm going to just do well, I'm not going to have any trouble. That doesn't happen in the real world. Right? And as a business analyst, remember, you're an agent of change. And so you're going in there to change things, and nobody likes that, right? So you just have to find ways to get what you need. But at the same time, when you come across a difficult person, I've just explained to you some of the reasons they could be difficult. You now have to use your analytical skills to see how can I circumvent that problem, and what can I do to just make myself more amenable and be willing to understand their vantage point, and for them to be more willing to open up to me. Whatever I can do. There are some people that are going to be so difficult they're just going to give up and be like, I don't even want to deal with them. I don't. But, you know, for the sake of the project, for the sake of your job, for the sake of just being a professional, you have to put on a smile and you have to try again. And every time you find yourself hitting a wall, then you say, okay, what can I do? Maybe I can go around this way. Maybe I can go over. Maybe I can go under. Okay, maybe when I touch this topic, I get a bad response. Let me do it this way. And you get the same result, but you could just find different ways to get to the same result, right? So those are my tips for that. I hope this video was useful. And please, guys, subscribe. Check out my blog, carolise.com. And also check out my Facebook page, facebook.com/Carolise. And I also have a Facebook group that's very active called Real World Business Analysis and
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Mindfulness for Happiness and Relapse Prevention. In this presentation, we're going to define mindfulness and mindlessness. We'll differentiate between mindfulness and purposeful action, identify how mindfulness can be used in practice, and explore several different mindfulness techniques and activities that you can use with your clients. So what is mindlessness? We're going to start there. Mindlessness is on autopilot. It's when you get up in the morning, you stagger into the kitchen, you make your coffee, you eat your breakfast, you take a shower, you go to work, you come home, you eat dinner, and you go to bed, and you really didn't check in with yourself to see how you were feeling, what you were needing, and if there was anything that you could do to actually perk up your day. So we don't want to be on autopilot. We need to reduce enough stress in our life, or at least learn to focus and stop and smell the roses, or at least check in, even if we're not going to smell anything. Mindlessness is also going with the flow, being a yes man, just saying, sure, let's do it, go ahead, and not ever identifying what we really want and need. Mindlessness is also doing what has always been done just because it's always been done. And sometimes you need to check in and go, you know what? That's not all that important. If you are one of those people who has to go through and bleach every bathroom every weekend, that's the way you've always done it, and it may still work for you, and you may have a perfectly good reasoning and desire to do it, and that's great. But maybe you're going through and bleaching the bathroom every weekend and you realize you're the only one living in the house anymore. Your kids have moved out, and 3 out of the 4 bathrooms don't ever get used anymore. So maybe you can not bleach those every week, maybe just once a month. So looking at what you're doing and identifying if it's needed or if you're just doing it because it's always been done that way. Another example of it's always been done that way, from my personal experience, when I come home, and this is total autopilot mindlessness, I come home, I put my purse on the foyer table, I walk into the kitchen, I open up the refrigerator, and I find something to eat. Now, I've never stopped to check in to go, am I really hungry? Am I thirsty? Or is it just because I'm home? It's just what I do. So it's important in mindfulness to identify what you're doing and choose your behaviors, choose how you use your energy purposefully. Other examples of mindlessness, getting home and not remembering the drive. I think all of us have done it. We get in the car and we're kind of on autopilot going home and we're totally thinking about something else. Eating without realizing it or when you're not hungry. Sometimes people will just kind of meander into the kitchen and get something to eat and sit down and start eating, and they're like, wait a minute, I'm not really even hungry. And having intense feelings or relapses come from, quote, out of the blue. These usually don't come from out of the blue unless there's been some sort of a trauma in your life. Most of the time, relapses, whether it's mental health or substance abuse, started a long time ago, and you weren't paying attention to the fact that you were getting run down, that you were getting stressed out, that you were getting overwhelmed. So you get to this breaking point, and all of a sudden the dam breaks, and you're like, oh, where did that come from? Well, if you were paying attention, it started about 6 weeks ago. Mindfulness is having an awareness in the present. We stop, look, listen, feel, and interpret what's going inside us and what's going on around us. I encourage my clients to do mindfulness check-ins at every meal because we usually eat at least 2 to 3 times a day. So that's a good anchor point for them to go, okay, before I eat, let me just stop, look around, see where I'm at, figure out how am I feeling physically? Am I tired? Am I anxious? Am I stressed out? Am I hurting somewhere? And what's going on around you? How are you thinking? Once you figure out how you're feeling, whether you're comfortable, what the environment is, interpret where you are and what you need. Purposeful action means becoming mindful in the present moment and acting intentionally instead of reacting emotionally. If you are stressed out and you're exhausted and you're in the cafeteria of your office and people keep coming in and talking to you and just bothering you, and you just really want some peace and quiet, mindlessly acting people would likely just continue to sit there until somebody comes up and you bite their head off. If you're being mindful, you realize, preferably before you even go into the cafeteria, that you're stressed out and you need some quiet time. So maybe you need to eat at your desk. So you're acting intentionally instead of reacting when the dam breaks. You want to intentionally choose behaviors and actions that are going to make effective use of your energy and help you achieve your goals. So again, just thinking about biting people's heads off or getting overwhelmed, how can you prevent that from happening? If you're acting intentionally, if you do a mindfulness scan and you go, you know what, I'm really stressed out right now, I'm exhausted, I can't think straight, what do I need versus what do I think I should do? Because what you need is going to lead you towards purposeful action and get you closer to your goals. How did we learn mindlessness? As we were growing up, people have told us things like, do it because I said so. Don't ask why. This is always one of my big pet peeves when I'm working with other coaches or I'm working with clinicians in a residential setting or even in an outpatient setting. If they tell their clients to do something because they said so, that's A, not respecting the client's autonomy, but it also doesn't help the client learn why, so they can be mindful and make a purposeful choice about whether they want to do it or not. Suck it up communicates, don't feel, just do. You know, some mornings we get up, we don't want to go to work, we don't want to face the traffic, we don't want to take a shower, whatever the case is, maybe all of the above. And sometimes we do have to suck it up. But if you do a mindfulness scan and I go, you know, all of those things are true, I'm not motivated to do anything, I've got to decide in the big scheme of things what works best to help me achieve my goals. Sometimes it means suck it up. But it's important to check in with yourself and feel first, identify what you need, and then make decisions about what's going to get you closer to your goals. Nobody cares, just ignore it. Means don't trust your own instincts and don't trust other people. We don't want to learn this. Again, when you go and tell your boss, I'm overwhelmed, I've got 16 things to do that are due on Friday, and I need to know which is more of a priority to you. And he says, you know, just go figure it out. He's not giving you any direction for being mindful. Or if he says, I don't want to hear about how stressed you are, that means how you feel doesn't matter. And you need to just go ahead and do it regardless of what's in your best interest. Now, sometimes that's going to happen in the workplace. You know, I'm not saying that we live in a utopia. It is, however, important for people to be aware of their own limits and boundaries to prevent burnout. And finally, that's what everyone does. So don't question it. Everyone else does this, so you need to do it too. And in reality, this is one of the biggest mindfulness trip-ups ever. Always, always, always ask yourself, is whatever I'm getting ready to do getting me closer to or further away from my ultimate goals and where I want to be? Mindfulness can help us transition from reacting to acting. It can help us be proactive and prevent reacting, prevent blowing up, prevent burning out. It makes more efficient and effective use of energy by making the right decisions the first time. So beginning with the end in mind, so to speak, what are my ultimate goals? Let's make the right decision about how to handle this situation to get me closer to my goals. And mindfulness encourages self-awareness and compassion. So we want to seek first to understand ourselves and then to understand others. And when I say understand ourselves, it means, what are we good at? What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What do we need? What do we want? And what are our ultimate goals? Mindfulness can help reduce inefficiency through planning and prioritizing. Instead of just kind of flying by the seat of your pants, deciding, hey, I want to build a doghouse, driving down to Home Depot, buying a bunch of lumber and a bunch of nails and going, okay, now let's figure out how to put this together. That's kind of inefficient. Whereas you could save time by going online, getting a plan, which will have a list of all the supplies that you need, and then you can follow the plan, put up the doghouse, and bada bing, Fido has a new home. Mindfulness helps balance and renew your resources, energy, and health to create a sustainable, long-term, effective lifestyle, because it encourages you to ask yourself regularly, what do I need right now? And what options do I have to meet those needs in the present while still moving toward future goals? If you can even just ask yourself those two questions at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and actually act on the results, not just go, okay, well, that was a fun exercise. It will help you reduce a lot of stress and free up energy to accomplish the goals that you want to. Mindfulness activities, head, heart, and gut honesty. I talk about this in a lot of presentations. In your head, this is your logic. What do you need? In your heart, this is, how you feel about something. And your gut is kind of your spidey senses. And if something isn't right, your gut's going to go, yeah, this is probably a bad idea. When you're behaving mindfully, your head, heart, and gut are all in alignment. They're going, yep, this is what we need to do. Now, your head may be saying, this is going to be hard, but we can get it done. Or your heart may be saying, this is not the most pleasant thing that I have to do, but it's the right thing to get me to where I want to be. Another activity you can do is the attitude of gratitude, also known as don't crap on the present. So having an attitude of gratitude about yourself, what are you grateful for? About your family, what are you grateful for with them? Your job and your life. Too often, because this is the way we've always been raised, we focus on the negative and forget to identify the positive, when in reality, we should identify 3 positives for every negative. Try that. 3 positives for every negative. Another activity is called the 5-minute focus, and this can be somewhat daunting at first. Go into a room for 5 minutes, and it may seem like an eternity. Write down on a piece of paper everything you see, what you smell, what you hear, and how you feel emotionally and physically. This gets you into the habit or practice of being more attuned to your surroundings and being more aware of not only what's going on inside, but also what's going on around you. Smells are the strongest trigger for memories. So if you walk into a room and, every time you walk in there, you just kind of feel chills go up your spine, think to yourself, what does this smell like that is reminding me of something in my past? Or is the paint on the walls a color that reminds me of something? Am I triggering a memory? Being aware of what's going on around and inside is important because they work together. Vulnerability checklist. This is something I encourage people do every single morning. Vulnerabilities are things that, when unchecked, can cause low-grade stress, making you more vulnerable to stronger reactions. So if you're under stress, if you're not getting proper nutrition, if you're not getting enough sleep, if you're in pain, if you're not sleeping well, when something happens, your emotional reaction, which would normally maybe be a 2, may be an 8, because you're just you're over it. Your physical reactions can also be a lot stronger. Instead of just being a mild annoyance where you have a brief little adrenaline rush, you may get completely flushed and go into a full-grade panic attack. Socially, your reactions can be a lot stronger, and you can be either a lot more needy and a lot more seeking of external validation, or on the contrary, you might be a lot more withdrawing. When stress starts to build up, it affects your relationships. And when stress starts to build up and you start to become vulnerable, environmental things can also be a lot more powerful in triggering relapses and negative mood states. Yet another activity is called 3-minute thoughts. Take 3 minutes and write down or record on a voice recorder all of the thoughts that you have. Then review what you wrote down. How many of those thoughts were negative? How many were about the past, the future, and the present? And how many were just totally irrelevant? This will help you identify what your sort of automatic thoughts are that are constantly buzzing around in your head. We want these thoughts to be positive and about the present and hopeful about the future. Irrelevant thoughts happen. You know, you may be driving down the road and you're like, ooh, bunny rabbit. Totally irrelevant, but it's a thought. So it's something that you would want to record. Colors of emotion. Most colors evoke emotion in people. Most of the emotions are learned because color reminds you of a memory. So get a big crayon box and identify how different colors make you feel. Now, certain colors, they've done research. Yellows, reds, and browns tend to make people hungry. So when you go into restaurants, you'll see a lot more yellow, red, and brown. Certain blues can be calming, but certain blues can also feel institutional, like a blue-gray or kind of a pea soup green. That may not be true for every single person, though. So look at colors, look at swatches, and just see, how does that make you feel? Does it make you feel calm, indifferent, or sad? Increase the colors in your environment that make you happy. I like purple and blues and, you know, some of the bright, cheery colors. But I love just about every shade of purple and blue. So that's what I would use for accessories in whatever environment that I'm in. But I also like white because it's blank. And that gives me a place, something that I can look at that's not overstimulating or understimulating. It's just blank. Smells are one of the strongest memory triggers, so know your nose. What smells to you are calming and maybe nostalgic at the same time? It's getting to be fall right now where I'm at, and the fall smells and the fall air fresheners are coming out. And I love the smell of cinnamon and cloves and all of those things that you associate with campfires and apple cider and all that kind of stuff. It makes me nostalgic, and it's also calming. There's not really a whole lot of smells that make me angry, except for maybe the smell of dog poop, because then I know I've got to clean it up. But, you know, some smells may trigger a memory of something, maybe a bad situation in your past, and it will make you angry. So be aware of those smells. Are there smells that make you stressed? And are there smells that make you energetic? Now, you can do all kinds of research on aromatherapy and see what scents are typically associated with certain feelings. That doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be associated with that feeling for you. So you still want to test it out personally. When I use aromatherapy with my animals that are on my farm, I take down an array of different essential oils and I let them sniff them. And if they like it, they'll sniff it again. If they don't like it, they'll walk away. My donkeys don't like lavender. They have no use for lavender at all. Now, valerian, on the other hand, they tend to flock to a little bit more. So before the farrier comes out, I put a little valerian oil on their halter, which helps them be a little bit calmer when he's there. The ABCs. ABCs help you identify why you're getting upset about something. So the activating event, something happens. The consequence is that you get upset or you get angry. But between those two things, which are like a split second, you have all these automatic beliefs. So something happened, and you tap into schemas about this event, which are all your automatic beliefs, and it results in an emotion. Now, what you can do is dispute these beliefs and say, that doesn't really apply to this situation. Sometimes your beliefs are spot on accurate, though. So then you've got to evaluate, is this worth my energy? Is my reaction useful? If you get cut off in traffic, and this is my favorite one to use because everybody gets cut off in traffic occasionally. If you get cut off in traffic, was it dangerous? Yeah, that's probably a very valid belief. But when I evaluate the consequence, is my getting angry about it and, trying to convince the other person how wrong they were, is that useful? My answer is no. The other person may not even know they cut me off, but even if they do, they may not care, and likely they don't. So is it worth my energy and effort to follow up on that, or do I just need to go, okay, deep breath, need to be a little bit more alert? Relapse warning signs checklist, or the black swan. Relapses don't come from out of the blue. A black swan is something that is an unexpected event to occur. Part of mindfulness is learning about yourself from past experiences. In the past, what has led up to a relapse? In the past, what has triggered my depression? Relapse prevention means being aware of your status, how you're feeling, your vulnerabilities, and your wants and needs. So being aware of that, being aware of your swan, will help you prevent the black swan. It will help you prevent a relapse from just showing up out of the blue. Developing a checklist of your relapse warning signs and reviewing it daily can also assist in preventing relapse. A functional analysis: what, whys, and hows. I like this one just because I tend to be more cognitive in my approach. What makes you angry, resentful, or guilty? Anger is a protective feeling. It pushes people away or gives you power over them. Resentment is just another form of anger. Guilt, interestingly, a lot of people don't loop it in here, but guilt is often anger at yourself for something you did or didn't do. So we're still dealing with anger. So what triggers your anger? What are you angry about? Why are you angry about it? And how can you get rid of this anger? Because being angry doesn't do anybody any good. So figuring out how to deal with that anger and let it go. Fear, again, what's causing it? If you've got fear going on, what's causing it? Why are you afraid of this? And how can you deal with it? Being stressed out or overwhelmed. Same basic principle. Now, happiness, here's one that we don't usually question. Why would we question happiness? Why would we do a functional analysis on it? Because you can't be happy and miserable at the same exact time. So what makes you happy? Why does it make you happy? And how can you increase that in your life? Denial. Sometimes we have to look at, somebody tells me I'm in denial about something. So what is it they're telling me I'm in denial about? Why do they think I'm in denial about it? And how can I address it? And depression and isolation follows the same pattern. What is it that's causing it? Why do I feel this way? And how can I deal with it? A daily planner can also be helpful. Each morning, spend 10 minutes being mindful of how you're feeling. 10 minutes can feel like an eternity, but do it while you're drinking your coffee. Maybe drink your coffee on the porch and watch the birds or listen to the frogs, whatever it is that you do in the morning. Identify all the things that need to happen or get done that day. Not that you want to happen or get done, that need to. These absolutely positively have to happen. Go through the list and highlight the ones that must get done today. Maybe your electric bill is due today, so that's got to be done today. Identify anybody that can assist with the must-dos, and then get going. You can only sit there and think about it and dread it and ponder it and feel overwhelmed for so long before you just exhaust yourself. So you might as well use that energy to get going and start knocking things off of your list. Our culture promotes automation and mindlessness. Mindfulness means taking time to think before you act. Stopping to think takes time, though, but it usually takes less time than making needless errors. So, do you have time to do it twice, or is it better to do it right the first time? Mindfulness means understanding your swan, your status, your wants and needs, and the what's, whys, and how's of your vulnerabilities so you can make the best choice of action to get you closer to where you want to be. Here are some mindfulness-related resources that you can take a look at. They're all workbooks. They are very good. If you want to go to newharbinger.com and use coupon code 1168SNIPES, you'll get a 25.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to tonight's edition of Unlocking Your Truth, a talk about metaphysics and spirituality. And we broadcast on 101.7 FM across the Fraser Valley. You can also catch Unlocking Your Truth on all the major podcasting platforms. And you can look at past episodes on my website, drlesliephillips.com. And I'm here, I'm Dr. Leslie Phillips, and with my
sidekick. Corey.
That's right. Unlocking Your Truth is a talk show about metaphysics and spirituality. And every week we have a different discussion topic, and we also open up to the people who are listening live to ask questions. Now, how might you listen live and be a member of the chat room, I hear you ask? If you're listening on the radio show or you're listening on the podcasting platforms, well, all you need to do is you need to join the Awaken Your Psychic Abilities Facebook group, which is monitored by Corey, and you need to tell Corey that you're joining because you were invited by listening to the podcast, so that he knows why you're there. And if you don't like Facebook, you can also catch us on YouTube, because we live stream, we pre-record the show and we live stream on YouTube as well.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do. Tonight's topic is present time.
Is it?
Being in the present moment.
It's living in the present moment.
Living in the present moment. And why might we want to do that? And what do we mean by the present moment anyway? What's the present moment? The present moment is the here and now. And I don't know if you've ever noticed, but however many years you have lived on this planet in this lifetime, have you ever experienced a time when your body was in the past or in the future? Have you, Corey? Has your body ever been in the past or the future?
No.
No, it can't.
I had to think for a minute there, has it? No.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single one of us who can say, oh yeah, my body was in the past. Because if your body was in the past, for your body at that point, it would still be in the present moment.
Yes, definitely.
So your body, your physical body, can only be right here, right now, in this time-space reality. Your body exists in time and space. You are the spiritual consciousness that animates the body. The body is your vesicle. Vesicle? Vessel. It's not a vesicle. Well, you can be anytime, any place, anywhere. So often, and I'm sure you've all had this experience, where while your body is in the present moment, you are not. And I'll give you a couple of examples of that. Did you ever get into your car and go on a journey from A to B. And you got in the car and off you went, and you arrived at your destination. And you were conscious when you got in the car, and you were conscious when you arrived at your destination, but you've had very minimal, if any, recollection of the time that has elapsed in between. And this is really, really common, especially on a trip that we do every day, like driving to work, or even if you're on public transport. It's very, very common that we phase out of this reality. We go somewhere else. So where do we go? All manner of places. We might be in the future because we're thinking about the meeting that we're going to have with our boss when we finally do get to work, or all the to-do lists that we have. We might be in the past because we're thinking about the argument we had with our husband last night, or, oh, I do hope my child will do well in his math test. Or maybe we are, we're in the past, maybe we're in another place. Like, oh, I have a relative that's unwell and they live abroad and I'm very concerned about them. So your consciousness can be past, future, present, but in another place than your body is. But your body can only ever be here and now. So that's what we need by the present moment, right? It's right here, right now, where your body resides. You, the spirit, you are not limited by time and space as your body is. You are an eternal, multidimensional being, and you exist beyond this time-space reality.
I think that's my favorite saying, that we live beyond time and space as a spirit being.
Yeah, you are multidimensional. So how can we be in the present moment with our body, and why would we want to be doing that anyway? Why would we want to be doing that? Think about your body as a focal point. It is a focal point. It is your focal point for focusing your energy through in this lifetime. And everything happens from this vehicle, from this vessel. You manifest your reality from here, right? This is the piece of you that's in the here and now, that's radiating energy, that's determining what you end up creating. So if you vacate the vessel, if you vacate the vehicle, then yes, you're still creating your reality, but it's happening all very unconsciously. But if you can learn to be present within the body, be grounded within the body, be awake and aware within the body, then you can direct the vehicle. You can make conscious choices about your life, and you can be in charge of the energy field that is within your body. And this is what rules your manifestation, your ability to manifest. It's determined by that energy field, by that energy vibration. So you want to be in charge of it, you want to be directing it. So that's one very good reason to stay close to your body. But how do you do it? Well, if you think about mindfulness, we've all heard of mindfulness. It's probably the most common type of meditation practice that's out there in the Western world, mindfulness. And what does that mean? It means being very present and awake and aware. And how do we do it? By paying attention to the body. And by paying attention to the body and what's going on in the body, it draws us into the present moment, which is the point of maximum power for you to create your reality. So the body, when you think about it, it's got 5 senses. And so if we focus on the 5 physical senses, such as sound, listening to my voice talking, that's helping you come into the present moment, because I am talking in the here and now through my body in the here and now to your body in the here and now. So if you listen to that sound, any sound that is around you and around your body that your body is picking up, if you focus on that, it helps to pull you into the present. If you use your physical eyes to look at what is around you, here's a plant next to me on one side, and here's some flowers on the other side. If you use your vision to focus into the here and now, that also helps you. If you focus on your sense of touch, you feel your clothes, feel your skin on your face, your hair, anything, touch it, feel it, sense it that way. It helps you come more fully into the body. Or any tastes or smells. All of these signals from the 5 physical senses are being experienced by your body in the here and now, and by you focusing on them, it helps bring you into the present moment. A very, very common technique in mindfulness and pretty much most forms of meditation is to focus on the breath. Because if I am breathing in and breathing out, and breathing in and breathing out. As spirit, I don't breathe, but my body breathes. It's my body that's breathing. So if I focus on the breath of the body, it pulls me into the present moment. My body does some other things. It has a heart, and the heart is constantly beating, and distributing blood and oxygen and nutrition around the body. So if I focus on the heartbeat, that's happening in my body, that also pulls me into the present moment. So the more that you focus on your body and what's happening within your body, the more you are in the present moment. And like I said before, it might seem obvious, but actually it's not so obvious. Most humans are not in the present moment and not in their body. I gave you an example earlier where you go on a trip and you don't even remember how you got from one place to another. Another common one is Googling on the internet, or playing a game on the internet or something, right? It's just sucking your attention in to that virtual space rather than being present within your body. So there's lots of common examples of how we do that, how we phase out of reality. And a lot of people will be outside of the body because the body is not a pleasant place for them to be. And why? Because they've stored some unpleasant things within the body. So they start to come into the body and they say, I don't like this place. It's not a pleasant place to be. I'm out of here. Examples are, if you've been through a traumatic experience, often in a traumatic experience, our immediate reaction is just to leave. Or if you've spent a lot of time being drunk or high, then you are not necessarily in the body when you're doing that. And there can be, other reasons, other like physical pain and so on or emotional pain that's going on in the body that you are in denial of, that you don't want to face, you don't want to deal with. And so you tend to float around in spiritual space rather than time space. And it's a common thing as well, I think, in many New Age spiritual practices, to have a focus on heaven rather than earth, and to open up to up there and out there, and forget about down here and in here. But the larger part of you is always up there and out there. Meanwhile, you've created this body. And why have you created this body? You've created this body for a special purpose, to have the experience of being in time, space, reality. And then you forgot to drive the car. So we need to learn to drive the car, take charge of the vehicle, look after it, keep it clean and tidy, make it a pleasant place to hang out, because we're meant to be driving around in it all the time. And so pretty much every show, I talk about grounding. And I lead you in the direction of a free meditation on my website to teach grounding. And I'm doing it again this time. So if you go on my website under free stuff, you'll see some free meditations. And if you go there, you can download a meditation and it will teach you 2 things. And both of these things help you be present in the here and now within the body. The first one is called grounding. Grounding. It's an energy technique to create an energy flow from your first chakra to the center of the earth. And it helps anchor you, the high vibration consciousness, into the body. It helps make it safe for your high vibration energy to come into the body. So this is a spiritual technique that I'm talking about. Sometimes when I talk about grounding, people go, yeah, I know what grounding is. And there's lots of different ideas out there about what grounding is. And for some people, it is go and stand outside in the grass barefoot, connect with nature in that way. And that can be a good way to focus in the here and now and into your body, because you're paying attention to your feet on the grass and all of that. But the spiritual technique of grounding is extremely powerful and is also a way of helping you heal whatever reasons have caused you not to be in the body in the first place. So if you have pain and trauma, and when you come into the body, you say, well, I can't meditate because my back hurts, because somehow you've stored some painful situations and memories in there. Grounding helps you now to release that, to make the vessel, the vehicle, the body a more pleasant place for you to hang out. The second technique is called centering, and it teaches you to place your conscious awareness in the center of your head. Center of your head's in your body. And so, of course, that also helps you to bring you into the present moment. I have to take a break now, folks.
Yeah. So we'll take a short break, and after we come back, you can talk about centering some more.
Sure.
And then we'll start doing readings for people. Yay. That's in the future, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back to Unlocking Your Truth, where we're talking about being in the present moment, which is the only place that the body can be. It's always here and now, here and now, here and now, this moment, 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 this moment. Always in this moment. The moment changes, but you're always in it.
Same as your breath. Just one moment, one moment, one moment, one breath, one breath, one breath.
So before the show, I was talking, this segment of the show, I was talking about a meditation you can download from my website that will teach you 2 techniques. In the first segment, we talked about the grounding technique, and we were just starting to talk about centering, which is a technique to place your conscious awareness in the center of your head. And it's another way that you can bring your focus here into present time where the body is, because you're sitting within the seat of consciousness within the body. It also has many powers, and one of them is the power of neutrality, which is brilliant, because if for some reason you've stored some things in your body that you don't like and you don't like being there, if you're grounded and you're centered, then it's easy to be present and be neutral about what you find, and to be in a state of acceptance rather than judgment and resistance against what you find. Because if you are in judgment and resistance, then it's much harder to change that thing. So if you're in the center of your head, you can be neutral and accepting, and then it's easier to release and let go. All right, so there's a well-known author called Eckhart Tolle who wrote a book called The Power of Now, and that's all about what we're talking about tonight, being in the present moment. That's a great read. I'm sure pretty much most people in the spiritual realm have read it, but if you haven't, read it. It's excellent. So I'm just going to open up the floor to questions already, I think. If there are. If there aren't, we'll keep talking. But
yeah, I think the gurus in India have a lot of wisdom when it comes around to being in the present. And as I alluded to before about breathing, we can, each breath that we take, we're here, right now. You can't take a breath in the future and you can't take a breath in the past. And when you look at your breath or focus on your breath a little bit, you're very much so in the present, because each breath is life-giving. You can't skip a breath. You can never skip a breath. Heartbeats can skip. Your heart can stop. But if you stop breathing, it doesn't, even hearts can come back. But once your breathing stops completely, that's it. You're done. It's a very strong thing to be in the present.
yeah, bodies need air.
Yeah. And
that's something we do when we're not present within the body, and when we are anxious or stressed out or focusing on something that isn't, we sometimes do forget to breathe, actually.
Very true. Yeah. It's I think that's one of the things. We do stop breathing, or start breathing shallower or deeper, or depending on what's happening in our lives.
Yes.
The breath has a lot to say, in essence.
In fact,
It's
I
very
invite
interesting.
everyone who's listening to the show, and actually it's okay if you're driving, you can do this, whatever you're doing, is to just focus on the breath and take a really long, slow, deep breath and fill your lungs to capacity.
But don't pass out.
And then once you're at the top of the breath, take a really long, slow, deep breath out and empty your lungs to capacity. And when you are breathing in, you are revitalizing, replenishing, receiving, taking in from the universe. And when you are breathing out, you are letting go, you are releasing, you are relinquishing. And so that rhythm of the breath is, it's helping you, giving you the opportunity to reset your energy in every moment, actually, and to, at least on a physiological level, release things that you no longer are needing within the body, like you're expelling carbon dioxide and so on. But it also can be a very spiritual inhalation and exhalation to help you reset your energy. But there's lots and lots of breathing techniques that do help you to bring yourself into the present moment and reset your energy. One of them is called square breathing, where we breathe in and we count to, I think it's 6 breaths, 4 seconds. So breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, breathing out, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4. We do that 4 times, breathing in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Holding the breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhaling. 1, 2, 3, 4. Holding the breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. And inhaling. 1, 2, 3, 4. Holding the breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. And exhale. And hold. And inhale.
That really brings you present.
And hold. And exhale. And hold. It's called square breathing, and it helps you to reset your energy, and it brings you into focus in the here and now and connects you with your body. All right.
All right. Well, I have one question from Lorraine in Facebook. And she says, centering seems very important. How do you get there?
Okay, well, take 2 fingertips. Place one fingertip at the center of your forehead. Place another fingertip side of your head, slightly above and slightly behind one of your ears. And imagine that you have a line of light emanating from the end of each fingertip. It will make the sign of the cross. And in the very center of your head is the center of the cross. That point is where the pineal gland is, in the center of the brain. It's also the center of the 6th chakra. And what you do is you focus your conscious awareness right there at that point where the pineal gland is. So you need to sort of, first of all, where am I? Where am I? You know, where am I? Where is my consciousness right now? And then bring your consciousness to float above the top of your head. And then come and sit on the top of your head in the crown chakra, where the fontanelle is. And then you can enter the body through the top of your head and then just move down and into the center of your head. That's how you get there. That's how you get to the center of your head. And you must be grounded to do that, because the grounding helps your energy come into the body. You're very high vibration, very high energy, and the body is a much lower vibration. So we can make that connection and we can come into the body when we're being grounded. So those 2 techniques go together. Thank you for the question, Lorraine.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. Our next question is from Prasad. So I'm going to try to decipher it a little bit. And he says, before the war, I sent with prayers rare holy ash packet of Shirdi Sai Baba, which is 1 per person, you only get 1, to the Ukraine envoy in India for protection to be dropped on Ukrainian soil. But he is sacked now for being with Russia. Now, this is where it falls apart. It says, what it makes out, Dr. Leslie, can you tell us more? That's the question in the Q&A session. Can you please respond?
What it makes out?
Yeah, I think he says, can you tell a little bit more, talk a little bit more about the issue with trying to get that package to Russia. He sent it to an envoy in India to take to Ukraine and drop it in Ukrainian soil, sort of to try and bless the Ukraine, but it didn't seem to make it there, that as far as he knows.
Okay, and so he wants
was he in one of your Q&A sessions, Prasad?
Oh, I think he went to one of the free third Thursday sessions. I'm doing these free third Thursday sessions, which is an hour on a Thursday at 1 p.m. And it's usually every third Thursday, except for July and August, where it's going to be the fourth Thursday. Maybe I should just change it to the fourth Thursday. So there's one tomorrow, and it's from 1 o'clock Pacific time to 2 o'clock Pacific time. And people who are interested in developing their psychic abilities and want to ask questions about developing their psychic abilities can show up to that Zoom call. You can sign up to it on my website, and also find out more about my psychic development courses. And if you can't find it on my website, just email info@drlesliephillips.com and I'll send you an invitation. Because I actually think I was doing it as an invitation only to people who have done the psychic quiz, get invited to that. So if you haven't done the psychic quiz on the website, go do it, and then it will send you the link to that live session. I'm not sure what Prasad is asking, Corey, so maybe we can get him to type a bit more and we can just on to another question.
Okay, Prasad, please just a little bit more, explain just a little bit more what you would like. Thank you. This is from Najiri. Hello, Najiri. Nice to hear from you again. I'm not sure why every time I'm about to manifest something, I really desire when I'm 98% of the way there is always a last minute delay. This is happening right now. What do I need to release? I would like to break this cycle once and for all.
That's interesting, isn't it? We'll have a look. Well, to me, it looks like connected to that thing of, it's almost like if I get it, I'll have to validate how powerful I am. And I'm a bit afraid of my own power. That's what it seems to be, some version of that. So I see the excitement building at getting the thing. And then as the excitement builds, you sense your own power, and then you go, oh, I'm really powerful and I might have to acknowledge how powerful I am. So that's what it looks like to me.
I don't think that's solely a Najiri issue. I think we all get there. I remember somebody telling me, I guess you could call it a joke around this. He says, I went out to get to a job interview. I felt really good about this job interview, and I felt certain. It was really amazing. I prepared for it. I researched the company. I went to the interview, and it was amazing. It was like I was at home, and everybody loved me, and it was phenomenal. I know this is my job, and this was on a Monday, and the fellow who did the interview said, "I'll give you a call on Friday," and with the answers. And so he waited and he waited and he waited, and there, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm going to get this job. I know it. And he said and meditated on, I'm going to get this job. I know I'm going to get this job. And Friday came along and the telephone rang, and it was this company, and it was the gentleman that did the interview. And he said, I'm sorry to say, but you didn't get the job. And the fellow said, okay, no problem. Thank you very much. He hung up. He said, I knew I wouldn't get it. We do that. We think we're being completely involved in our intention setting, but like she says, there's that she's 98%. You can't be 98%. You got to go all the way. Just let it go. Right, Dr. Leslie?
Yeah, I mean, it's vibrational. So the more in alignment and the more you're believing in your manifestation, the more likely it is to manifest. And the more that you're doubting and disbelieving, the less likely it is to manifest.
Definitely. Okay, this is from Brian. Brian says, is yawning, coughing, sneezing, are those signs of moving energy that seems to be happening a lot lately, and it seems to be connected to energy shifts I'm aware of?
The short answer is yes.
Give us a long answer, Dr. Leslie.
Well, yeah, yawning, coughing, and sneezing, they are all crying, tears coming out your eyes. They're all ways of releasing energy. And it's funny, I had a breakthrough session with one of my students today, and she said, Dr. Leslie, I keep yawning when I meditate. Is that normal? And I said, yeah, it's absolutely is normal. And it's quite common for people who are even doing psychic readings. Actually, it looks like you're bored, but you're yawning because it's a natural way of releasing energy. Because often when we're meditating, doing a psychic reading, there's a lot happening, there's a lot shifting, there's a lot changing. And it's just one of the ways that the body just naturally gets involved to help release energy. So yeah, Brian, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Leslie. Very good. Najiri says, wow, this is quite profound. I received this. Thank you.
You're welcome, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you. This is from Carol. Carol says, I remember you mentioned to stay in the center of your head throughout the day. I find myself sitting back to front of my head. Any tips?
So I've got a number of different Carols actually in my courses. I think it's
it is Carol Mann.
Yes. So I would never have said to stay in the center of your head for the whole of the day. What I would have said is be in the center of your head depending on what you're engaged in. If you do an intellectual job, or if you're doing your accounting, then or something administrative like that, or operating machinery, then you be in the frontal lobes of your brain, because now you're doing a function that is very much in the physical, and your brain is geared to help you do those physical tasks, like thinking and working things out in a logical, linear way. So be in the center of your head when you want to access your neutrality, when you want to access your clairvoyance, when you want to access your intuition. Be in the center when you want to be non-judgmental. When a challenging situation arises and you're finding it difficult to be neutral because you feel like somebody's picking on you or something like that, then be in the center of your head. Or if you want to look at a choice that you're going to make and you want to access your intuition, then be in the center of your head. So be in the center of your head depending on what you're doing and what you're wanting to tap into. Is it your intellect? Is it your intuition? And then she said she has a tendency to be back to front. I'm not exactly sure what that meant, but probably what might be happening is, as you're naturally needing to do tasks that involve your brain, you're moving forward because that's the place you need to be to do that task. So that's not a problem. The problem arises is that most people stay in their intellect all the time and then they can't access their intuition. And most people, when they're trying to access their intuition, get in their intellect and that interferes. So they're both great places to be. It just depends on what you're doing. All right, then we have to go to another break. Welcome back, everybody, to Unlocking Your Truth, where tonight's show is on being in the present moment, but we are in that stage in the show where we open to your questions and you're welcome to ask about anything.
By the way, Lorraine says, Dr. Leslie, you look lovely tonight.
Thank you, Lorraine. I don't have my that I put in my hair on tonight, do I?
Yeah. And Brian says, thank you. And Carol says, oh, thank you, Dr. Leslie. I must have got it mixed up.
Yeah, maybe. No, yeah, I mean, just on that question, I had another question today in a breakthrough session with a student, and she'd taken some other training, and the teacher had told her to open her crown chakra. If she wanted to be a medium and talk to people who passed away, or what you must do, she said, is you must open your crown chakra. And then this person was sort of telling people to just keep their crown chakras open. And this lady said, well, it never felt right to me. And I felt sort of disassociated from reality. And I didn't feel like I was in my body. And I said, well, of course not. Because if you have your crown chakra really wide open, you are connecting with not just this reality, but everything that's out there in the universe. So there's a tip. If you want to be in the present moment, don't have your crown chakra wide open, just have it open a little bit, because that's enough to be right here, right now. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is because I often encounter that idea that to be spiritual, the journey is open your chakras, open them all up. And then we've made it when we've opened all our chakras. And my philosophy is, what experience of reality do you want to have? Because you will get a different experience of reality if your chakras are open versus, if they're more open versus less open. You can, and you can configure them differently, and it will give you a different experience of reality. So mastering your psychic abilities is not about opening them all really, really wide. It's about understanding what happens when you do that. And is that the experience that you're wanting to have? So having your crown chakra open really wide, that creates a need for a massive amount of grounding to counterbalance that level of opening. And most people float away into hyperspace when they do that. And it's often also related to, or a cause for, the idea of some mental illnesses, because now you're in touch with all these alternate realities that have nothing to do with this time-space reality, which is what we're talking about today, being in this time-space reality.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Leslie.
Mm.
And folks, if you're enjoying the show, please give us a like, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. If you don't mind, that would be lovely. And so this is from Katie. And Katie says, can we be present while we're multitasking, such as watering plants in the yard while listening to our favorite Psychic Abilities radio show?
I think you can be present while you're multitasking. Because if all of those things are on the physical level, right, you can be listening to music while you are watering your plants and still be very, 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 very present. I think that what sometimes happens if we're listening to a podcast is we go into the realm of ideas, we go into the mental space, and then we sort of phase out the body level. But you don't have to. You can stay grounded and present while you're listening.
But it can help as well. It can help to focus. I know that, like, remember with that thing we did with eating that we learned from our Vietnamese monk? When you're eating, if you take a bite of your food, put down your fork and then concentrate on eating, and you'll see that the food tastes completely different. So if you're doing something, you can do both, but you might get more out of it if you're just doing the one thing at a time and focusing on the one thing, as opposed to trying to get it over with as well. Oh, I got to get to because what you're doing by watering and listening to the show is you're saying, well, the watering isn't important, but the show is. But can you give importance to both equally? What do you think, Dr. Leslie?
Yeah, I think it depends. It's an interesting one. I mean, one thing I've always found interesting is some people listen to music to help them study. Now, I was never able to do that. I had to have complete silence so I could study, because if there was music on at the same time, I would drift away and I would not be able to be in that point of focus. That was before I knew how to ground, but I wonder if I still would be like that now. I think probably, actually. So I think that there are some differences between people as well.
Yeah.
Rory likes to listen to music, don't you? And you don't drift away, but I do.
Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. It all depends on what I'm doing. When I studied, I used to like to listen to music. And I think the music sort of, depending on the type of music you listen to, can keep you present as well.
I've never found any music that helps me stay more present than if I don't have any noise. Yeah.
Apparently Baroque music opens the channel between the two sides of the brain, the left and the right brain. And so there's there's more learning and more logical learning, but also more heartfelt learning, more don't know the word, what you call it, that type of learning, but more spiritually centered learning. Anyway,
we digress.
Thank you.
Well, not really. It's always about the present moment, wasn't it?
I'm not digressing. No. Okay, this one's from Katie. Katie says, can we be present? Oh, that was Katie. Well, this is Erica. Erica says, according to your quiz, my primary clair is clairaudience. Wonderful. Congratulations. I've been trying to connect with my spirit guides for some time now without much luck and haven't been able to really decipher any messages that make sense or resonate. I'm hoping you can help me figure out their name and or a message from them.
Okay, sure. And I'll just also, and by the way, Erica, in that quiz, clairaudience tends to be more of a rare one in terms of what most people find. Most people, I think, clairsentience is the top one, then claircognizance, then I think it's clairvoyance, then clairaudience, although I might have that the wrong way around. So yeah, so all right, and so I'm going to look at this and give you an answer, but I just want to also mention that it's developing your psychic abilities is a bit like going to the gym. You have to practice. You have to learn how to use the machinery, how to use the equipment. So I have created many psychic development courses to help you learn the equipment and learn how to operate it and practice it so that you know what you're doing with your psychic abilities and you know how to consciously access them. And that journey begins with the Unlock Your Intuition course that gives you a grounding of spiritual techniques and also helps you to overcome the most common blocks to intuition while simultaneously teaching you some psychic development tools. Then after that, I have a clairaudience course, where you spend 10 weeks focusing on that ability called clairaudience, where you learn now how to interpret what you're getting, and you learn how to tune in to different frequencies that, all of your guides have got different frequencies. So how can you consciously tune into this frequency and that frequency and listen to that guide and listen to the other guide? You learn all of that in that course. Because it's not, I spent myself 6 years in a modern mystery school from 1998 to about 2004. And I lived and breathed this stuff. And that's why I'm so good at what I do, because I've devoted my life to it. And I think sometimes people think, well, you know, I'll read a book, or I'll take a weekend course, and that'll be me, and I'll tick the box, and I'm, you know, and it's like anything. The more you focus, the better you become. So anyway, that said, Erica, let's have a look at your idea of your spirit guides. Well, first thing I'm noticing is this sort of interesting energy configuration that sort of comes down like this to your throat chakra. And your throat chakra is the one that's responsible for clairaudience. And this sort of strange triangle energy configuration, the energy here is pink. It's almost like you're wearing this pink collar of energy. And I feel that that is relating to your spirit guides. So I'm just going to look at that a little bit longer. One of the things is to let go of expectations of to let go of expectations around spirit guides, and to let go of expectations around the messages. And the other thing that they're saying is to be playful and make it fun and make it light and make it amusing, make it funny. So sometimes we get serious and we get into effort when we're trying to accomplish these things, and that doesn't help. So it feels like this pink energy is trying to help you to get into more of a light, amused, fun kind of vibe. And I'm seeing one of your guides, and I'm just taking a moment to talk to them before I say anything. Well, you've got one of your guides is this lovely, the energy vibration is almost like this silvery, pearlescent vibration. These are energy beings, right? They don't look like us, but sometimes they project an image like us. And this beautiful, pearly, silvery, opalescent being is projecting the idea of a very amusing picture of it's like it's like a funny comedy Halloween vampire with a mustache and a cape. And that's just, it's that is supposed to be, and it's almost like a funny magician as well. That's the message that I was translating into making it fun and not making it serious and not having any expectations. And that's a projection coming from the spirit guide that really, to me, looks like this silvery energy, but it's communicating with you. Well, in this case, it's communicating with me through pictures. But let's have a look at the clairaudience again. Give us a second. So there is a song playing and it says, smile even though your heart is breaking. But it just means, again, it's like, it's always advocating this inner smile, this state of having an inner smile, cultivating this inner happiness, this high vibrational amused state as being helpful for your development of your psychic abilities. Because when we're amused or when we're smiling, then our vibration is high. So that is counterbalancing things that arise in the system that are a lower vibration, like feeling sad. But if I smile, it will uplift me. So I hope that helps, Erica.
Yep. Thank you. I'm just going to read Brian's note, and then we're going to have to sign off. What's amazing is that I've cultivated awareness, even if I'm multitasking, no matter What's going on? Awareness pulls me into the present moment if I get lost. I may hear a song on the radio with a message for me, or a quote on a TV show or movie that deeply resonates, or an animal crosses my path with a spiritual gift. Suddenly I become entirely present. Something pulls my entire attention to that message. It's incredible. I've even heard it in my head when I think too much to suddenly focus on my breath. That's interesting. Cool, Brian. Thank you. By the way, folks, there's no show next week, but we'll be returning on the following week at 1 p.m. So thank you all. Dr. Leslie, would you like to say goodbye?
Good morning. Good morning. So the topic here this morning is outcome engineering. And it's interesting, when I talk to companies about this topic, the conversation usually starts out great. And people are shaking their head up and down, and I get a few amens and some hallelujahs. And then at some point in that conversation, the train goes off the track. The wheels come off the bus. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Outcome engineering. Why are we even in this conversation? Why are you, as technology providers, being asked to deliver business outcomes? And we've been writing about this for several years now, but we're not the only ones. There are other people saying, hey, technology has to connect to a business outcome. I didn't realize Cisco actually now has a certification program for selling business outcomes. So there's a drumbeat there. It's not just us. Why? Well, like most things in business, if you want to understand why, just follow the money or the lack thereof. This is a chart we've been using for years to describe what is happening to our industry. Two major trends: the commoditization of technology, feature functionality. People don't want to pay a premium price just for technical features. And these new consumption models. People not purchasing technology as an asset, right? They want to subscribe. They want you to run it as a managed service. And what's happening, a lot of companies in this room find yourselves in the lower left-hand corner of that diagram. What does that mean? You have product revenues that are flat or declining, margins declining, and you have not yet stood up new compelling offers that bring in revenue and margin. Now, how do I know that? I just look at the data. Our Technology and Service 50 Index, largest providers. What is this graph telling you? This is looking at revenue growth year over year for these companies. And we draw this horizontal line, and we test, and we say how many companies have product revenues growing greater than 10%. As you can see, not too many companies above that line. And then we test for all your service and subscription revenues. Are those growing greater than 10% year over year? Not too many companies over that line. And if the dot is red, that means operating income is getting worse. So there's a lot of pain there. But for the pure technology as a service providers, there's no bed of roses here. So this is Rackspace data. And what you see on the top there are their revenues. And it's great. They're growing, growing, growing. People love the offer, fanatical customer support. It's great. But the bottom graph are their profit dollars. And they're flat. And what that tells you is over time, if revenues keep going up, but profits staying basically the same, the business model is becoming less profitable. So if you think about computing as a service, how profitable will that be in the long term? Amazon has started to break out AWS numbers, growing, growing, growing. Operating profits about 5% for them. They're ecstatic with that number. Why? Because retail is about a 1% business. So when the dust settles, how profitable will it be to do computing as a service? It's not going to be a 15, 20, 25-point business. And most of us in this room, and your boards and your investors, we hate that answer. We don't want that answer. What we want to do is be able to sell value. Talk to customer. We want to talk about value so we can bring revenue and margin back into the business models and change our pricing models. Most of us, we benchmark this, most of us in the industry, when you price your offers, it's cost plus. What do? You look at the cost of your technology offer. You put on top of that a nice, healthy margin, right? And that's the price you want to charge. But once again, with these new consumption models, commoditization, customers don't want to pay these premium prices. So you say, okay, fine, customer, what do you want to pay? You do market-based pricing. What's the market going to bear? And then you say, I still want some margin, but now I've got to get my costs into a certain footprint. And this is hard for many of you. We have one software member about a year ago started a new technology as a service offer. They looked at the market, said, hey, what are people charging for this offer right now? Went with that pricing. A year later, they can't make money. They can't get their costs into that footprint. So we want to move off of this. So what's left? Value-based pricing. We want to be able to draw an outcome line, a value line, figure out how much it's going to cost us to deliver that, and then now we have flexibility in what we price. So this is, in a sense, the Holy Grail. And it's funny, 5 years ago, I used this graph here in a keynote that I delivered. And this is a little framework that JB and I scribbled in a bar late at night at a conference. It's amazing how much of our best work gets done in that scenario. But even 5 years ago, we saw this. So most of our members selling technology as an asset, you're in an SLA relationship with your customers, keeping the technology up and running. And we could already see if people start renting technology, SLA doesn't matter, right? That's your problem to keep the technology up and running. So now it's going to be about utilization level agreements. But even 5 years ago, we said that cannot be the end game if we want to keep margin in the business model. We're going to need value level agreements with customers. And we carried that construct forward in our B for B model. So level 1, level 2 business models, very SLA oriented. These new level 3 business models, managed services, very ULA oriented. But if you're going to be a level 4 provider, if you're going to hang your hat on business outcomes, that would be a value level agreement. And you think about it, we talked a lot this week about the layer model. You want customers to adopt and expand. But what you're really doing is helping customers through this PMO journey, right? Because customers want to work with you, plan, implement your solution, monitor, are we really getting the results? If I'm not, help me here, help me optimize so I truly get my outcome. And these are mirror images, right? And this is the win-win. You get the expand and renew, they really get their outcome. This is beautiful. And this is the part where everybody's shaking their head up and down, right? I want to go do that. I want revenue and margin back into my business model. I'm there. And then I ask this question. Okay, great. We're at the 30,000 foot view here about outcome engineering. Tell me specifically, what are you doing to move outcome engineering forward in your companies? And that's when we have track, train. So this is what I want to take down today. I want to double click into this conversation of how you can move outcome engineering forward in your companies. And the first thing I want to do is put a crisp definition on the table. How do we define outcome engineering? This is the ability to consistently help customers achieve targeted business outcomes. And I would add at scale. Now to do that, it really requires that you understand everything involved for the customer to truly get their outcome. And we are seeing that this is paralyzing, right, our members. This is terrifying because it's no longer about just engineering your technology. Now you've got to worry about the processes, other technologies. Does the customer have the right skills? This is a lot to manage. So what I want to do is decompose this. Decompose it into 4 buckets. Number 1, the right framework you can use for outcome engineering. Number 2, are you working on the right outcomes with their customers? Number 3, are you working with the right customers? And finally, do you have the right tools? So let's start with framework. And the great news here is, if you're just starting this journey, you do not have to start with a blank piece of paper. There are companies in the industry, like you heard Infor yesterday, like SAP, like PTC, that have been chipping on this problem for a little while now. And let me just show you, some of their views on this topic. So these are a few slides that SAP uses to talk about value engineering. They have this 2x2, and it starts by saying, hey, we have to have alignment and agreement with our customer. What are the target outcomes? We also have to clearly define what are the financial outcomes specifically. How are we going to measure this that you're trying to achieve? We have to understand what are the technology and the practices, what's the innovation that we're going to implement here that allows you to get outcomes you previously were not getting. And last but not least, outcome engineering, value engineering is not an event. It's a process. There has to be ongoing risk and compliance and monitoring. This is another chart from SAP I love. So, well, why don't customers get outcomes? It was funny yesterday, Riaz was saying we can all play with spreadsheets and create theoretical ROIs, but then customers don't get those ROIs out of the technology. Why? Well, first of all, you might be focused with the customer on the wrong outcomes. Secondly, you might not have implemented the right technology. And finally, the customer might not have wrapped the right practices and skills around the technology. So all of those things just bleed value. In one final slide from SAP about the life cycle and how they work with customers, and what is important here is the concept of benchmarking. If we're going to start on an outcome journey with a customer, you have to benchmark where they're starting from. So just 3 slides on how SAP talks about this. PTC has their own 2x2, and we can see the pattern recognition. Once again, what are the target outcomes? Okay, what technology are we going to use here? And oh, by the way, off the shelf is better. If it's proven, we've implemented it before, that's great, as opposed to everything being custom. Also, we have to understand the practices. It's not just about the technology. And we have to understand the players, the skills, the people involved. So it cannot be just about technology. It's got to be all of that. PTC has this that they call side A, side B map. The business objectives mapped to the technology. What do you see here? Once again, benchmark. What's the current state? We have to understand that. And yesterday you saw the Infor example. And once again, incredible pattern recognition here. What are the target outcomes? What are the performance metrics? What are the practices involved? Lots of pattern recognition. So we've been looking at this for a while, and we have a construct that we call an outcome chain, which brings, all these thoughts together in a framework. And our outcome chain basically starts with 2 bookends. At the top, what is the target business outcome the customer is trying to achieve? And at the bottom of the chain is, okay, what organizational capabilities are going to be required for this customer to get that outcome? And for those of you who haven't seen this construct, when we talk about organizational capabilities, we're just saying, hey, it's a way to talk about all the processes and technology and the metrics and the people you're going to need to get that outcome or address that challenge. As JB mentioned yesterday, we have an inventory for service businesses of over 340 specific organizational capabilities. Most of those, 150 to 200 of them, are emerging. This speaks to, once again, the transition we're going through in our business models. But let me give you an example of organizational capabilities just to land the model here. So it's a way to ask yourself, can I do this or not? Can I run a half marathon, yes or no? And so here's examples of organizational capabilities you're probably going to need if you're going to get into outcome engineering. Have you ever done outcome-based pricing models? Yes or no? Eventually, you're going to have to figure that out. Do you have consumption dashboards in place so you can monitor what customers are actually doing and how they're using their technology? Yes or no? Do you have a closed loop between service activity and product development. Our customer is struggling using this feature or using this capability. I've got to get a prioritized change into R&D. Do you have that process, that capability? And finally, have you ever developed adoption playbooks to help customers better adopt your technology? These are just 4 examples of the types of capabilities you're going to need to drive outcome engineering. Does this make sense, the model? Good? So, those are the bookends, but let's fill in the stepping stones in between. Customer has a target business outcome. You need to clearly define, okay, what's the financial impact? How big? How are we going to measure that? We have to agree to that. Next, what are the KPIs that predict we're going to get that financial impact? And the example of that, this comes from the field service discipline. Val builds these driver trees, but we do this in all the disciplines. So a common question in field services is, how do I improve gross margin in field services? Well, Val looks at what are the operating KPIs that are going to predict that. He works backwards, so you can go all the way back to mean time repair. Is mean time repair going in the right direction? Is it on target for the industry? If it's not, it's going to drag down cost per incident. It's going to impact field margin. So this is how we connect KPIs to financial impact. It should be data-driven. The next question is, okay, so I need to move those KPIs and improve them. What are the business practices that actually improve those KPIs? And this also, ideally, should be a data-driven conversation. This is something we do with the benchmark data all the time. This comes again from field services. If the question is the KPI is attrition rate, one of the practices is span of control for field service managers. And you're looking for the break point there, right? At what point do you have too many people reporting to one manager and attrition starts to get high? An example of linking a KPI to a practice. Another example, this is from managed services. If what you're trying to do is drive bookings or revenue, the practice of having a dedicated salesperson who understands managed services in place, there's high correlation there, right? It drives, you get that KPI to move. But the point is, this should be a data-driven linkage wherever possible. So now you're understanding what practices really improve those KPIs. The next step, and this should really be in your sweet spot, what technology really improves those practices, right? Why did we create our technology in the first place, right? And finally, what roles are going to be required to run these practices and run this technology to improve the KPIs, to get the financial outcome? So that's the framework, right? It builds the stepping stones of how my customer wants to achieve this. Here's all the things I need to understand. Everybody good with that? Make sense? Now, the next question. Am I working on the right outcomes? I have this framework, but am I working on the right outcomes? And what we're seeing in the industry is that technology companies have a tendency to want to start at the top here. And I think we've all probably sat in the meeting with our salesperson, with the customer, and it goes something like this. Hey, customer, I want to be your trusted advisor. What keeps you up at night? Help me help you, right? We've all been there, right? That's the natural place that you want to start. But our observation is this is risky. This is risky. Why? Well, you may not have the deep vertical expertise to kind of go wherever that conversation goes. Your customer may start talking about outcomes that you're like, I have nothing to do with that, right? Or maybe you think, I kind of think I can help, but I'm not sure. So if you go in there, blank piece of paper, and you start talking about business outcomes, you don't know what your customer is going to ask you to build. You might walk out of that meeting going, oh man, what are we going to do with this? So what's the tactic? Our recommendation is start with your strength. Start asking yourself, what technology features are key? What capabilities do we have technically that we think really is a game changer for helping people save time, save money, etc.? Let's start there. And ideally, you're focusing on features where you do have differentiation. Then connect your technology to the operating KPIs. When people use our technology effectively, these KPIs get better. And then ask yourself, what practices do my customer have to have in place to really move those KPIs? And so start in the middle, if you will. Start with a truncated outcome chain. Starting with your strength, going from there to the KPIs, and going then to the practices. And start to test those. From there, you can build out. And by the way, this motion of attaching technology to practices is something that we've been doing for quite a while in ITIL. What is ITIL? It's an inventory of practices that we tell customers, you need to have this in place if you want this technology to stay up and running, right? So I think we understand how to link technology to specific practices. So once you've done that, you can start to build out. So you do these first 3 steps, then you might start asking, well, what roles should my customer have in place, right, to run these practices? Maybe I can start summarizing that in terms of capabilities for my customer. Hey, when I see customers improve these KPIs, I can start measuring the financial impact that they're getting. So you build the chain from the center out. Now, I think you're in a position to go into the customer and say, I want to talk about outcomes. And I want to talk about outcomes that I have some confidence that I can actually achieve with you. So that's the approach we would recommend to make sure you're working on the right outcomes with customers. But what about the right customers? And this also is something that is paralyzing many companies in this conversation. Why? Because you're afraid the customer doesn't do what they need to do. I've been in this conversation 100 times with members, and they say, yeah, you guys keep talking about outcomes, but you realize it's not just about my technology. There's all this other stuff people have to do, and if they don't do it, then we're never going to get the outcome, and that's not my fault. So how do we solve this? When I talk to people, our intuition is to solve this in a contract, right? I want to write a contract that makes sure that my customer does everything they need to do, and I minimize my risk. That's how we're going to solve this problem. So I've been looking at this, and if you look in the industry, there are 2 types of contracts in our industry we're very familiar with when it comes to implementing running technology. The first type of contract, most OEMs, you have contracts with your customers around SLAs, right? Uptime, throughput, all that type of stuff about how the technology is performing. And the other type of contract we have out there is a type of contract that large system integrators do when they're doing these large, complex implementation integration projects. And when you look at those contracts, there's lots of detail. Lots of things explaining what the customer has to do, the environment, the types of people that have to be available, on and on and on, right? You've seen those contracts. But when you look at the spirit of those contracts, right, the SLA contracts are really about saying, hey, if that technology falls down, it wasn't my fault, right? I did what I was supposed to do. And the SI contracts are really about, hey, man, if this project goes off the tracks here, not my fault. And they say what, 50% of all IT projects fail, right? Isn't that the stat? But it is not very often that you see the name of somebody like Accenture in the paper getting sued. Why? Because they are very good at basically having all this documentation to say, look, it's in the contract, you didn't do this, I did my part, this is your fault. But is that really, either one of those, is that really going to solve what we're trying to partner with a customer over time to make sure they get outcomes. So I don't think either one of these contracts solve that problem. And I've been talking to people like Riaz and others who have been doing value engineering for a while, and I have come to this conclusion. And that is that we are not going to solve this problem through contracts. So this is another law's law. If you think you're going to work with legal, we're going to come up with a 100-page contract that makes sure our customer behaves, I think that is a fool's errand. So what do? How are we going to solve this problem? This is an article from Forbes. I debated leaving that image in. 6 reasons to fire a client from this Forbes article. Number 1, they make unreasonable demands. Number 2, they want everything for nothing. Number 3, they're slow to pay. Number 4, they don't listen to you. Number 5, they don't respond. You're asking them to do something, they don't respond. And number 6, in general, they show a lack of respect for you. And so the Forbes article argues, if this is your customer, your client, you probably need to walk away from that relationship. It's not going to be profitable for you. And this brings to the table a tactic of really customer profile. Instead of trying to write a 100-page contract, to make sure you get outcomes with the customer, I think the right tactic is making sure you're working with the right customer. And so I'm going to give you 4 attributes that I would submit should be in place before you ever try to work on outcomes with a specific customer. First attribute, they need to view you as a strategic supplier. If you think you're going to be in an business outcome conversation and you're selling to mid-level IT and procurement, I don't think so. Wrong customer. Number 2, they need historically to have shown that they will listen to what you have to say. Hey, your technology keeps falling down because you're not doing this. Oh, okay, great. They've demonstrated that. 3, they have reasonable project management and governance in place. If that's not there, no way you're going to get business outcomes. And last but not least, you have to be able to work with them and have the ability to benchmark their current performance. If you're talking to a customer and you say, well, I need to understand certain KPIs and how you're doing, and they say, no, I can't show you that data. No way. You're not going to get an outcome conversation. Or if you ask to benchmark and they say, oh man, I wish I could give you that data, but I have no idea. You're not going to get outcomes with that customer. So this is a starting point, and you can add to this. But I would submit, if these 4 things are not true with a customer, wrong customer. So that's the tactic to make sure you're working with the right customer. Now, what about the right tools? JB already did a demo on this on Monday, but the concept here is really, how do you use software to scale your ability to do outcomes with customers? And just playing back our experience at TSIA, so we have this list, this inventory of all these service business challenges, hundreds of them. People, contact us, hey, I've got this problem. Here's a classic one from PS that we were talking about. And so historically, if we wanted to help a member with that, there's lots of different things we could do. We could send you the research, we can benchmark you, we can do an inquiry call, et cetera, et cetera. But using software, right, absolutely creates a new way to scale that ability, because we can put everything in one place. We can walk through and say, hey, you want to get that? Here's the critical operating KPIs. Here are the top practices we've identified to help address that challenge. Here's the roles you have to have in place. Here's the technology stack that needs to be there. If you don't have some of these technology tools, you're not going to get that outcome, right? And here's these organizational capabilities. And hang it all together and then put our content in context. Oh, you want to understand revenue per head? Here's that data. You want to understand project margins? This is what good looks like. We can go down to KPIs like discounts. We can jump down to the roles and say, well, this is what we mean when we talk about a delivery manager. You may call it something different. But it's all right there in one place. Now, why is this so important, from day one when you're thinking about outcome engineering, to think about the tools you're going to use? Because, and these are, just a comment, we have some experience with this, and I'll tell you some lessons learned here in a minute, of building these different chains and starting to use them in inquiry and use them in outcome sprints. But why? Why is software so important? Because the concept here is software eats services. As much as I love hiring smart, really personable, well-dressed researchers, that's great. But if we're really going to scale this capability across all these members, we can't do it with labor. If we want to help you get your outcomes, we've got to start applying software. So that's the concept of right tools. So let me comment on some of the industry lessons learned. There's two companies you're hearing from this week, Infor yesterday, SAP today, and I just want to play to you some of the lessons that I've seen them learn as they've been on this journey with sort of the TSIA lens on it. And we're going to start with SAP. So SAP has been doing value engineering for many years in a consultative motion. And more recently, they've started to do outcome activities, outcome engineering, if you will, targeted outcomes through Premier Support, right? So two different motions. So one of the things that SAP has done is they've brought the professional service and the support service organizations closer together. And the concept here, this is not SAP's organizational chart. This is an organizational chart that I had in a paper a couple years ago about outcome-based service organizations. The tactic here is really around portfolio rationalization. What we're seeing in the industry is this blurring of professional service offers to premium support offers to managed service offers, and they're starting to look the same, and you have different groups doing the same thing. Our strong recommendation here is to bring the ownership of how you're defining the portfolio together in one group so that you're rationalizing that and you're not confusing your customers. And I think SAP has seen the wisdom that it helps you when you start this journey. Second lesson, am I working with the right customer? So they have this concept of customer readiness. This is their version of having the customer profile. They're testing for lots of things. Does the customer have the right updated technology in place, right? Have they proven they've got the governance, et cetera, et cetera? I'm not going to try to start talking about outcomes with customers unless I'm sure they're ready. Great lesson. Third lesson, they quickly learned, once again, if you're going to talk about outcomes, you got to zero in on operating KPIs. And so they've built this database, right, of KPIs that has real performance data. And they're able to benchmark the customer against that. Hey, we're going to work on this outcome. That's great. We got to look at these KPIs because you're never going to get there unless these KPIs improve. This lesson I love. So Jens is telling me that historically, if you were an SAP customer and you had a lot of their software installed, you used to get notification of updates for your software. And I don't know if it was monthly, quarterly, whatever. But it was like receiving a telephone book, right? Here's all the updates available to you as a customer. And what are you going to do with that? It's overwhelming. You don't know where to start. But now, if they're in an outcome discussion with the customer, targeted outcomes, right? They can prioritize with the customer and say, look, so you're working on this outcome, we're working together on this outcome, here are the top updates you need to put in. It's the opposite of the complexity avalanche. Another lesson, aligning capabilities with outcomes. So I think a lot of you are in conversations, you're doing a renewal, let's say on your support or premium support contracts, and what's the customer saying? Do I really need that? Do I really need that? Why am I paying for that? So what SAP has learned is, hey, if we are in an outcome conversation with the customer and we're putting support features on the table, we can connect that. We say, customer, you don't want to take that feature away in this support contract. Why? Because it enables this outcome. So connecting outcomes to your capabilities, incredibly powerful. And the final lesson here from SAP, which I love, is enabling the CIO. So as we've talked about at the conference here, a lot of IT decisions and spending is starting to move away from IT and into these business units. But for a lot of us, let's face it, the CIO is still our most strategic buyer for us. That's where our key relationship is. And so if you can start an outcome relationship or discussion with the CIO can take that to the C-suite and be a more strategic player in that discussion. Say, hey, I'm working with SAP over here. We've identified some business outcomes we think we can go after. Let's invest here. But it's a different conversation instead of the CIO, focused on cost. So I think 6 great lessons from SAP as they've been on this journey. Now let's look at Infor, who you heard from yesterday. And some of this, I just want to highlight some of the things that were put on the table. So they started value engineering, incubated that as a separate capability, separate from services, separate from the product group. And they started it as an investment, right, for their largest customers where they felt that they could get a big bang for the buck. And then as they got a little bit better at it, they started to charge. They had a consulting capability. But as Riaz said yesterday, both of those capabilities very hard to scale. But the 6 lessons along their journey. Number one, and you talked about this yesterday, you have to be vertical. You cannot be a blunt instrument when you're talking about outcomes. So if you're talking about sales per hour, that's different for an auto dealer or a retail shop. You have to understand that, or you can't be in the conversation. Number 2, working with the right customer. So what's their tactic there? Riaz is telling me, he says, look, if we want to get into, especially if we're investing resources to get outcomes, if we're only talking to IT before we really invest in a big way, we need to see the business owner. Who's going to get fired if the revenues don't increase, if the costs don't? I mean, who owns that from a GM perspective? They've got to be at the table, or we don't invest. That's their tactic. Connecting the KPIs. So they did a lot of work connecting KPIs to financial impact. And the most interesting part of that story that Riaz told me is he said, look, we go into these customers and they say, well, we want to get these financial improvements. Okay, great. So we're working on these KPIs. And Infor would say, oh, that's interesting because you should be working on these KPIs. This is where the correlation is. How powerful is that conversation? So they had to actually break the myths that existed within some companies. Be focused. Once again, this is the opposite of the, help me help you, I'm your trusted partner, what do you want to achieve, blank piece of paper. Infor is not going in with a blank piece of paper. They're going in, they're listening to the customer, what they're trying to achieve, but they already know where they can connect their technology and where they can move the needle. If they can't, that's not the right opportunity. Software eats services. Riaz talked about this yesterday, building value engineering apps so people can self-serve, so partners can self-serve. That's got to be a key component of the strategy if you're going to scale outcome engineering. And finally, let's talk about pricing. I said I'd say something about outcome-based pricing, and I love this lesson. So what happens, Riaz was telling me that we go in, this outcome relationship, and we tell the customer, here's the project cost, but the technology and the services, but we believe here is the outcome. We're pretty confident that we can achieve this financial outcome. And what's the customer say? Hey, that's great. I don't know if you really get me there, but I don't want to pay that price. That price is too high for your services and your technology. So Infor says, okay, hey, that's fine. I'm okay with that. We're going to have a startup fee here, much lower, just to get us going. I want to make sure you're committed, some skin in the game. And then when we get the outcome, I'll take a percentage of that. 30, 40, maybe you split it 50-50, whatever. And that's fine with me. Now the customer looks at that and they go, well, wait a minute, right? That first box and that last box. If they really help me get this outcome, I'm going to be paying a lot more for this project. So what does the customer do? They go back to the original pricing and they don't push on discounting. I've heard that story again and again and again. So I know a lot of us are twisted around outcome-based pricing and how we're actually going to do this and how do you measure it and do we really get paid. But I'm telling you, just having the ability to put the conversation on the table, draw the value line, fundamentally changes the pricing conversation. And we have been learning lessons as we have been working to build outcome chains. And I just wanted, this is more rubber meets the road as you start to work on the actual outcomes and the actual outcome chains. There's no doubt when you go down this path, your subject matter experts become the bottleneck. In our case, it's our researchers. In your case, it's the people in your company that know, oh yeah, I know how our technology connects to certain KPIs. I know what practices are required. You look at any company and you really try to get those experts, it's usually a small group. So it's all about how you make it easy for them to get what's in their head and get it into documented outcome chains. So how do you do that? We developed a 3-step process. And the first step is to simply ask the subject matter expert to just write the boxes on the chain the first time. let's work on it. Just put the boxes there. What's the key technology? What are the key practices? What KPIs do you think we're moving? And sometimes you can do this really almost in an interview process. Just have somebody talk to them and help tease it out. That's step one. Then once you have the scaffolding of the chain, then you ask the subject matter expert, hey, where's the best content that helps describe these KPIs or that technology, and you have them attach the relevant content. And then you take that chain and you give it to somebody else. You give it to a group of people that are focused on productizing the chain, right? All the grunt work that's going to be required to make sure you got the right connections and you could really use it with a customer. And what we also find very quickly is anybody who works in knowledge management would tell us is the no-brainer, but content creation becomes key. Because when you start building these chains, man, assets start getting attached, there's all kind of information stuff. But the key lesson here is how do I scale the time of the subject matter experts? Because if you think you're just going to have people build outcome chains in their spare time, all on their own, with no support, we found that that is a pretty difficult path. You got to think about how you're going to maximize, leverage your SMEs. Another observation here, we get this question a lot. Where should outcome engineering live? Who's supposed to be working on this? Is this a PS thing? Is this, it's SAP, they've got premium support people doing it? I mean, is it just a sales thing? JB talked about this a little bit yesterday, but we have this concept, or yesterday, the day before, time flies in Vegas, on the outcome engineering COE. And what we would recommend, if you're just starting this journey, instead of having some salespeople start to do it for free on their own, and just kind of, I would think in terms of the long term. What are we really trying to accomplish here? Establish an outcome engineering COE. I don't care if it lives in sales or services, I really don't. But here's the charter. They are responsible for, if we're going to talk to customers and sell outcomes, we do it with resources from the COE. When we get ready to deliver outcomes, right, whether we're investing for free or we're billing for this, comes from this COE. But last and most importantly, this COE is chartered on how you're going to scale outcome engineering. From day one, they are thinking about software and how they're going to really be able to do outcomes, smaller customers, through partners, et cetera. That's their charter. And so if you think about this journey, right, what are we talking about? We're talking about how do I really become a level 4 supplier? I can hang my hat on outcome discussions with my customers, right? That's the end game that we talked about in B4B. And really now we can double click into that, and I think that it's a journey. There's a maturity model here. And so let's walk through that. So if you're just starting this journey, you're probably going to be doing outcome engineering activities for free with customers, strategic customers. And what's important there? Do you have a framework for talking about outcomes? And most importantly, are you working with the right customers, right? Your best customers, the ones that really want to partner with you. And so this is what 4.1 looks like as a level 4 supplier. 4.2, you're probably now starting to charge with customers, monetizing the activity, and you're getting an inventory of outcomes. In our world, an inventory of outcome chains that you have a lot of confidence in. I would argue that Infor demonstrated yesterday they hit 4.2, right? They had clear outcomes and inventory that they knew they could go after. The next step in the journey, a 4.3 supplier, you're building the right tools. And I would submit that this is where Infor demonstrated that they're, now, 4.3. They're starting to build tools, getting them out there. People can self-serve, partners can be enabled. And 4.4, sort of the end of the game, is you're doing this at scale. Now we're starting to put some meat on the bone here in terms of how you can test where you are in that journey. Right? So I know some of you are negative 4.1 right now. That's okay. But when you start the journey, hey, can I get from 4.1 to 4.2? What practices have to be in place? What are key KPIs I could be measuring? What technology has to be there? And I know this is an eye chart, but don't worry, because I put this content in a paper. But this is what I want you to do. I want you to read the paper yourself. But I would encourage you, if you're serious about outcome engineering in this journey, take this paper, and I want you to go over, and I want you to walk it over to your engineering team and say, look, how can we work better to deliver outcomes? So take this paper to engineering. Then take the paper and go over to sales and say, how are we as a company going to collaborate between sales and services to sell outcomes? And then take it into your executive staff and say, how are we going to get on this journey? Because I've had this conversation this week. There is going to be a bifurcation here in terms of the business models in this room. If you think about the slides that I was showing you earlier, if you can't get to that level 3, level 4 kind of conversation, you're going to have a highly commoditized offer, period. So the choice, the discussion should be, do we want to get on this journey and keep revenue and, more importantly, margin in our business models or not? That is the fork in the road that every company in this room faces. So I think that there should be a feeling of a sense of urgency. And so I encourage you to march that paper throughout the organization. So what did I put on the table here today? Right? The right framework. Framework, you can take ours, you can build off it, you can create your own, but I think there's a good construct there you can use to start discussing outcomes within your companies. And then this tactic of making sure you're working on the right outcomes. Please don't go into the customer with a blank piece of paper. Too risky. Working with the right customers. How do you assess customer readiness and the customer profile? This is not about contracts. It's about making sure it's the right customer. And then from day one, when you start this journey, be thinking about scale. Be thinking about software. And then last but not least, a maturity model to understand where you are in the journey, and you can test on that. So I think we've double-clicked into what it means to be a level 4 provider and what it means to do outcome engineering. And my objective today in this keynote, instead of everybody sort of flying at that 30,000-foot view and saying, oh, great ideas, I'd love to do that, I need you to jump out of the plane. I need you to jump out of the plane, but I think today I have provided a parachute.
Hey, it's Mark Podolsky of the Land Geek, your favorite niche real estate website, thelandgeek.com. And the team is off for July, but because I was traveling in Southeast Asia, I'm not taking July off. I already took my June off. So it is a total pleasure for me to interview one-on-one. I don't know if anyone else is going to jump on. They might, with Michelle Bridger, whom started her journey in land investing. And these are always my favorite podcasts, is we get to hear a case study about someone who's just a little farther ahead in their land business than you and how they have proceeded and what their journey was like. So Michelle Bridger, welcome. How are you?
Mark, I'm wonderful. I'm so happy to be here. It's an honor and a pleasure.
The honor and pleasure is all mine, as it will be for the listeners. But let's just rewind the tape, Michelle, and let us know, what were you doing before land investing, and how did you find me, and then how did you start your journey?
Okay, great. So I've owned my own business for 9 years, and it's an advertising agency. I had been praying for a while that I would find an additional business that had passive income, that was a good plan B, that would be additional revenue, something if something really went wrong with the first business, I would have this great backup. It would also then lead me into retirement years so that I had ongoing income. So this was my dream about what I was looking for. And in December 2020, two things happened. One, there was huge disruption in my industry, a tech issue that really affected us, not my business, but much broader in scope. Anyone that was doing a similar type of business, it was, oh my gosh. And that was, again, a real wake-up call about the instability. And my clients are great. They come, they stay for a long time. But when they leave, the income stops. And so the other thing that happened was I had a great vacation planned, and last minute that got canceled. But my team knew that I was off. I was already off. I'm like, this is my week. I'm going to figure this out. In my mind, I had all these like, well, what about this? And what about this kind of business? And would this be viable? And I just said, nope, this is my week. I am going to figure it out and walk away at the end of this week with a plan. And I'm going to enact that plan. So it was going to be a busy, but it was a very productive week. And I really dug deep. I researched all these different ideas that I had about, well, what about this? What about that? And during that week, I came across this podcast and listened diligently. During that podcast was someone giving their testimonial. They had been doing the business part-time in addition to their corporate job, and they had built the land business up through 2 years. And then he wanted to retire his third year. And so he looked at his numbers and he said, if I just do more of this mailing, then I can see that it's going to do this to the business. And I want to finish at the end of year 3 at 25,000. And I got it. I saw that, he knew his numbers, that it was a numbers-based business. I get it. My other business is data run. And so I'm like, if you can do it, I can do it. Because then at that $25,000 mark, when his first child was born, he would retire from his corporate job. So that made sense to me. And then I listened to Dirt Rich, your book, Mark, and I got it. Like it's not a complex business. It's just the same thing with systems. And it made sense to me. And then I had a sales call with your team and thoroughly looked at the business and prayed like crazy. And I was all in. December 31st, I was all in, and started January 13th in flight school. And I've been all in all the time. Now it's been part-time in addition to the long hours that I put in with my other business. Then I've been doing this business, but I'm super happy with the results.
Okay, so when you started flight school, you've got this full-time business you're running.
Yes.
How did you feel? I mean, how was your energy level? Because a lot of people ask us like, hey, I've got this going on. I've got a big life. Will I have actually enough time to do this business alongside with either my high-stress corporate job or my full-time business? How was that for you?
So I knew that I was very motivated to make it work. I decided to do flight school rather than the do-it-yourself toolkit just on my own time, because I knew that I needed the accountability and I needed the hand-holding to be able to walk me through the process. Or I would still be saying, oh, I really still want to do that land business. Now, that motivation caused me to just make time. And so I'm an early riser anyway, 5 a.m. every morning on the nose. But that time now I set aside like, okay, so I set aside an hour. I'm going to make sure that my team has what they need, or I'm doing the most important thing during that hour. And then I work in the middle of the day. I'm doing X at the end of the day. I'm spending a couple hours on it. So it was long hours, no doubt, but I am happy with the results, and I made it work because I'm still making it work because I still run both businesses. I'm still making it work just simply because I want to. I'm passionate about building the land business and have made the time for it.
Now, what were your results in flight school?
In flight school itself, I kind of think I wasn't ready for that question, Mark. Like in terms of, I was buying property. I was selling property. So by February, we'd already been, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks, but we're required to buy a property. So I bought a property and I sold that one. I also, during those 16 weeks, I also was buying and selling other properties. So as to how much, I don't remember how many I bought and sold, but I was actively buying and I was actively selling. I had property on terms. I don't think I sold any for cash during that time, but I was on the move. I was doing it.
You're executing. And so why
Yes.
did you join the one-on-one coaching program? What convinced you, do you think?
So the one-on-one coaching program, again, I don't want to stagnate in the business. The business is too good that I don't want to stagnate. And I also, there's so much that I still don't know. Flight school to me was amazing, and there's so much more to learn. So there was flight school, and then I took about 3 months off so that I could, I just took about 3 months, not off of the business, but off of the training so that I could get certain pieces in place and then be ready for one-on-one coaching. But I wanted that accountability. I wanted the personal look at my business. I wanted the community. I wanted to know what I don't even know what I don't know, being so new in real estate. I'd never done real estate before, never done this. So I'm, been really, really happy with all the coaching, all the training. It's been just what I needed.
So what do you love most about the business? And what was the first thing you wanted to outsource? You're like, I can't wait to get this off my plate.
Okay, good question. So I already know to delegate. So before I ever started flight school, I had hired virtual assistants. So because I knew I would need them, and I knew that I absolutely could not do this business on my own. You really can't. Like, there's just so many steps that you have to outsource it. So what did I knew right away, like the list, the pulling the list, scrubbing the list, looking at comps. So I oversee that, but then the detailed work, like especially the scrubbing the list and things like that, that I outsourced right away, creating the agreements, the contracts, the deeds, the using LG Pass, that was outsourced right away. Then it was probably 9 months in that I had brought on an intake manager to manage when we buy property. So again, I still oversee that process. I know what's going on, but she's handling the details of that, of reaching out to the sellers, etc. I actually love working with the people who are buying. I think that's really fun. But it's also getting tiresome. So soon that will be off my plate as well. I hate the very detailed work. I love working with the people who are buying the land, but I also know that it's time to let that go.
Okay. And then as far as from the very beginning of flight school to now, which you're almost at the end of coaching, how many hours a week are you working in your business?
I would say I'm working about 15 hours per week in my business, in my land business.
So about 2 to 3 hours a day?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's common that I'll put in about a half a Saturday in as well. And Saturdays are for systems. S is for systems. So my Saturdays, if I'm going to be working any part of it, it's about how are my systems, what needs to be a new system, what system needs refined, what holes did we find in the systems this week, what needs fixed. So high level stuff.
Okay. And is most of your time now on selling, or what's left for you to do in your business?
What's left for me to do? It's more and more marketing. It's refining the marketing process. So I have people who are posting ads. I have people, I have a copywriter, bringing on another copywriter. So it's doing more. I would say it's doing more better, and constantly looking at how we can do more marketing better. Right now I have 27 properties in inventory, which is a good number for me right now. And so we have plenty of land to sell, but it has been selling really fast. And so gotta, keep bringing in more. We sold a property today. So it's just buy land, sell land, buy land, sell land. Very simple and very systematizable.
Yeah, I love it. So I know, like in Grill the Geeks at boot camp, everyone asks the same question. How much do you spend a month on your team and tools?
That's a number that I should know, Mark. So you gotta warn me on these tough questions.
Would it be 1,000 a month? 1,500 a month?
It would be. Let me give me just a second to think about that. I would say it's 1,700 per month would be a guess, and
Okay.
that's a great question. I have a bookkeeper, but I haven't looked at that in a while. So that would be a good question. But I bet it's around 1,700 per month.
Okay, let's talk about some fun numbers.
Let's do.
So what have you been able to accomplish since you've started the business?
So look up here because I have my little numbers.
Okay.
So my business is based on retail, but I have sold 5 properties for wholesale. I've sold 21 properties for cash, which was $162,000 in cash. I have 47 properties under contract. And this is the fun number. It's right now, currently, I have $8,125 per month coming in passive income.
Okay, so 8,125 a month in passive income.
Yes.
So let's just do some math. So that's, if we multiply that by 12, that's 97,500 a year in passive income, just mailbox money. And how does that make a difference in your life?
It's just so cool when you see money, you did the work once and now it keeps coming in. So I'm just so pleased with that because I see that this business, it works, but I knew that before I ever started, that I can continue to scale it, that I have the skills right now and the knowledge base to continue to grow that more and more and more, and to carry me into retirement as a solid base for that. And then I'm just eager to know how to do more better. So to learn more and to keep growing it. So it's a wonderful number because, I don't know another business that's as clear and I don't know of another business where you can bring in a 6-figure income in less than 18 months. That's a sweet deal. Like
I don't either. Everyone starves their first year in real estate. This is the only niche I know where you can ramp up really quickly.
Yeah, in passive income, so 6 figures in passive income per year, and growing it with that in 18 months is just, I'm happy.
I love it.
A great training system, Mark.
Thank you. Do you know what's an interesting number about that? Is that if you went to the bank and said, okay, I'm going to deposit this much money in the bank to earn an aggressive 2% interest per year, you would, to generate the passive income that you're generating right now, you'd have to deposit $4.875 million.
Wow.
And so would it take you longer than 18 months to save up that kind of money?
Oh, yeah, you better believe it.
That's insane.
Oh, longer. Yeah, isn't that fun? Yeah.
It is so amazing. So if you're listening to this, so for someone listening to this, what would be your advice to them if they're just getting started and if they want to replicate the results that you've been able to do in the last 18 months?
I think the reason why I've been successful at this is because I've been all in. So having been in business, or I don't know that that's the key, but I could see that this was a simple business and that it's what you were doing was you had a business that model that was simple, and it was you taught the systems, like that's so big in what you guys do, and the product happens to be land. That all made sense to me. And so it's what I could see was that all of this made sense, that it worked for you, it worked for so many others, that it's a great product, which I love land anyway. And so I've just been all in. Like, I haven't done it perfectly. I still have some systems to put in place and more people to plug in, but I get it. And I've just been all in from the start to make this work. And I would just say, if you're considering it, just do it. Just be all in. The training is amazing. Do flight school. Don't just dip your toe in the water. It's not a business to me that if you just dip your toe in the water and just see, well, can I buy one property? Can I make it work? Well, I don't know. It really is best because of the cost of the software, because of the cost of having a team, because of seeing your results and getting traction and going. It really, to me, has made all the difference to be all in.
I think that's almost the blueprint for success in life, in any aspect of life. If you're just dipping your toe in the water with your relationship or your job or a hobby, and you're not fully committed to really being the best version of yourself in that area of life, you won't get the results you want. I think that combination of commitment, we talk about burning the ships, and grit is so important to success in any endeavor in life. So before we get to the tip of the week, I do want to ask you about your grit, because it can't all be butterflies and rainbows in the land business. Tell us a story about a time where things didn't go well and you had to pick yourself up, and how that went.
Grit. So in hiring, I don't know if this is a great story, Mark, but I would say that I've just grit, just do it. But I spent time to create a job description for someone who was going to be the marketing manager. She sounded really good. I thought that I had the systems in place to train her and explain it to her. But she, like, apparently either she wasn't a fit and she didn't get the systems, but she felt like she didn't have enough training. And so she just quit on me. And I was like, she had sounded really good. So I don't know whether it was truly, my systems could have been better. They really could have. I expected her to know more coming in than I should have. My system should have been better. But I was so busy, and I was really sorry to lose her. And I cried, and then I moved on. It was a Friday afternoon. I met with her. She said goodbye. And she had only been with me for like 10 days, but her communication was poor, but my systems were poor. And so it just simply wasn't a match, but it just was like, oh, darn. And but after a good cry, I picked myself back up, and Monday I was back at it again. And now I have two great people in my marketing team, and they're well trained. They're just singing along. I'm super happy with them. One of them gets a bonus every time we sell a property, and that's super motivating for her. And so I'm happy with how things are in marketing right now, but that just took grit. Just create better systems, move on, put the right people in place, and next.
Wow, it's so inspiring. Okay, last question before tip of the week, because I forgot to ask this. What's your favorite deal that you've done?
Favorite deal. It's just like how fast land can move. So property was just closing. I had bought it for $2,700. It was 5 acres for $2,700. And just before, like, he just closed it, and then I just like within that same day I had it sold. So it wasn't like I resold it for cash for $7,500, but that was sweet. Like, that's a lot of money. That's to make instantaneously, like sells it same day. But the fact that you can just move things so fast, and the pace of this business, I just love that. I just love, it's just fun. I just have a lot of fun with it. Like, let's see how fast we can sell this puppy. So it's fun.
Yeah. And we don't talk about the joy of it enough, because, so many people want to solve a money problem and their time problem. And in that process, they're only looking out at the horizon of like accomplishing their goal. But there's so much joy in between during that journey. As you get more confident, as you start putting your systems in place, there's all these little wins, and the business can be so joyful if you just look at, where you started and how far you've come. Don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. I do. And people will ask me, like, are you holding them for an investment? Nope. I don't have any property right now that I would not sell. And so we're moving them really fast. Like, we're selling a lot. It's just been a great quarter, and it's not slowing down. And so just buy property. How quickly can we sell it? That is just fun. It's a lot of fun.
I love it. All right. Well, Michelle Bridger, we're at that point now in the podcast where I'm going to put you on the spot one more time and ask you for your tip of the week, a website, a resource, a book, something else actionable for the Art of Passive Income listeners to go improve their businesses, improve their lives. But before you do that, I have to give a shout out to our sponsor, which is Flight School. All I'm going to say is, if you want to replicate the results of Michelle Bridger, go into Flight School. Schedule a call with the team. Just go to thelandgeek.com/training. Oh, and by the way, that Flight School tuition ain't going to cost you nothing. Guaranteed you're going to make it back 180 days or less. So you got nothing to lose. Just show us your work. thelandgeek.com/training. Michelle Bridger, what is your tip of the week?
So my resource is a book called Tapping into Wealth. This is by Margaret M. Lynch. It teaches a technique called emotional freedom technique, which is also called tapping. So many people teach this technique, but this is a great book. I recommend the technique, and I recommend this book, Tapping into Wealth. So it's how emotional freedom techniques can help you clear the path to making more money. So it's a simple, scientifically validated process that clears inner blocks and limiting beliefs that keep you stuck. So give it a try.
I remember reading this book about the tapping technique years ago, and for whatever reason, I didn't have the self-discipline to keep up with it. But I do remember, just for my own experiment, doing it, and I do remember feeling better. And yes, for whatever reason, because I have like self-development ADD, I went into something else, probably like meditation. I don't even know. But now that you have that book, I'm going to buy the book, and then I'm going to see you in San Antonio at boot camp.
You bet. I'll be there.
August 12th through the 14th.
Yep.
So for those of you listening, come to boot camp, August 12th to 14th. Go to thelandgeek.com/boot camp, and let's start our own tapping group and see what the results are. So after you listen to this podcast, get the book. Let's all tap together and just compare notes at boot camp and see what amazing stories we can just compare notes and see. My tip of the week is learn more about Michelle Bridger and her land business. All you have to do is go to bridgerlandcompany.com, bridgerlandcompany.com. Michelle Bridger, this has been so inspirational, so motivating, and what a treat for myself, the team, the listeners. You are just a land gem and such a valuable member of our community. I cannot thank you enough. I hope you feel the gratitude.
Thank you. Such an honor, Mark. I really appreciate all your training and all that you do. And it was just wonderful to be here.
Well, thank you. If you're listening and you got value out of this podcast and hearing Michelle's journey, do us 3 little favors. Follow, rate, review the podcast. Send us a screenshot of your review. support@thelandgeek.com. I'm going to send you for free a signed copy of Dirt Rich. So please do it. Michelle, are you ready to do this?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Let freedom ring.
Ring.
All right. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for listening to the Art of Passive Income podcast. Are you ready to learn how you can start building a passive income without renters, rehabs, renovations, or rodents? Schedule a free consultation at thelandgeek.com/training. Let freedom ring.